တော့ဒန်နီနာတင်ပြီးတော့ဟုတ်
你个三个钟头5个饭，5个吹，你个3个5个饭，还有你看我几嘛，有人给，知道吗？有人给是路线我过来年请我走。然後我哋講啦，做我講呢就譬如就我哋睇唔出事啦，話咧就話，我嗱你快啲定先唔先，先嚟就你先嚟就照住啊，係啦。有時我專門就睇做成啊，plan A plan B 咁樣多嘛。我也估不到人家面不露是哪哈了，
就让他一起面搞这些的，你从里面养，哎呀，这个对的，好了，你们老家也中央跑。
你要给他说了，米嘛养嘛，
啊对，米嘛，一人个不要，然后不能那边搞嘛呀。
你看俺有那我们活，你们重庆跑了老了这个bus player，完结我们bus player，你看我们那个smart 好过没？好过，比 smart 没有阿bien多。好了，我报了 ，yes。
All right, move out of the way. Boys and girls, time for the grand finals of PMWC. Shush, man.
Absolute cinema.
What are you all doing here? You should have been at rehearsals hours ago. Sorry about that. Anyway, over the last 5 days, we've seen teams rise and fall, we've seen heroes emerge, and others get sent back to the lobby. But now, we only have the very best remaining. And so, grab your popcorn, because this isn't just any other show. This is the main event. This is the grand finals of the PMWC and the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup.
Welcome everybody to the Club Championship update here at the STC Arena. I'm Veracity, joined alongside the lovely Maxman himself. And across this weekend, we will be crowning 4 more champions.
Exactly. It's going to be extremely exciting here at EWC. And this time around, we're going to be taking a quick look at the leaderboards. And you can see leading the charge is going to be none other than Team Falcons with 2,700 points, though currently they have yet to win a tournament, meaning they're not eligible to win the main prize, though that could be changing this weekend alongside PMWC.
You know what, though? Closely behind them, we currently have Team Vitality sitting in on 2,400 points, and then Genji Esports at 2,100. Both of these clubs, though, are now eligible to walk away with the title of the overall club championship. And you know what? There's plenty more opportunities to garner some more points under their belt too.
Oh, for sure. But though looking at 2 other teams in currently our top 5 is going to be Team Liquid and AGAL. They're looking at Team Liquid here, Veracity. They have yet to also win a tournament, meaning that if they want to catch up to Team Falcons, they need to get a dub eventually, maybe this weekend.
Luckily, we have an expert on hand to tell us exactly how the players can go about doing that. Let's go ahead and check in with him.
Welcome to Winning with 7 at PMWC at EWC 2025. If any of these teams want to be able to become the champion on Sunday, they need to make sure that they are consistent. They need to make sure that they learn from all the mistakes they made in group stage and survival stage, because on Sunday, it's going to be completely different. We also have the smash rule at play. If there's any indecisions, you got to make the right call. If there isn't the right call, you got to be willing to take the risk if you want to become the champion.
The thing about 7 is I just don't understand how so much energy can be compiled in one tiny little package.
He's like a hamster on a little wheel going.
It's like a chihuahua, just never stops talking.
Never stops.
It's only day one of PMWC Grand Finals. So much money on the line and a guaranteed new champion because Alpha 7 are gone. So now it's wide open for anyone to take it. Ups the stakes, it ups the pressure. Who wants to be champion and who wants the lion's share of a tremendous prize pool?
Yeah, definitely. Not just, Alpha 7. Looking at Brazil as a whole, Influence, Rage gone, R8 gone as well from the other region. There are so many big names. You could see the emotions on their faces throughout all of that. It's devastating stuff for them, but that's the nature of competition.
Without a doubt. And I think at this stage anyways, just making it to Grand Finals is a tremendous accomplishment. It means you are some of the best teams in the world. Granted, for some, they're not going to be satisfied with that. They want to cement their names in PUBG Mobile history. They want to win PMWC 2025, not only for the glory and the fame, but also for the big prize pool. A lot on the line and tremendous pressure is going to only mount up as this is day one. We got to continue on.
1.3 million already gone across all of these teams for the group stage as well as the survival. Now we have 1.7 million for the final. First place, $500,000. It is a lot of moolah.
Insane, man, and life-changing indeed.
Definitely so. But of course, there's big favorites there. Obviously, Alter Ego looks fantastic in that grand final. So did 4-5s, moving from those group stage as well. I've got them to look at here for the grand final. Let's get to it.
And if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about the survival stages, I don't know what does. Our teams have been fighting tooth and nail, but Alpha 7 falling, our defending champions out already. It is getting hardcore in here.
It's crazy. 8 teams keys, not only the physical representation of their hopes and dreams, but the actual keys itself destroyed. And Alpha 7 dead in the center.
Yeah, absolutely nasty stuff for Brazil as well, because right down to the wire, Influence Rage gave it their all, but they couldn't quite get through, so no representatives from Brazil in those final stages. It is getting messy here.
And that's the crazy thing. That last game was the decider, the mid-portion, 1 point and 1 crushed key for Influence Rage.
Well, that is going to be pretty disappointing for them, but there's plenty of other representatives from all around the world. Let's take a look at how the Falcons got here.
For me, I think the biggest reason why Falcons didn't do so well in the group stage is because they had a couple of big mistakes that were because of some bad info scouting, and that just caused a lot of disintegration in the team. A lot of second guessing came in from them. That is really what caused them to be down all the way down to the bottom.
I think in the group stage our rank is probably just bad decision making overall from me, and there wasn't a lot of pressure on us, so we didn't play our best or played our play style, I would say. Our team gameplay for the survival stage was what we practiced in the previous tournaments, so we tried to apply it in survival stage, and I'm kind of happy with how we performed, but we could have finished our games better, I would say.
Their performance in the survival stage was surprising. I think they did the best they could with what they had at the time in terms of their mindset, but it was less than I expected from them, to be sure. Going into the grand finals, I hope that Falcons actually play a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more decisive. They have a really, really good foundation, but we need to see them build on top of that, which we weren't able to see so far.
I think in the grand finals, for us to say as frontman, we just try to take less risks and play more as a team, make everything as a team and not do solo moves, and hopefully it works. Yes, I believe we can win PMWC, that's for sure, if we play our best.
I actually really think that Falcons could go ahead and win the whole thing. They just really need to figure out what is not working for them, tweak that, and adapt very quickly. This is a team that could definitely do that, so yes, I do think they could win.
Fans supporting us in the grand finals. I know we didn't play our best in group stage and survival, but hopefully we do better in the grand final and make you happy, and we can make you enjoy watching us.
The grand finals is upon us, and at the end of these 3 days, 15 teams will face oblivion, and one will become immortal here, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to get into that grand final. These 16 teams raring to go, as all of them arriving here from the Jamil Motorsports arrival to get things a-rolling. My name is Kalaris, and joining me to my left-hand side to start off everything, it's Seven, it's Max Man. Seven, this is hype, this is pumped, because these teams are elite.
It is. We're finally going to be able to get a new champion here at PMWC. Alpha 7 got eliminated in survival stage. Now it's going to come down to who wants it the most. And as I was saying in my video, it comes down to consistency, Max.
Consistency is going to be so important going into these grand finals. But as you said, Alpha 7, they're not here. We're definitely going to be crowning a brand new champion here at PMWC. Maybe a whole new region too, because you have a few regions that never won a global trophy. That could be happening over the course of this weekend.
It's a very exciting time, considering we know we are guaranteed that new world champion here for the World Cup. Of course, let's take a look at the Qadir's top plays here from Riyadh and see how everything has gone down throughout the last couple of group stage days, as well as into the survival stage here, Seven, because we did not see disappointment from all of these teams.
We didn't. We actually ended up seeing a lot of surprises. I'm glad that we're starting off here with Yangon Galacticos. That was such a surprising team. They started off hot in group stages, going to survival stage. I felt like they finally came to their own. And remember, Max, something that we were talking about with that team is that a lot of the players, this was kind of like their first time experience. That's gone out of the way. They've been able to kind of just become comfortable with the situation that we're dealing with, them wanting to become champions.
They didn't have experience. Now they have the experience going into the first two stages of here PMWC. I'm actually going to go on to another team that surprised me. We were talking about Yangon Galacticos going into the group stage. It was Team Secret. Definitely a more silent team, but it was enough to make into the grand finals. Though Team Secret, we know you can weasel your way into the late game. I want to see them try and get high elimination count if they want to have a surprise here in the finals.
They're staying true to their name. That was one team that at one point we were surprised. Yeah, we were like, wait, what? Wow, they're actually up there. They're going to be able to make it within the top 8, and they were able to do just that.
They're an enigma, and we'll see if they can continue that on. Of course, there are some big heavy hitters that we're going to have to talk about as well throughout this day, throughout the pre-show as well. I think a lot of people's eyes, Max, are on Alter Ego, are on the likes of Forthright. After what they put up in the group stage, yes, they get to rest during that survival, and they're going to be back stronger.
It's really hard to pick like one contender, because you have like, I have 5, 6 teams. I'm like, you know, they could all try and win it this time around, but Alter Ego in particular, this is the first time in a long time that I'm seeing like an SEA team dominate globally, especially in the hands of Krypton, Rosemary, Alva, that's been such an amazing setup player. If any team can bring back a global trophy to SEA ever since BTR back in like, what, 2019?
Yeah.
Alter Ego could be the one to make it happen.
Let's take other reactions from the Crunchyroll and see how all of these players were kind of figuring things out, because there were emotions riding high, especially in that survival stage. Of course, we did see some teams leave here, Seven, but for sure, those big heavy hitters, obviously, they breezed through when it came to that group stage, and they're looking fierce.
And when you talk about heavy hitters, I'm glad that we got a chance to see Power right there in that replay, because that team was just oozing confidence when it came down to survival stage, making sure they just control every single circle. They still have 4 players alive, playing that 1-2-1 split, making sure they third party as well. And when we're talking about confidence, I mean, we saw what Horob's been able to do, and I can't wait to see what Forthright is going to be doing.
Bro, Forthright, I mean, we have to keep in mind, by the way, this is the first time we have a Pakistani team in an international finals ever. And if they could take it home for the first presence in the finals like this could be making history for the entirety of the Pakistani region. We had orgs like IH, strong players like Crypto. It seems like this Forthright roster could be the one to make it happen.
4 components here working as one to try and get themselves glory here for PMWC, but oftentimes these teams all coordinated very together. It's not just about their teams, it's about family as well.
يمكن كنت غلطان بأن الشجاعة ليس فقط بالفوز ولكن بعدم الاستسلام. الحقيقة عندما أول مرة قال لي أريد يصير لاعب أنا ما شجعت الحقيقة، وكنت أميل دائما للدراسة. لحين في يوم من الأيام أجا ابني خبرني قال لي بابا اكو موضوع عايز احكي وياه. قلت له تفضل ابني. قال بابا اكو اتفاق انه يسوون عقد وياي كلاعب ورياضي بالالعاب الالكترونيه. ولازم يريدون موافقتك. يعني الحقيقة أنا ما كنت مقتنع بالموضوع بالبداية، ولكن وضح لي الأمور وشاف لي شلون صيغة العقد، وقريت العقد وتفاصيل دقيقة كانت من جهة قانونية مرتبة. يعني
الحجي أنا هنا، أنا الدبابة والمدفع، أنا الرامي، أنا القوي وأنا المحامي.
العام الماضي شفت الخيبة الأمل في عينه، ليس بموضوع الخسارة، ولكن كان أمنيتي أن يحقق أمنيتي يعني بالمباراة، وأنه أنا ما أعرف شو أقول له. يعني ما يعني قدمت له الشيء اللي يقدر أن يفيده. بس أتمنى كنت لو شايفه أني أو متكلم وياه قبل البطولة، أنا أقول لابني الحجي إن أنا فخور بيك وبلعبك وإمكانياتك، وأتمنى أن تتطور أكثر وأكثر. مو لازم ينتظر لحد ما يفوز حتى يحس إنه أنا شايفه متابع له. هو اللي خلاني أفتخر بيه من اللحظة اللي عاد نشاطه ووقف من جديد وأدى المباراة الجيدة. أريده يعرف إن كان فاز ولا خسر، إنه أنا دائما داعمه في كل مباراته، وإن شاء الله أتمنى له كل التوفيق. هالمرة ما راح أتأخر، إن شاء الله دائما وياه وأواكب وياه وأحضر كل مباراته إن شاء الله وأدعمه للفوز. وأنا متحمس أنا أروح وأشجعه وأكون دائما أول الداعمين إليه في كل مباراة يقدمها إن شاء الله.
هنا البداية الآن، هنا الانطلاق الآن، باور من جديد وحجي جريح في هذه اللحظات. الباور يبحثون عن الانتفاضة، عن العودة، عن رد الاعتبار.
صراحة أمنيتي من غير تتويج إنه يكون عائلتي موجودين هنا واحتفل أنا وعائلتي في المركز الأول. يعني هذا الشيء الأمنية اللي أتمناها. يعني
هلا ماما، هلا مصطفى. الحمد لله وصلت والله، هسه خلصت من المطار. السلام عليكم، شلونك عيني؟
نورت الرياض.
شلون الصحة؟
كيف صحتك؟
الله يسلمك، الله يحفظك، بارك الله فيك. مشتاقين. الله يحفظك. هلا عمو.
ابو عابد.
هلا ابو عابد السلام. شلونكم عمو؟ الحمد لله والشكر، بس نتمنى نحقق الغاية من السفرة.
كلمة لغة طيب.
قلبي الله يساعدك. حبيبي مشتاق لك حجي. هاي مفاجأة سويت لك اياها انا، جهودهم كلها مشكورة. الله يخليك. الله يسلمك حبيبي. خلنا نسلم على الفريق. خلنا نسلم على الفريق.
يا مرحبا.
حبيبي
مع السلامة.
حبيبي هلا حبيبي هلا حبيبي
الحمد لله سلامة الحمد لله سلامة
شلون البيزا احنا؟
شلونك طيب؟ يا مرحبا حياك الله
شلون صحتك؟ زين ان شاء الله
الحمد لله السلامة
بس قبل كل شيء أنا الحقيقة الإنسان بلا صحة ما يسوى كل شيء. أنا أريد أهم شيء على حكاية المدرب الصحة. أنا دكتور إله جايب له دواء يخلصه من الحاشباشي والشغلات اللي هذا. أوجه رسالة إلى الآباء اللي عندهم ولد مثلك الوعيب مال الببجي أنه يفسحون المجال للهواية، يعني ليس فقط هي الدراسة، مرات الدراسة ما تواكب الهواية، تشوفه يوصل إلى مرحلة طبيب مهندس ولكن تبقى هوايته فلان شيء فما يتوفق بعمله الاختصاصي، ولكن عندما يكون الاختصاص مع الهواية يكون هو الأفضل وينجح الابن إن شاء الله. أنا أقول لابني الحجي إن أنا فخور بيك وبلعبك بإمكانياتك وأتمنى أن تتطور أكثر وأكثر. يمكن كنت غلطان بأن الشجاعة ليس فقط بالفوز ولكن بعدم الاستسلام.
A beautiful bond that transcends everything here in PUBG Mobile, and there's many like it throughout PUBG Mobile as well. You know, at home, all of these families watching their combatants, watching their sons try and find themselves a spot and become the PMWC champion here. A touching piece, gentlemen.
It really is, and I'm hoping that with all of this that we have put behind that amazing piece, that Power will actually be able to convert and show what they were able to do in survival stage. Because that team, I mean, they ended up surprising me how much they could just change from one stage to the other, from just a one-day break.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Al-Haji in particular, this guy has been playing PUBG Mobile Esports for years now. He's been on top of his region in MENA. It would mean the world to him if he can finally claim an MVP award here at PMWC. And if anyone can do it from this region, Al-Haji is the man that can make it possible.
He's definitely got a lot to think about when it comes to, you know, his father supporting him at home alongside the huge prize pool that is available here for PMWC as well. As we mentioned prior, $1.7 million with 500,000 for that first place. All of these teams competing for that. And this, again, we've mentioned the big heavy hitters coming out of the group stage. Obviously, I mean, our Chinese teams here as well coming on in to try and get themselves towards the front. Weibo as well as Thunder Talk looking hit and miss in some scenarios. I think they really need to solidify their play to become the champion here.
The biggest surprise for me, I expected Weibo to be here. When it came down to Thunder Talk, I think I was expecting Thunder Talk to end up going to survival stage. Just based on what we've seen out of this team in the past global events, they always come in with a lot of hype. They always come in with just everybody thinking that they're going to smash through the lobby, but that's not the case. But for this event, it seems like they might actually be bringing it.
Right. That could be happening. I mean, ever since Nova Esports, years ago, where they got the back-to-back PMGC championship, we've never really seen a Chinese team dominate in these globals. And now, looking at Weibo specifically, you have Suk, you have Order. They could be the ones to take it back over to China.
Yeah, they've got to step back up from former glory for sure here. Well, we do have Neptura and Blank on stage ready to go, so let's hear from them before we get to the grand finals.
We're here in the beautiful Qiddiya Esports Arena where the survival stages and group stages just took place.
Yeah, at the end of the survival stage, we had 8 teams' keys crushed in this beautiful machine we got in front of us right here. And at the end of the finals, we have 15 more to be done.
An absolutely terrifying contraption, which I'm sure you'll see more of in the future.
Yeah, but thinking about those finals, we do have a brand new format coming to PMWC Blank.
We do. It will be the smash ruling. It will be the day 2 scoreline of our top team plus 10, and once you hit that will be match point. So let's say you end day 2 on 100 points, day 3 you hit 110. You're ready to go. You're going to hit that smash ruling if you get that chicken dinner online. But not to worry.
Not to worry indeed, Blank. If that doesn't happen, the top team at the end of those 6 matches on day 3 will be crowned our PMWC champions.
We're going to head over and check out some of those storylines because the competition was absolutely fierce. But let's take a look in with Ida.
I think them coming in and actually booting out Regnum Karya down to the survival stage for Ida, I feel like that really is just based on the consistency they were able to achieve over the group stage. We saw Regnum Karya not be able to hold up to the standard that ETA was putting forward, especially in the last day when they were able to just come in with a lot of eliminations, a lot of consistency through there. So again, ETA just able to come out on top.
Merhaba, ben Eren. Oyun nikim Eren 7. ESPORT'da oynuyorum. 17 yaşındayım. Türk takımlar arasında en az deneyimli olarak biz son maç aldığımız puanla zaten çıktığımızı biliyorduk. Ama böyle biraz daha sıralarda bekliyordum ben. Yine 8. olarak bitirdik. Yani öyle bayağı iyi hissetmiştik kendimizi. Bence Türkiye bu konuda bayağı yani üst seviyelere çıktı. Artı Avrupa olarak da çıktık. Türkiye'nin ve Avrupa'nın prestijini arttıracağını düşünüyorum.
Even though all three Turkish teams did make it to the grand finals, I still have concerns about whether they are a true contender against a lot of the other teams in the finals, just because the consistency with a huge amount of points just wasn't there over the various stages we saw all those teams in. For ETA, I think they have a very good chance of proving me wrong, but at the same time, I will be watching to see kind of how they adapt to the finalist teams. I think if ETA play similarly to how they played in the group stage, I think they have a huge chance of doing very, very well in the grand finals. I personally would just like to see them be a little bit more dominant to add to that foundation already.
Oyun planımız yine aynı olacak. Yani son alanlara doğru yaşayıp son alanlarda agresif oynayıp killi son alanlara toplamaya çalışacağız. Finallerde hedef ilk 5 ama şampiyonluk içinde yarışacağız. Yapabiliriz. Yapamayacak bir takım değiliz. Finalleri bekliyoruz.
That's gonna get me in trouble now. Based on how they played in the group stage, as much as I enjoyed their performance, I feel like in the finals with all the other teams competing now, I feel like they're going to have maybe a 10% chance of winning.
Bizim takımdaki en büyük şey çoğu zamandır birlikte oynadığımız için bir tek Emre değişti. Ama aramızdaki uyum sayesinde bence oyunda nerede ne yapacağımızı bildiğimiz için kendi oyunumuzu sergileyebiliyoruz. Bizi destekleyen herkese teşekkürler. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin.
The question is, will ETA be one lifting the trophy at the very end, or will it be one of these teams? Everyone has an opportunity. Everyone has a chance. We have ourselves 18 matches potentially to cross over before we do get to that thing, of course, to find out who's going to be our PMWC champions. That said, though, let's take a look and figure out look at some of these teams that are towards the top as we take a look at our Aramco power rankings as well between all of these teams, because we have some favorites, we have some contenders, we have some dark horses that might be challenging for number one here. So, Max, start us off. What are you thinking?
I mean, my champion team that I predicted here is going to be Horror Esports from Nepal. And when it comes to CSA teams, all the CSA teams could take it. For Thrives, Horror Esports, Alpha Gaming, possibly. But Horror Esports, the reason why I did pick them this time around is looking back at PMSL CSA, they adapted their game style really well around the smash rulings.
Yeah.
In particular. Sure, it didn't work out, unfortunately, because they got overtaken by Alpha Gaming. But teams that show willingness to change their entire game plan on the last day when you are in that smash zone to try and wrap up the tournament.
Yes.
It's hypes up a lot what Horror Esports could do here in these finals. So because of that alone, and also how good they are as a macro team, they're going to be my pick to win it all.
How many replies did you get to your prediction?
Actually, like genuinely in like the hundreds. I did not.
In the hundreds?
I did not open my DMs. I will show you later if you want.
Well,
it's a massive list.
Don't open it.
I'm leaving it.
How about yourself, Seven? What are you thinking?
By the way, I saw those replies because I didn't post about his prediction and everyone is just roasting him. With my prediction, I mean, I actually ended up picking 4 Thrives. I have enjoyed the just
good choice.
The growth progress of these players, not just now being in 4 Thrives, even in PMGC 24, whenever I was there with the group stages, you could just see the progression for these players. But so far here at PMWC, they have just shown me so so much. The aggression that they have been able to showcase. If I do have to nitpick with this team, is something that we've been able to talk over and over again, and it comes down to just their indecision. It's only happened twice, but it was very obvious, and I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case coming to the grand finals, that they're able to just go for a decision, make it, and just send it.
And the fact that now Noki has stepped up as the way he has done it in the initial stage of this tournament. Every single player is on the ball, and we saw them just a few days ago, actually. And the first question there for me is like, did you pick us, Max, man? I did not pick you.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Yeah,
but even they're on it.
Well, of course, some of those players have an opportunity to break some records. Some of these might be difficult to break, though, as we look historically at what's been happening here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. People like Tony K, 53 elims in these scenarios. I mean, those kinds of things are very, very difficult to try and catch up, especially 7, with the lobby getting more impressive and more impressive as years go by. It's hard to get those kind of positions.
I'm looking especially at the wins in a day. We have had so many teams, especially throughout this tournament, get 2 wins in a single day. I'm hoping that a team's going to be able to break that. I don't know which team is going to be because this lobby is just so stacked.
Yeah, at least Vampire can't defend their position up there anymore. They're not even
not here.
7.
Correct.
So that's going to be quite tough to defend. But I feel like we're going to have a few broken, but the records are so high that a few are going to remain there for maybe a few years.
Yeah. All right. Well, final thoughts before we really get into things here. We're just waiting for the opening ceremony. Max, aside from your pick, who else do you think is going to be able to ascend?
I want to look at Alter Ego, especially because we're going in Sanhok, Northwestern Ireland. You know, you had that Clash versus Thunder talk. Is that going to be happening? I've heard apparently they might be going to boot camp. So if they make that change, I'm hyped to see Alter Ego play that position.
Oh my days. 7, your thoughts?
It's going to be APG. Are they going to continue to make that mistake with the docketing, separating or not? Because if they don't, oh man, that is going to be a very dangerous team.
They are the only Alpha in our grand finals. Unfortunately for Alpha 7, they will not be a repeat world champion here for the World Cup. And now we figure out of our 16 teams, who is going to be able to take it. It is time for day number 1 of the grand finals here for PMWC, where one team will ascend to number 1.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity.
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
Thrives on top again and again. Power has more control over the circle. Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs here.
Four teams embarked on this journey, live from the Qiddiya Esports Arena in the heart of Riyadh, fueled by ambition from all corners of the world. But now, they are here. 16 teams will land on one battlefield until one team is left standing. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and welcome to the PMWC, and it is of course the grand finals live from the 2025 Esports World Cup. $3 million, one stunning trophy, and a legacy that will forever be forged onto the totem. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your finalists to the main stage, starting with EDA Esports. Galacticos. Under Talk Global. Team Falcons. Team Secret. Non-Shim Red Force. Alpha Gaming. E Arena. Weibo Gaming. Regnum Carrier Esports. DRX. Power Esports. Four Thrives Esports. Fire Flux Esports. Alter Ego Ares. And finally, Horror Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than just a finals stage. This is a legacy in the making, so buckle up because history is about to be written. It is time for the grand finals of the PMWC.
Every single one of these players, every single one of these teams has the opportunity to strike out at that trophy. Will they do it, though, across the next 3 days? We're about to find out. We're about to get the games rolling. Let the games begin as we start to break down what is going to be going on here for day number 1 of the grand finals for PMWC. Joining me, Seven as well as Maxman, to talk about these phenomenal teams. And we have got ourselves an opportunity to see how it's all going to go down. Let's start with one of the names that really does come to the forefront when it comes to international excellence. Regnum Carrier. They didn't have the easiest of times moving forwards, Max, but they are here in that grand final.
Oh, finally, we've seen Regnum Carrier make it back into the finals. Of course, our reigning PMGO champions able to claim victory over there, and they're back once again. And let's keep in mind, Silas, one of the biggest storylines in PUBG Mobile esports history. He won a PMGC. He's won PMGO at the start of this year. Could he take another trophy here in Riyadh at PMWC? If he can make it happen, he would be the only player in the world to have ever achieved that.
And for Regnum Carrier, it comes down to not getting complacent, especially they have a great day 1. From a conversation that I got a chance to have with Silas, he said the reason why they didn't make it to grand final straight from group stage was because on that second day they did get complacent. They got that win, they felt like they had already qualified, and they slowly just trickled down that leaderboard. On top of that, going into this lobby, when we get to Miramar, there might be clashing with Four Thrives. It's going to be something that we got to keep a close eye on.
In the grand final, I don't think you can be taking these kinds of clashes. You've got to be so careful when it's this kind of money on the line, when it's this kind of prestige on the line. And speaking of prestige, on the opposite side of things as well, a roster like Alpha Gaming, they're here in the final, Max. We know they mean business. We know they can win it all.
The only team to ever have 3 global tournament MVPs on the roster. Doc, PMG MVP of this year. You have, of course, the side of Top. You have the side, of course, of Ziol that won over in Turkey the MVP award. This is a starred roster that can make anything possible. They still have some minute mistakes that happen, especially with Doc playing split. We're going to keep repeating it. But generally, if they can fix that one glaring issue, this team could be the best team in the world.
And it's not even Doc just being too split from the team. Something that they were running into group stage, it came down to them not being able to regroup in time. At times, Doc was being able to play it perfect, but then the rest of the squad was actually even further away from him, and he was able to scout.
Well, gentlemen, it's time. Let's get to it. Game number 1. Are you ready? Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, out there around the world. PMWC Grand Finals begins now.
And Kolaris has hit the nail on the head. If you are live in the arena, it's time to click those seatbelts in, strap yourself down and be ready, because these games are about to be intense. For the viewers at home, you need to be prepared. 16 teams enter the arena blank, but only one at the end of these 3 days will walk away our new champion.
And you better strap in, because it's going to be a bit of a bumpy ride going through these next 3 days of games. Smash Rule will be engaged on that final day, but by no means is it out of reach right now in day 1, day 2. You want to be setting the pace, setting that scoreline over towards day 2 in first place to give you that big chance to end the whole tournament early for everyone else and crown yourself the victor. But let's reset. Let's calm things down. Let's pull it back. Remove that telescope from the situation, because we want to see the wider picture here in these games.
Yeah, that's right. Attach the wide angle lens and get your focus on the squads, what this event means, and of course, on a game-by-game nature, the shift in the standings. We could sit here and talk all day about what we saw in the group stage and survival stage, but the difference is, Blank, it's what you do now in the present moment.
It's time to go mobile. Sanhok to start things off. Ruins closest to the plane path. We'll see what happens over in Ruins, because it has been a contentious area of the map for Sanhok for quite some time so far. This team start to drop in very much a northwestern plane path too, so Thunder Talks over towards Camp Alpha. We know teams would like to pick up that position. Alter Ego drops similarly in position, but looks like this time around they're heading out to the east.
Can't wait to see what the form's going to be looking like as well for obviously the teams that didn't have to play the survival stage. Skipping that, you mentioned 2 huge names there, right? 4 Frides, they looked amazing. Great teamwork, setting themselves up for chicken dinners, topping the charts when it comes to the points. But that's a lot of similar storylines that you could paint over to Alter Ego. Rosemary, but it's not just him, is it? That entire squad playing off each other incredibly.
4 Thrives though, a team that came out of group stages looking like roses, fall into contest with Power Esports. Both teams taking heavy casualties either side. Power 3 players at 1 knock, 2 left remaining for 4 Thrives, who had been living it large in Hearts-In on Sanhok for a long while in those group stages. This time around, Power able to get back up to 3 and laying claim here on the map for Sanhok. 4 Thrives, by no means an easy journey to the top for them.
Let's dial into this fight. Sierra is going down on the ground floor here. We get their POVs. As you said already, it's a rough start for the 4 Thrives. Only a duo remains. Falak in position here. Al-Haji. We saw that lovely content piece setting up the day. Let's see if he's able to give us some of that energy. The excitement, the emotion that he brings to the lobby here in PUBG Mobile. Meanwhile, Rosemary as well, causing issues already there.
Rosemary was the name that we were looking to massively point out here in these finals. Al-Haji with the long range shots here from the DBS, not quite connecting. Noki's got to run off the position as the Molotov comes through, backs them off the alley here, forced them into this building. It's good shepherding coming through from Power.
Vahidin up close, lots of damage onto Noki, leaves him relatively low. It's a DBS in hand, so even if he's low on health, he could still make a play, but easy setup in the back line. Didn't opt to throw out the nade, instead dashes in the molly, burns the stairway out, it's right on target, he's taken out a commission, and now this gets even harder for Falak. Already, this is a brutal start for them in the opening game.
Falak's got to stand tall here, try and go for something a little bit large. At least show them that Heartin is not free and open right now for 4 Thrives. I think that they're just going to keep dropping this from day to day. I don't think either team wants to give up Heartin here. To find that final play. Now, Falak had a big amount of influence in that group stage for 4 Thrives. Let's see how well he can step up to the plate here versus Power, because you know this team is not going to go for the 1v1s. They're not going to send in like lemmings. That's going to be a very difficult task. S12K though, gets the reload on it. They hear it, trying to bait them out here.
First connection's good. That's Al Haji down. Baited in, looking to see if he get the follow-up tap off so he could literally remove him from the equation. The second as well. Ooh. Wow, that could have been real bad for Power.
Chills there, damn. Yeah, that could have been very, very bad. Great setup though on the doorway, right? One either side. As soon as Al Haji went down, they completely changed up the game plan. They sent in the hammer first and it was not enough, so they had to go for something a little bit more strategic. But that was good. From Falak, at least that puts a little bit of fear in Power. Now that 4 Thrives understand that this is likely going to happen every game, they can be prepared for this next one. But Sanhok is a great map for putting up big points early on and getting that initial lead, especially at the start of any grand finals.
Oh yeah. Dream scenario for Power as well. You know, it looked like it wasn't really the true test of themselves in the group stage. But what we saw unleashed throughout survival stage, that's where they thrive. It's what we saw last year as well. It feels like they sort of dial it up a little bit. You know, they assess the lobby and realize, look guys, we just need to play to our strengths. So much of that carries on over here. It's a nice hard drop. Good result in the end, only losing 1 player in Ragnar. Could have gone bad, but you avoid that outcome, so they're going to be happy. For 4 Thrives, that's an instant red mark, though. It's one of those games where you're thinking, okay, got to sit here, watch the flow of the action. Half an hour later, we'll be back. And you imagine they'll probably have something to say against Power throughout the course of playoffs now.
Yeah, it's a big blemish. Definitely a big blemish coming through for the guys on 4 Thrives, but we know that they can bounce back. They had a little bit of a slip over towards their final matches. They still put up a huge scoreline, right? And I think if it wasn't for Alter Ego just blasting out of control, they would have remained in first place. So saying they had a slip is maybe a bit too bold from my camp, honestly. Fireflux, though, this is a team that did not slip up at all. They just kept on climbing. They were rung after rung on the ladder over in survival stage. That's where they looked fabulous. And it wasn't a case, in my opinion, that they looked great because it was weaker teams. I think for Fireflux, they had a real improvement over those 2 days.
Oh yeah, you think about the positioning, the way they were playing off one another. Similarly to obviously what we were describing there and highlighting as a good setup from Power, right? Those close quarters crossfires, the way they're playing off one another. That's what Fireflux were doing very consistently, but the rotations were on point. It did feel like they were hitting a skill ceiling of there's a lot this team can give, and we were just seeing it.
It was super cool to me because I think in a lot of Fireflux's games in the past, it's usually either a case of you highlight Scarface or you highlight Ketch. It's never both players at the same time. I think here at PMWC, it is a wonderful experience to be able to watch Fireflux and see that both Ketch and Scarface are both on their A game at the same time. It's a rare scenario, but they're bringing out where it counts here on the main stage. Weibo trying to rotate through here. This is over towards the eastern side around Yangon Galacticos. Already some heavy hits been sent their way.
And if you're unfamiliar, of course, as well, opportunities for some, let's say, interesting gameplay from them when it comes to the weapon choices. But we'll see if they decide to pull that out in what is going to be a very important set of games here.
Yeah, I'm trying to see for Sook, the bow, the explosive bow.
Oh, yeah.
It looked cool, right? I think that we didn't necessarily see the true power of it because a lot of it was zoning and spacing for the team, as opposed to finding the knocks. Where he did find the flushes with it, it was a wonderful moment, you know? We got to really get hype about that. But here in these matches, you wonder if he'll favor the DBS, which is much more meta here in PUBG Mobile. Over towards the northwest side, though, very harsh shift. We pull this one close to the northwest island, but not all the way over towards those confluence compounds. Alter Ego's in position to snatch that one up, and Ida's weakened earlier after Rosemary was able to have a little hello down towards that south side. They sent one player in, but can they withstand the weight of Alter Ego as they move in from the east?
A lot of trust in that team. Feels like it doesn't matter if one player is popping off, they're able to sort of pass the baton quite quickly. A lot of respect for one another as well, and obviously that can go the extra distance, but seeing Rosemary already be able to get the blood pumping a little bit, it bodes well for this roster. They've been very exciting to watch. Ooh, Fireflux taking a knock there as well. That's over from Hora.
Ida finding Moana, though, which is a really, really good start for them. It depends whether Moana actually goes down or not, because they need to reset on this one, but it is Weibo bringing up the rear here as Yangon Galacticos opted for a wild rotate over towards that northwest side, trying to gamble on this one, understanding that it's going to be extremely packed down towards the south. They'd rather not play with that. Gamble on a northwest shift. Power finding Silas. That is Al-Haji coming into contest as Regnum Karya made a big rotate over towards the northwest side as well on that bridge, and Power was comfortable just to wait that one out. And Regnum Karya starting to get dismantled as Power puts more points on the tables.
Easy got visual contact though, up towards the top of the hill there. The third party arriving, Yangon Galacticos, that catch whiff of this and want to see if they can steal away any points from the head-to-head from Power and Regnum Karya. They immediately try and reposition, play off the cover they've got provided. Easy's looking for the confirmation as well. Behind the tree, just tucked in for now. Hora from the sidelines, seems like Joker's showing up once again for E-Arena.
This is a horrible push for a lot of teams on the southeast side. Your E-Arena, Fireflux, Hora, APG, and Team Seeker are all banding around Painan at the moment. And there's only so long until that starts to pop off and the tension snaps in that region of the map. Already we're losing more and more players, and that's Hora out, getting sandwiched between 3 teams. They desperately tried to fend off against Fireflux, and if they're able to do that, they could have maybe moved out west, but they were penned in.
A horror story with Easy walking away with another pickup on that one. 6 elims already for Power. These are the sort of games they thrive on as well. It feels like this team very easily goes once they get momentum. You know, they feed that hot hand, keep it building. It's nice to see for the Power fans out there.
It's funny coming out of survival stage, right? It's where they shine a lot of times. And it wouldn't really be a PMWC without Power making it through survival stage, so I'm glad they do make that happen. King finding a shot over towards Rita. Is that from Weibo? Oh, Thunder Talks here on the western side, yeah. So they do have good control. This is coming down from Camp Alpha earlier on. Ida, like we said before, did drop a player earlier on to Alter Ego, who have moved across, as you see here on the map. We'll check out where this next circle goes. Yangon Galacticos hopes it goes to the northwest side. It's not meant to be, though, as we start to come back down onto the South Island. Some fantastic compounds to play around here. Pretty difficult to get out from where Falcons is playing as you wrap around. They can be quick, though. They might be able to get some of these compounds down towards the south side, potentially play some of the ridges, but you can see DRX has clear sight lines over to them.
And this is a similar early path as well from Falcons. Obviously, the Sanhok games we saw in survival stage from then, they were opting to play far slower, avoid altercations early if they could, and that was working for them for placements. Again, here, though, you're going to have a lot of teams with targets on you. DRX losing a man very early into this one with their rotation, I believe, against Fireflux. Going to be in position to see if they can snatch away any points. Dealing some damage, chipping down the Falcons. Would be a nice way to get started for them. See the roam up from Power again as well. Always on our screens at the minute. Thunder Talks here playing inside the compound. You get one clean knock from King, coming alive already.
Vahiden dropped. Thunder Talks do have nades to play around with, so we can send them this way. And there's only so many places you can play around this coastal area. DRX is finding a huge amount of success from that high ground they're playing towards the center of the circle at the moment. It's so hard to pass by them, especially for Nongshim Red Force, who are currently trapped over towards Ruins. Hoping, praying that it moves over towards Ruin's side on those central circles. King will pick up Fahidan. Al-Haji is down, and Power's run looks to start to come crashing down. Easy. We'll just try and de-escalate the scenario inside that shack.
Steal from over the other side of the coast as well, actually. So Yangon Galacticos being able to rip that 1 point away. But that just sets the alarm bells for Regnum Karia, Loxy and Toshpik. From up top of the hillside, they get vision, take some bullets down range, and claim one back of their own.
It's a horrible approach for Regnum Karia. And they have to send it. Romeo should have heard that. Loxy's going to send forward, so at least they have a player in the back line there. Nope, never mind, both get in. And Romeo yet to take shots. Plenty of bullets to make it happen as well, and Regnum Karia is almost inviting those shots their way with the way they're lazily rotating over that hillside.
Regnum Karia on the drive-by. It's a very messy landing trying to get over the bridge, and this is Alter Ego that, of course, will bite the hand that feeds immediately. Krypton goes in to close the gap. Just Toshpik, really low on health, easy maneuvers, and you shut them both down. So goodbye, Regnum Karia.
Yeah, it's an embarrassing flop on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Getting that across the shallows as well, usually it's fairly simple to do. I think they want to stop off over towards the bridge, but I think in that scenario, most teams have got these areas locked down. It's not the easiest game to play out, but we head up towards that northeast side, and suddenly things get a little bit more difficult, a little bit more interesting. Ruins being a big feature in this one, but Thunder Talks having this compound on the north side of it can cut out a lot of teams that want to come through on that western edge. DRX is going to struggle as they wrap around that high ground over towards Ida, who will have those nice sight lines. I'm more surprised by the fact that Scarface, as well as Ketch, have been able to live this long on Fireflux just on 2 players. I think that's fantastic work from them.
Falcons have been biding their time. Saw an opportunity here to attempt to engage from underneath the bridge with the nade to cast that one out. Not directly on target. Romeo as well being nipped at by the zone, so he goes down. So effectively just a duo. You can see he's back towards the bridge side, not really in a great position whatsoever. And for the Falcons, vehicles to play with, good split, all 4 players alive. Smile priming the nade, resetting that one until he sees an opportunity to actually get some chip damage off with it if they go for the crash down towards the bridge. DRX as well, finally getting revenge on Fireflux.
Scarface going down there is a bit rough. Ketch should be running into Reefus from APG soon. The rest of the team's a little bit further over towards his northeast, trying to hold out versus Team Secret, as well as the split Weibo Gaming. Falcons just rock over towards Nongshim Red Force, and Narvalo's Elite's able to find one of them, but it was a quick descent into disaster here for the Falcons.
And this could go even worse quite quickly. They're attempting to pick up the pieces. Doxy goes down with Narvalo responding, but look how low he is. DBS in the hands of Binny as well. Baiting out on the angle. A single shot is all that's required. Just trying to peek into it. Seeing if he can swing round. Dips behind the vehicle to stay alive. Alpha as well, shutting down Team Secret in the meantime.
It's good from Alpha Gaming. They've been waiting for that push for a long, long time there. Finally make it work. Now they can start thinking about their next moves. Narvalo heads in, and what a performance so far from Narvalo. The rest of the team did not find the same kind of look, but again, it's like one of those scenarios where you had hoped the Falcons would make a more aggressive push over towards the bridge and over towards Thunder Talks. Yes, there's an opportunity to push through here, but it's likely that Nongshim Red Force is holding these angles. Even so, it's not the full squad from Nongshim Red Force which is able to tear you apart. It's a little bit of a limp approach from the Falcons. Next circle pops over towards Weibo. A big old split coming through from Alter Ego, who have all 4 players alive. Now, boys placed them in Dark Horse territory, but I think me and you are kind of clear in favor of Alter Ego, enjoying their rotates. Max brought up a good point to me earlier, saying perhaps their playstyle's unsustainable. My only counter to that is that I still think they would have done great even on the games where maybe they didn't deserve to get all the points in the world because it was off the back of team mistakes, but I still think that they would have got great placements, great points in those games regardless, just because of the way they played them.
Yeah, I think it's been very heads-up PUBG Mobile from them. Super cerebral gameplay. A lot more positives than really negatives to highlight whatsoever. Krypton here as well, even being able to snatch away the last man there. So Novalo goes down for Falcons. We do still have 2 solos, actually the 3 solos alive. Easy's still inside the little shed, bunkered down early. Kind of the secret agent in the back line of Alter Ego. Sakura as well here for E Arena, spotting out onto Refus on the drive up. Couldn't get himself behind any hard cover, so he falls.
Yeah, it's a really hard push. APG, they couldn't send all their players down either. Refus was sent in as almost a sacrificial lamb to try and get an opening knock, but they couldn't afford to have all their team down there just in case they had to pivot. They also don't know that Ida's a weakened squad, in which case maybe they could have put pressure there. There is so many sidelines as you're passing through, though. It is unlikely that Alpha gets too much further into this game.
Easy's been able to get the backstab onto Rosemary. This is what he was waiting for so long. You kind of forgot he was there, and you paid the comeuppance because of it. Even more damage from Easy, actually. That's onto Thundertalks. For a solo dolo for Power, still being able to steal away some additional points is actually huge.
I mean, finally gets taken down, but what a run from them. 9 Elins on the match. That's a good result. That's a great result. I don't know if they just got into placement point range there, but even so, it would have just been the 1 point anyway. But that does drop Alter Ego from a 4-man down to a 3, and you're losing your main man, Mr. Rosemary. Not always easy. And then again, Alva as well as Krypton have been having a big step up. It is not just the Rosemary show anymore. There's plenty more to this team.
Might actually be a good storyline for us in the booth and the viewers at home as well, because that's something we've been trying to hammer home, right? How important Alva's been for this squad. And I think this is the sort of game where this trio can prove, just like Rosemary said, it's not just me, it's the entire squad. We play off each other very well, yes, but if things go wrong, we can still pivot. Crazy maneuvers from Easy there, just before he's taken out. Harassing both Alter Ego and Thundertalks. The push up onto Weibo. Finish that off. So E Arena snatching away the odd point here and there. 4 players alive for that squad as well, Blank. Could be a big talking point later.
E Arena had been a eye-opening squad in terms of we saw them earlier. We're like, well, it's not a team we've got our eyes glued to. But the more they've played, the more they've had these moments of success here and there. It's a hard team to pinpoint of whether they're a team that could challenge out for the first place spot or they're a team that's towards middle of the pack, because some plays are great, other plays not so much. It's hard to, I would say, pinpoint exactly how I feel about E Arena, but there has been these good games, there has been some strong sweeps, and they're not a team that I think you could completely dismiss.
No, I think that's really fair. For me, the litmus test has been how Joker's playing as well. Feels like if he's on form, the rest of the squad really gets riled up. Alter Ego still looking menacing. Bit of a chip back over, Sakura down. 3 players alive. I mean, Krypton is a rough position here on the hillside.
It's a smart one, though. You play in front of the rock because you're assuming they're going to be sending those nades over the top of it anyway, because they think you're hiding behind there. If they peeked up, they would have found a clear and easy shot over towards Krypton, but he takes that risk and it pays off here. Now they get the northeast shift on the circle. They know they need to start cleaning out E Arena soon.
Oh, Mormon. The starter step round from the side is good for 1. Get the first knock onto Alva, but Krypton and Moana playing off one another. Instantaneous response. Look at the spray down. Joker trapped in position, pinned by the barrage of bullets. You can still get the save onto your mate as well.
Yeah, this is a great time to reset, recalculate here for Alter Ego. They know they've got a prime position inside the circle to play off with the 3 players. Awesome nade from Eren over the top there. We'll take down Sakura. Perfect airburst on that one as well. Despite everything, it is Ida as well as Alter Ego getting it through to the late game. Good shots from Krypton. Keeps going forward. Like we said, it doesn't matter. No Rosemary doesn't mean that Alter Ego's down and out.
And I'm loving the fact that he kept the pressure on as well. Whilst the team was trying to reset themselves from the pickup and the heal, he was harassing. So you're still a little bit more paranoid. You can't take the fight to them. Ida have to stay tucked in for now. Rita's incredibly low as well.
For Ida, their big opportunity here is the shack right in front of them, the hard cover in the rock. They can get over towards it. It's big news, and Krypton had to hit that shot over towards Darkin. Now Eren moves up into position. And They find a decent nade over the back. Not quite, a little bit short here. They have a very strong position now, and that reset you were talking about does hamper them. Yes, Krypton was in position. The rest of Alter Ego weren't quite there to take shots as Ida crossed, and that was the prime time to do it.
Trying to force out the last man. Nice. Who find Doc? Okay, you remove him. Focus up on what's ahead of you then.
This is a good wrap now as well. It means they can play off the back of this hard cover. Again, approaching this position over towards Ida is not going to be easy, especially with the fact that resources, utility, extremely low on the side of Alter Ego. But what a banger of a first game. 10 eliminations, as well as a chance at a chicken dinner here.
It would be massive for them. Keep that energy going from the group stage. Show us that it wasn't a fluke. Chip damage there is going to be monumental as well.
Oh my God, no meds at all. Moana goes down, there is one shot out. Eren very low, and Krypton has to step back into cover.
Rita playing on the back foot. You're being pushed upon now. The last man. Timing is absolutely everything on this. And Alba, we said to highlight him. He's got the DBS in hand, wants to close the gap, looking to harass. And that's how Alter Ego do it. Straight back, showing us that they've got the talent, they've got the communication, and they've also got themselves the opening chicken dinner.
It's a great game from Alter Ego, and a promising one at that as well. We have it at home there saying that just because Rosemary down does not mean that this squad is not as fearsome as they come. That was an incredible match. Yes, they missed the rotate over towards Ida as they were coming across the road, but it was smartly played. A 3v4 versus E arena as well there, where it counted. Really good plays from Alter Ego all around. But there were other things happening around the map. Easy get himself into a late game position there, getting 9 elims off the back of that one is a big result for them. And 4 Thrives going down extremely early. It's a bit shaky.
Oh yeah, the power head-to-head on the hot drop. Scary stuff, and already you can see the intensity. Join us for more PUBG Mobile action in a couple minutes' time.
Cybertron's future is near.
Autobots, roll out!
paucity of beings.
Gua ada prediksi sebelum semuanya terjadi.
Tekanan. Apa itu?
Final, saatnya kita bersinar.
Lu nggak bisa ngalahin apa yang lu nggak bisa prediksi. Kalian bakal ingat tim kita.
Number one in the groups and now number one to start off the grand finals for PMWC. Alter Ego is operating on another level. Who is going to be able to stop them? It's only one game down in the final, but that's a terrifying statement to make from the word go here, Seven.
It is, and I mean, continuing on the performance that we saw out of them in group stages, being able to control a lot of the circle. Once they felt comfortable, they started doing a 1-1-1-1 split, and that ultimately gave them the lead when it came down to Regnum Karya trying to push in. They had every angle, and it was an easy fight for this squad.
I mean, when you look at Sanhok in particular, Trifecta is just such a key transition point. They controlled it from like the early stages of the game until the very end, and it started with a hot drop against Thundertalk. They fixed it, they go boot camp, and because of that, they have an easy chance to go for the win. 23 points right out of the gate. SEA here to win it all.
Impressive high ground control, impressive fight against the arena as well to be able to salvage everything after that and then get the 23 points. It's brilliant stuff from them. Following things up as well, Alpha Gaming with 12 points, being able to position themselves after a lot of eliminations, Max, getting themselves in a decent spot to start off the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, big fight happening in Painan versus, I believe it was Team Secret, able to get the squad wipe onto that one. And actually, we were critical about Doc. He kind of saved this game for his team. They got them right into the top three, eliminated most of DRX as they were trying to exit out of Ruins. Are we going to see them be at the bottom of the rankings and Doc MVP like in PMGO? I hope not, but it's so far, it is going that way.
If it's this kind of performance, I mean, I don't hate it from APG. As you mentioned, it came down to Doc being able to clutch up a top three situation for this squad. If they continue like that, one thing that I do have to kind of nitpick a little bit, even though it is Sanhok, is them losing top early. If they would have had a little bit more of those players left alive there towards the end, it would have been a lot better.
Do you know, there were so many favorite moments from this game. Do you know what my... why are you already saying?
Don't.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments was from this game? Stop him. It was both of your guys' picks going out straight away in the game. Max, what do you have to say about yourself?
So, Horror were alive.
So, yeah?
I blinked.
Yeah.
They weren't alive anymore.
That's weird.
That's all I have to say.
How about yourself, Seven, with 4 thrives?
It happens when a team decides to hot drop in the grand finals on day one on the first match. 4 thrives. Come on, what are we doing? To be fair, though, they said that after this, they don't really have to worry about anything else. But I don't care. 4 thrives. Please stop hot dropping, even if we're only going to be playing Sanhok twice.
And who was my pick coming into the grand finals? What's wrong, Max? Alter Ego?
I'm annoyed.
Was it actually your pick?
Yeah, of course.
It was his pick. Barney too.
They look crazy good in the group stage, and now they're controlling crazy amounts of space. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game as well.
One thing I really liked, actually, we're talking about it a little bit, Seven, during this game, is the rhythm at which Alter Ego play. Not talking about the control on Trifecta, which we already highlighted was phenomenal. Is the way they take engagements that make sense. They take a big fight, they maybe take a few knocks, full reset, bring everyone back up, get information, transition to a better position. It's just very by the book, and yet so efficient, so well executed, so snappy. The Alter Ego, I was a little bit scared that what they did in group stage, it would be hard to replicate here in the finals, but they proved us wrong right away in the first game.
The main one comes down to that scouting. I'm really enjoying the scouting that they do, and as you mentioned, just the pacing of their playing style, making sure that they do end up clearing everything. Rosemary, though, to be fair, Rosemary ended up getting caught off guard there by Power. And talking about Power, what an impressive match out of this team, too, winning that hot drop.
Yeah, very important, all things considered. It might make 4 Thrives now think twice about that. They've still got 2 more Sanhoks to play here, Max, so maybe not coming back in those next 2 Sanhoks.
Look, you maybe don't want to ruin your Sanhoks when Ultra Ego already created a big lead.
Yeah,
that's, you know, because it's not about you need to be top 8 to be in a good position. You need to win it all, and you're not going to do so by hot dropping on one map.
Yeah, the thing is if one member of Power isn't there, I think Ultra Ego wins this even harder. They've got Rosemary and Moana just waiting for that Thunder Talk kind of rotate around on the left. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be the desk host. Go on, talk, Seven.
Good. I think, what was it? It was like 13 eliminations. I'm with you. If they would have kept Rosemary, they would have been so much more aggressive, because what we have seen this team do, which is just gain all of that control. They would have been willing to take those fights, and even at the end, when we saw them having to just slow down and get a reset, it would have been a lot faster.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal a point that you were talking about earlier, Kalaris, during the game. It's actually, they're very good at knowing the weaknesses of their position. Thunder Talk up northwest, they were trying to wrap around. They instantly understood, okay, this is our weak point. We are going to get wrapped around. They set up a little bit of a defense. Power, as we said, that one solo player just kind of ruined it for them. They do lose Rosemary.
Yeah.
But Thunder Talk, if they don't take care of that main threat at that point, chances are they don't win that match. So they're very, very good at just understanding what is going to be the issue in matches when it comes to taking wins.
That said, I do have a lot of hope for our Korean overlords, as I normally do in these tournaments, boys. And take a look at Nongshim Red Force going up against DRX as well. 2 teams that could do a lot here. But DRX in the distance, dodging bullets left, right, and center, then being able to shut down Nongshim Red Force. There was there's cool moments all over the place from this game 7.
There was. I mean, you have Narvalo being able to clutch up for Team Falcons, too. That was a pleasant surprise. Yeah. Remember, last time I was talking about him, it was just getting eliminated too early on for his team. So it's good to see it now, being able to see the evolution of Narvalo.
Yeah.
But I got to call out 3 teams, actually 2 teams. It has to be Nongshim Red Force and Fireflux. Nongshim Red Force, I'm going to give you a bit of a slight one, because you did have a lot of the area. You had a circle that was kind of blessing you. But these 2 teams just play a little bit too passive for what the lobby is currently showing us.
Let's check in with our teams coming into Erangel. Erangel is an unbelievably important battleground here, and 4 Thrives alongside Ultra Ego have been able to truly thrive on this battleground, Max, but who's going to be able to do it?
If you're able to get these point averages we've seen in the survival and the league stage, right, coming in from 4 Thrives, Ultra Ego, if you're getting around like 6 elims, 7 elims average on every Erangel, that again, you're playing this battleground 3 times per day, you're going to start creating an even bigger lead. And the fact that Ultra Ego start with a win, and they are our Erangel top fragger, bro, they're scary right out of the gate here.
Yeah, definitely. With 50% of the maps being, of course, Erangel here, you need to be performing on the grassy pastures.
Well, I mean, for 4 Thrives, as I was saying, okay, you know what? Let's get out of the way with Sanhok. You got that hot drop. Hopefully, you'll be able to learn for tomorrow. But now, going into Erangel, all their wins came in Erangel. Whenever we were in group stages, they ended up with, what was it, top 3, 4 times out of 6 matches that we played this. So they need to make sure they take full advantage of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to make it happen. Again, as you said, Kalaris, 50% of your matches are on this battleground, on the grassy pastures. You want to try and have some good time over there, and if any teams can be making it, all the top fraggers we just saw on that graphic could be the ones to make it happen.
Definitely. I expect we'll see a bounce back from 4 Thrives. They're not going to go lying down. But of course, over in-game right now, you guys can get your hands on the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live. Don't miss the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your airdrop surprise and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers from your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win rewards. Come and join the Airdrop Carnival and unbox your surprise. Any surprises you may think of here, 7, coming into Erangel?
That I can think of right away? No, none. I just want to see some of those teams that I ended up calling out being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially even if they do end up in a position where they maybe are blessed by the circle, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive. Try to get those points. Try to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, one team I'm going to be looking at, especially this game, is going to be Regnum Karya. They drop in Rozok. There's no contention. There's no hot drop happening over there. They did have a really rough circle this time around on Sanhok, but Erangel is by far their best battleground. If there's any time Regnum Karya need to stand step up, it's right here, right now.
And for the Ragnar Karya, it's going to have to come down to just being able to rotate a little bit faster. We were talking about it during that last match, Max. We're saying they're rotating way too slow. It's going to end up hurting them. Guess what? Alter Ego was already set up. And when you have teams playing like how Alter Ego is, being able to control such a big area, if you're going to end up rotating late and not being able to scout, you're just pretty much going to get eliminated.
Of course, you guys over at home as well can not only be watching the stream that's going on here, but make sure to have the map feed open too live, because obviously that is going to give you huge information regarding how these teams are going to be rotating, how they're moving. And speaking of that, I paid very close attention whilst I was kind of analysing the games from day to day, how Yangon was going to be rotating on things, because of course coming from Military Island is not the easiest of things you have to do in this game, Maxman. And sometimes it was by hovercraft, sometimes it's by cars across roads and things like that. So for them, there is always that potential challenge that you've got to deal with when coming from military.
I mean, especially because, let's keep in mind, unlike in the survival stage, 4 thrives are here. Western Bridge, occupied. Alpha Gaming back in the lobby, drop in the military. Novo also going to be possibly occupied. I think there was even a potential hot drop happening over there. So Yangon Galacticos, this is going to be turned up to 11 into hard mode. And we know that this is a team that surprised us. Can they surprise us when they are going to have a real tough time simply surviving on Military Island?
If there was a team that I would expect them to be able to get out of Military Island, will be Yangon Galacticos. But I agree. They've been able to show it over and over again. They've been able to adjust. Yeah, even now that 4 thrives is here and they're more than likely going to just be controlling that Western Bridge. We have seen Yangon Galacticos realize that and be willing to just take some damage from the blue zone, go all the way around into the Eastern Bridge. And even if they end up rotating late, it works out for them.
It does work out, but I'm just scared not only of 4 thrives, because we've seen that normally their hold on Western Bridge is quite passive. They allow teams to move in if it doesn't give them a big advantage in the circle early on. My main issue is going to be when APG and 4 thrives, APG and Yangon Galacticos try to rotate at the same time, and you're going to have this big bottleneck situation. That is really what causes team to lose a lot of players in the early game.
All I'm hearing here is a third-party opportunity for Yangon Galacticos.
And that's kind of scary. Just a really good... Anyway, let's by the by. It's time. The Grassy Pastures, Erangel, game number 2 of the day here for the Grand Finals.
Impeccable timing from the audience there, and overall, Black, you can see it's starting to fill out right. You've got fans, you've got family, you've got support staff, everyone in the arena ready for the anticipation that's going to continue to build as we make our way through these playoff games. And I tell you what, Blank, I'm going to throw it into the mix right now. Alter Ego take back-to-back chicken dinners.
You think so?
100%.
Straight on to Erangel with another Alter Ego win, huh? I mean, to be fair, yep, all support staff are here, the fans are out in force. Al-Haji's father is here cheering him on as well. A little of extra pressure, you know.
Oh yeah, the legend himself in the crowd.
My dad was there, I'd be worried. I'd do a better cast. But yeah, we're heading over towards Erangel for the first time here over at playoffs. Starting over towards Quarry, heading up over towards Stauber. Very neat little playing path here for most teams, right? We'll be able to get out slightly early over towards Primos, very Pier, as well as Sosnovka, which gives you a little bit more time to figure out what your movement's going to be from Sosnovka, which is nice, especially if you drop down there. But meantime, teams heading over towards Yasnaya, Mansion, Lepovka, Prism. It's a little bit of a longer rotate that you're going to have to make. Time you have to spend inside the plane. I think for most teams, they'll be very, very happy with this kind of playing path.
You can see how the standings are looking as well, of course, off the back of that opening game of the playoffs here. For Power, it was a very impressive hot drop, targeted one of the teams that everyone's had their eyes on, and that was 4 Thrives, who absolutely dominated back in the group stage. Is there going to be a bit of back for blood gameplay on that one? That's what I'm curious about. Are they going to have this revenge moment? You don't want to have 2 games of slow starts. That's a squad that needs to build.
APG currently parachuting over the top of 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives already hit the ground running. We'll see if APG extends this parachute down towards Sosnovka. I think they have to at this point, especially now that 4 Thrives is already starting to get set up. We send over towards the eastern side of the map. Falcons in their beloved Pachinki, as well as Rozok being held by Regnum Kaya, as Maxman was talking about earlier on. Now, was a lot of indecision coming through from Regnum Kaya when it comes to Rozok. Teams often finding a better position in Rozok when the circle heads that way. Not sure whether to hold inside or send out. I think that they got hit with a little bit of an unlucky stick a few times on that one. There certainly can be improvements. We'll wait and see. Keep your eyes on the wheel and the windscreen, please. Instead of just on the map, so if you're driving, get direction from your teammates, possibly.
Yeah, don't dent the Dacia. Keep it clean, Black. Paintwork on that. It's a nice cool blue. Matches the logo.
Yeah, she works out. Works out very well. But everyone in this one all rotating together here for Thunder Talks, sending down towards Milta, which is free right now, so Thunder Talks can play that one out. Alter Ego sending far over towards the Povka right now, which is very much out of the way, but on this kind of circle, it's completely fair. You don't want to send your entire team over towards the Povka, though. You would like some scouts on the outside. Right now, it looks like the entirety of the team is just going up towards the Povka, though. I think they expect that they're going to have time, especially on the plane path being so long over towards the eastern side of the map.
Curious as well. Position 10, Falcons tied points with Weibo and both Fire Flux as well. How they're going to be looking. Obviously, we saw in their Sanhok games for our survival stage. It was far slower pace. It worked for them there. It's going to be a bit different here. Teams that are going to look to try and take the fight to you, you're not going to get as many freebies. When they crashed into Nongshing Red Force, that's where it all went wrong. Hopefully they can avoid a similar outcome here. Forward scout on Ralph, farther up ahead. It's Regnum Karia, Fireflux and Power that are relatively close by.
Power's getting a move on. Regnum Kaya also making that move, as you were saying, all in vehicles. They left Rozhok early. They want to pride themselves here, and I think that's fair enough, especially in the first circle. They don't want to spend too much time in Rozhok. They'd rather get a central position and then know that there is a chance to send back over towards Rozhok later on. So we're not doing any of these shenanigans where we leave 2 players behind, we send 2 players up front. They're going to play together. If it means they have to kind of work their way back into Rozhok, dig a tunnel back towards that region of the map, then sure, fair enough. But in the meantime, Regnum Kai is just going to try and take a central position, which they know they have priority on right now from the spot that they started in. Like you said, Power in a similar spot. Gondola here for Eren, as he will make the journey back down the mountain. This is over towards Stalber.
This is intense. Eren inside of the gondola. The ground shaking.
It's not intense. It's in a gondola.
Not as good as the horse. You know, I think horse, gondola, kind of, you know, different territory.
Yeah, it's a completely alternate playing field, right? It's incomparable.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Stop that.
You can tell we're a duo.
Yeah, we can. Jinx padlock. Throw away the key.
Oh, I'm glad you saved us. You know what, though? Glad we get a little bit of camera time with DRX here as well. Again, you know, they kind of had a rough early rotation where Fireflux were able to take down 1 player from that team, but they kept it developing. And again, I think there's so much talent for this squad. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking once we kind of have this day to look back on. Going into day 2, where they are in the standings, what the squads look like. I feel like there is so much talent on this roster for Hyunbin as well. Someone that kind of, you know, has been there, worn the t-shirt, and it's just a short space of time.
Yeah.
Meteoric rise for him. Very, very good talent to watch.
Hyunbin's been very effective across esports in, like you said, the short time he's been here, relative to a lot of the veterans that are in PUBG Mobile. I will say the one thing that is annoying between Nongshim Red Force as well as DRX for our South Korean teams is Tizzy, Sizzy, Zizzy. It's like, come on, guys. Let's get a slightly different naming convention going. Just for my sanity, at least.
Well, at least we've only got 1 alpha now.
That's true. Yeah. Fantastic result.
For one of them.
For one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think, honestly, for Alpha 7, they claimed the name earlier, right? For Alpha Gaming, that felt more like BM, in my opinion.
What, they have the chance to do the funniest thing.
Oh, it's Alpha Gaming. They've won the second. Wait a minute.
Oh. The back-to-back. Oh, no, hang on. It's a different team.
A different one.
Yeah.
That would confuse the social media managers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that now.
That'd throw you off guard.
Yeah.
Roll the alpha set.
just joking.
Pull the fast one on you.
Let's not twist the knife too much.
No more BM. Okay.
They've just come off a pretty saddening defeat. But yeah, we are here live from Riyadh. We have a thumping, roaring crowd, which is great to see from all instances over the world, which is really, really sweet as well. Everyone coming out to support their team of choice. But it's been a slow game so far, with just a lot of rotating happening. I think we've lost 0 players. All teams still up and kicking as we head over towards Farmway. Most teams just looking for a more central position on the map. We are moving more and more away from edge gameplay. A lot of teams putting a lot more stock here towards the center, which will change as time goes on, as more and more spots open up around the edge of the map. You'll see teams getting a lot of success off the back of that, and it's crazy they're coming into playoffs, and that is sort of the change we're going to see probably day 2, day 3 if this thing continues, and it really depends which team's going to be able to take advantage of that, because a lot of times, in my opinion, it's teams that have very good sweeping capability. One team in particular that does that very well, Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, and we've seen that as well in their gameplay already. I think again, you know, it just sort of hammers home that point of the fact that this team couldn't do it all. They can pass the baton amongst one another. It was very nicely played. Krypton with the setup, even when Rosemary goes down, the way they're building back into the game, walking away with a chicken dinner. And there's a reason, you know, you throw it out there saying, obviously, I think they could take a back-to-back chicken dinner here today. But with the talent they've shown, I think they genuinely could. We'll keep our eye on it. See how it goes over the flow of this one. Nice as well when you brought it up, obviously. Everyone in the crowd, we saw the highlight there, and Al Haji's father. That segment of the crowd representing power. If they keep playing like they did, try and build into that, well, there they are in the Elim feed, taking fights to Thunder Talks. You know they're going to be getting loud.
Yeah, sighting actually does go down straight away to Ragnar, which is a good opener. He does take a fair lick of damage, but should be able to get back into cover here. Just compound-based gameplay between both teams as the circle did push out towards the western side. And I think it's the first time this tournament we've really seen this area of the map in full over towards Potato Hill and the southern reaches of it. There's a lot of water. It's not as much as you might think, but you've got to consider that edge down towards Sosnovka that's still in is also a playable space. You'd be a bit mad to try and confirm down there at this point in the game. So we are cutting around about 30%, I'd say, out of this map. So it's becoming a little bit more cramped, a little bit more crowded.
Scary as well, watching this rotate in from Team Secret. Another squad that I think, you know, could be described as preferring to have those passive setups rather than being the one to instigate firefights. You run into the crosshairs of Alter Ego, they are going to take that fight to you. They won't let you get away cleanly. You had a spot in the backline there with Rosemary very quickly jumping out of the driving seat to attempt to set up in cover. Didn't take the fight in the end. Hasn't fired out a few bullets to see if he can get a connection over, but they can still chase on this.
For Alter Ego, they're sort of giving ground here to Team Secret as they get ahead, but it is Krypton who's been able to swipe round, get in front of them. Ida as well as Fireflux are in front. It's an awkward rotate, I'd say, because Horror does control a lot of the space over towards the northern side, and Alter Ego likely not wanting to pick up that position. Neither are Team Secret. There is potential, though, to just completely back off this angle. Make a very wide wrap over towards the school side and play there. It is out of bounds in terms of where a lot of the high prio locations are, but it gives you a safe approach into the circle. Alva right now, the Hound on the team of Alter Ego, looking to take a sniff over towards Shelter.
You can get a good read on this as well with the placement of the squads round towards that side. You've also got another scout from Emre who's actually bypassed one another. Inside of the blue is Alva. Jumps out of the vehicle for a second, quick bit of looting. Rosemary in close position there as well. You see it established here on the map screen as we get that next zone coming in.
Direx, E-Arena, both in good spots. I like where Mormon's playing. This is a really nice split coming through from E-Arena. They had the compound that sat on the eastern side of those fields, which means you can comfortably hold out Falcons, but they make this immediate rotate up towards Mormon, who held that spot, but Regnum Kaya will be coming through quickly as well. They understand this spot is extremely important to them. 2 down already. Sakura is out, and Regnum Kaya is cleaning house.
Oh yeah, mop and bucket gameplay. Looking to close down on E-Arena and leave them nothing to fight back with. It's a nice start. Silas on the hunt. Player up on the roof, trying to keep his head down. Clean this out, make sure there's no opportunities for a bit of a stab back. Walk away with all 4 players still alive once they get the man picked back up there. Ooh, that's not what you want. Butcher maneuvers, but this could be a little bit cheeky. Fireflux going in, hovercraft gameplay from the side though. Macap instantly falls. He able to hit that one on the crash in.
Fireflux not being able to win this fight is going to be pretty rough for them because this was their game plan for a long time, is to hit up towards this compound. And they've been sent back off this. Good hold coming through from Weibo. Only losing 1 player in order, but it's not even a flush there. It's just the knock that's easily resable. So Fireflux is going to have to go play down by the coastal side, which is an uncomfortable position to be in, because not only is it not in this compound, which is much safer, but it also denies you a lot of information into the future there. Alter Ego have been taking their time. Alva was able to spot out 1 player. They will find the pickoff onto him. Sky goes down, and now more space can be gained from Alter Ego playing on that edge and sweeping.
Alpha charges further forward. Line of sight blocked from the smoke wall that's been deployed from the remaining members of Aura. Alpha's going to be looking for this one on target with the nade. Meanwhile, Rosemary confirming being able to get that final shot off back towards Sleepy. An exchange of shrapnel. No fear, at least with a little bit of cover to play with. Slightly harder to get those nades in with the smoke shrouding it as well, but he bails now with his teammate falling further back to provide cover.
Yeah, you got to keep backing this one off now. It's a nice bit of high ground that you can use to scout into the future of the game. I'm curious to see how Alter Ego want to play this one out, because it is a bit of a wall in front of them. Ida's playing a nice angle and a nice setup here where they are darted across the road, allowing them to get a lot of information going in towards the future, take a couple of pot shots here and there. So yeah, definitely curious how Alter Ego want to play this out. I mean, they have just been taking names slowly but surely. Team Secret weren't able to step to them. They made an instant decision to rotate back off, and just trusting in Alva's calls as well, which is very nice to see. I do want to quickly go back to Regnum Kaya though, because despite that being an immediate rotate, Moment having control over towards the building, that was a very nice take coming through from Regnum Kaya, and that might have just bumped their point scoring up by a fair bit. There is a slight issue with that compound where some of the angles are cut off to you. You don't have all the information in the world, but this is the sort of position that's going to keep you safe for a long time.
I think from a few of the games we've seen from Regnum Kaya as well early on in the day, it feels like sometimes they pull those punches and won't fully commit to play. So it's nice to see, you know, you've committed to an idea that they've been able to make it work.
Yeah.
Just need to keep that consistency. Blind confidence, good though.
Even that survival stage, when Regnum Kaya went for some strong central positions, they are very proactive. Even those spots where it felt like they didn't really have position to play, these are drive-by nades as well. A huge amount of damage going through up towards Alpha Gaming. I'm surprised not even a single knock there. I think if they even found 1 more nade towards that position, it would have been an easy cleanup for them and an easier decision to roll out, cutting out a big threat on the north side.
Yeah, they are very lucky they've been able to survive through that. On target nade, like you said, it's impressive. Not a single one of them went down. You could have crashed into it, very easily cleaned up with such a sliver of HP between the 4 of them. They can reset with the supplies they have. We saw a little bit of power showing up in the Elim feed once again as well, so still looking to find opportunities to build, but the nade back over. Easy knockdown because of it. This is Thunder Talks. It's the last man in Zing.
Well, still sweeping over the top side, gets a little bit of information, but Fahida wants to take more shots and will finish it off there. Power eliminating Thunder Talks. It's pointing to me as well, though, where for Shinga is just a case of, it's close. For Easy, probably didn't even know he was in the shack, but just assumed that Easy's in one of these shacks in this game. I have to nade every single shack available because this guy's a backstabber and a half.
Oh, hang on a minute. You might have just said the word. It's operative here, Blank. The roll in from Alter Ego from the top side, finding that shot down range onto Alpha Gaming. They've been in that same position. It's a full confirmation from Rosemary. Quick pick-me-up play as well from Krypton.
Oh, there it is again. I mean, I'd like to see more DVS, but to be fair, he's one of the most skillful players is Sook with that explosive arrow, and it's something new. It's something different. And he finds success out of it. Like we said, it doesn't always pop up too often in the Elim feed, but the amount of space that Weibo gains off of Sook, wielding the bow and letting loose some absolute ringers.
Weaponizing the crowd there as well. You could see the excitement. We mentioned it, man. Would we be seeing it in playoffs? Yeah, he doesn't give a damn. grand stage, important matchups, he'll still be playing to his best, playing his flavor of PUBG Mobile. That's actually the final knock onto the arena as well, of course, removing them. And like you said, this now presents more opportunities for other teams to move further up. It's not the craziest point disparity in the mid portion there, but you're going to take that if they're not here.
So some very obvious priority compounds here inside this circle, which you can easily spot. If you're watching the map feed, which is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports at YouTube, you'll see that Noxian Red Force currently have the one over towards east, Red Kaya playing on the west, and DRX down towards that mass of compounds on that south side. None is direct central, but they all have very, very good use cases into the future. In the meantime, here's 4 Thrives going up against the Falcons right on the edge, and they are backed up against the wall. Ralph is trying to get Narvalo back up on his feet, but the nades continue to rain through. This is an important knock that they need, and Redox misses.
The timing on it. I mean, he's able to re-engage at least with a quick switch. Pulls out the secondary on the Bizone and unloads from the damage from the side. Nade over the top, and it's a clean connection. T24 hitting Narvalo even once more. He's going to try and beast up on this, but the Lanimal put back in his place, and Redox stays alive. Off the knock onto IQ, can push further forward, but it is a rough start for Falcons.
Yeah, slashing swipe coming through here. In the meantime, Alter Ego have had one player knocked, but they are currently taking Yangon to task over towards Potato Hill as the circle move far towards that north side and becomes even more of a prime position. Noki sending nades out. Redox certainly proved himself there, getting the single nade across. Koa will send one of his own. It needs to be on target, but it's not meant to be as 4 Thrives are able to find the elims, find the knocks, and Falcons will be brought low from the western edge.
And they've been wanting to play that slower style into these games. Here, though, 4 Thrives take the fight straight to you. Yes, they lose one player, but they can reset from it. Bit of Weibo action going on again here as well, with Fireflux having a real struggle start going into playoffs already, again, removed from the equation. Alter Ego continue unloading the mortar strike, nade after nade on top.
It's been an extremely extended fight. I think we've seen knocks coming through across the board, but Ida starts to get involved now over towards Alter Ego. I think they just lost one. Krypton is down. Now Albert needs to pull out something special. Yangon Galacticos down to just the 2 players. 2 players knocked for them.
Alva belly crawling, using the grass and the ridge side to provide him some additional cover. Quick jump spot, seeing if he can get visual contact over the edge, over the smoke. Vahidan as well takes a stray bullet from the side. Nonshin Red Force building into this one.
They just need to pick Krypton back up again. Technically, he is in cover, so Alpha will head back down there, but a full 3v3 and plenty of nades to work with. Saycloud might just be on target there with that one. He sends over the top, and it won't be a lot of damage needed to take Krypton out, and it will be a knock over towards Alva. And despite a massive spree coming through in this game from Alter Ego over towards Yangon Galacticos, it is the Galactic comeback coming through on the north side of the map. Very surprising that Yangon comes out of this one with the 3 players.
That's the go pistol to push up for them as well. And similarly for Moana, it's time to bail. That fight has gone no way near how they wanted it to go down. Trapped as well as he gets the overall lay of the land with the squads that are close by. He's just got to get his head down, tuck into position. It's Ida from the sideline that takes shots towards him, opens up an opportunity for Nonshin. Alpha with the nades, rolls it on target, and it is a strike from Reefus.
That is an unreal nade through the trees, through the leaves. And like a dead leaf falling, that will be the final player from Alter Ego out. Incredible stuff there. You don't see those ones every day.
No back-to-back chicken dinners to start us off. Another team will walk away with a big W on this one as the battle continues. Nice distance firefights here onto 4 Thrives as well. Good aim.
Weird location on the map, man. Ida currently looking very good from this spot, but we moved away from a lot of the more prominent compounds on the map. Regnum Kaya looking just to finish off those players down on that south side. And Power still running through with 3 players as well, so they're not down and out yet. Noxian Red Force should be able to hold out strong on the south side, though, having very, very good buildings to work with going forward. Nades over the top, they do. A little bit of damage coming through from Regnum Kaya over towards DRX, who are now opting to see if they can just swipe right on this one.
spin out on the burst tire as well, because Ida are just firing shots down Rage. You've instantly got to try and reset from this one, but there's further damage done. Knock behind the tree, quick bandage from Hyunbin, looking to reset himself. Easy, sees that opportunity though. Clean connection, back onto DRX.
But DRX trying to get through here. Nongshim Red Force wasn't going to let it happen. Al-Haji finding Hyunbin as well on the back lines there. Very, very long-range spray to make it work. Make it work, he does. There is still one building available for Regnum Guy to be playing out on the very edge of the circle. I'd be excited to see a Yangon podium finish here just because of how hard they had to fight for their lives on the north side.
It's a hefty investment from Power. They really clamored to try and steal away some points from that one. Damage is good onto DRX, but they both go down because of it, resulting in a bit of a stalemate from the crash in, only leaving one representative of Power left. It was Weibo that were able to cause issues behind that smoke wall. And then, of course, Regnum Kario, the compound high ground position as well. The nice split, Silas set up further ahead. Yeah, this is going to get more and more intense. Secret, catching vision.
This is the nice thing about Regnum Kario as well, is that we mentioned it beforehand, where they're a proactive team. They don't allow themselves to be caught up in the moment and just sit around, feet up, watching telly inside these compounds. They are very much active on the outside there. They took shots over towards Alpha Gaming. They cut out over towards that south side. It's not a crazy amount of points they're able to find this game in terms of elims, just the 3, but they've confirmed a strong spot on that southwest side. Weibo are in front of them, as you've mentioned. I'd like to see how they're going to handle this into the future, because it's some weird terrain that they'll have to push through.
For Yangon, it could be uncomfortable if Secret can actually get the angle to arc those nades over, roll it down the hillside. Spacing could be problematic. That's what you were talking about, of course. Obviously for Weibo, just a few steps ahead, just tucked in. A little bit of cover to work with, at least. You've got the detonated vehicles, and it's actually Fahiden that was the last man left for Powder. So he's just over by the tree line there.
It's very, this is why I'm saying, ooh, wow, what a shot coming through for Fahiden. A bare chance as well, and he took it immediately. This is what I mean for Regnum Kai. It's very hard because you want to take shots down towards Weibo Gaming, but as soon as you leave this compound, you're in sight lines of Ida going forwards. That next circle doesn't cut Ida out either, so now Regnum Kai has to go for something very quick. They know the exact location of Alpha Gaming, though. At this point, it sort of does feel like you're going to need a crash here for Regnum Kai. Over towards that north side. I don't think it's going to be effective at all trying to wrap out over towards the east. If he down though, maybe there's a chance on towards these two players, play behind the car cover, but then what chances do you have later into the game? That's the real issue. So it looks like they are going to roll out over towards this north side, as I was mentioning.
And as we've seen, Ida have been able to do so much from this position. This might actually give them an opportunity. Yeah, Nongshing engaging. Yeah, this is go time for both squads. You've got to build off the back of this. Crash in, up towards the compound. Nade close. Zizzy takes the brunt of the damage. Eren priming another one as well. It's Doc C. He saw him. What's going on? Goes back in for a second look. Finally shuts down Rita.
That was crazy. Silas moving up top there. We'll find Silas. We'll finish him off there as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya just spent all the way up towards Yangon Galacticos, and they were doing damage, but they're out now. What?
You knew about Alpha for so long. The minute an opportunity was presented from the commotion thrown between this fight on your screens, they go for it, but Alpha just absolutely upset. Goodbye Regnum Karia. It's now not a bad position for them to build from.
Not at all. I think Alpha Gaming's played a bit of a blinder on that one, but blinding powder over to Regnum Kaya, it would seem. Doc C moves up over towards Ida, finding Darkin. More DBS shot through the window, not quite connecting just yet. There's a Molotov sent through. Murnat will finish off top on an explosion on the vehicle. They are just trying to hold on as much as possible here. And once again, it is Yangon Galacticos to make it through. This team is bulletproof.
You got Team Secret as well, playing that classic slow build, playing from distance, looking to third party onto this one. This elongated bout between Nongshim and Ida. Eren dodge the explosives, but he can't dodge the slugs. That's the peek up from Doxy. The DBS finally able to finish him off, but at what cost? One player left, just him.
Gives me Yangon Galacticos as well, as Team Secret has some very favorable positions going in towards the future. They can effectively sort of ignore one another and rather take shots down towards that south side at teams that will be making their way up this hillside. I think it's going to be tough. Here's Sook with the bow in hand, just sending shots in, making life extremely difficult for Doxy. He is on the low ground though, and Sook may be just sending in ammo for no reason.
I mean, with 20 arrows left, he could zone you for quite some time. Just make it impossible to go for a peek out.
He's got to leave at some point as well, is the thing.
Oh, they're getting close.
Just consistent bombardment. Doxy's struggling. Now moving forward, Sook will see a nade come his way. Being a little bit upset about the nades coming down though. Might pivot off. Spots Doxy isn't quite as effective with the assault rifle as he is with the bow. The team will support him there, still make it happen. Awayable attempting to move up, but it's those two angles. Like I said, it's an efficient, I want to call it teamwork between both teams, but it's an agreement, right? You both have an extremely strong position. Let's get rid of the teams that could cause problems for us later on before we engage in one-on-one combat.
Yeah, you know to prioritize first. Don't poke the hornet's nest until it's time to engage. Frankie with a move up. Wow. Damage back over. Slapping him there. Forcing him into a bit of a rough spot. 3 squads going head-to-head, of course. And Alpha Gaming only have the one man left alive. That's Reefus that's further down.
This will be the second game in a row that Alpha Gaming have been able to get themselves a podium finish with a solo player towards these end circles. He's going to make a break for it. Murnat definitely saw him, was wondering why he went for that play. I don't think he had much choice in that situation. Murnat had actually pushed off that position as well. It's just unlucky it comes out at that timing. Trang will go down.
Shots back and forth, trades on either side. Intensity building. SayCloud looking for the angle. Murnat from further back, able to assist. They can focus fire on Frankie. He's removed, cauterize it, and reset. 2 players alive, focusing on the pickup as well. Grab Romeo.
I mean, just make it as hard as possible. A 3v1. There's absolutely no way that Jaiki should be able to get himself out of this one with Yangon Galacticos starting to move up. And the map is enveloped by space as they suffocate out the rest of the teams from the high ground, picking themselves up a big chicken dinner. Not only against some of the hardest spots in the lobby like Alter Ego, but Regdom Kaya, who sent their way up there earlier, who did get backstabbed by Alpha Gaming, but what can you say about that one? They knew where they were. There were some weird plays this game, but it was terrifying terrain to play around with.
You see the celebration and elation from the team as well. Some nice, solid slaps of the hands. Everyone congratulating one another. The arena starting to get excited as well with the way these games have been going. And yeah, they should be celebrating. They played some great games. Heads-up maneuvers again as well. Some crazy stuff. It's a good point. That's what you bring up, man. Alpha Gaming being able to drag that one out, even that fight onto Regdom Karia. Crazy scenes here, Blank, but the action keeps on going. Join us for more in a couple minutes' time.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup.
Yangon Galacticos blasting off at the speed of light. All the other teams better surrender now or prepare to fight. We have got ourselves 7 and Maxman here to talk about this victory from them, coming in from Potato Hill, looking really cool, looking strong, taking out the previous winners from the previous games. Maxman, Yangon.
I think they're happy they had a very northern plane that was not good for them, because that allowed them to drop into Crates and George Bowl and actually get the northern rotate into the circle. And actually, there were very little teams going up in that northern position. We did have Ultrigo eventually try and clash on Potato Hill itself, but the nades from Say Cloud in particular were key to claim all of Potato Hill for themselves and take the win at the end.
One of the slowest teams to rotate as well. They took their sweet time. I think at one point it was Circle 3. All the teams were just focusing on that center area, and Yangon Galacticos were the ones towards the north. I really enjoyed how they were able to surprise Alter Ego. Alter Ego was not expecting the team to be able to come up from behind them. And then, I mean, for Yangon Galacticos, I think they were waiting in Potato Hill. You were saying during that break too, while we were watching the game, they just waited for so long.
That's the scary thing about Potato Hill, right? Like, you can have multiple teams exist up there and them also have very decent defensive positions as well. So for Yangon, they took that fight perfectly against Alter Ego, who was going to be a huge threat. And then Team Secret moves in later on here, Max.
I mean, actually looking at Team Secret, they also had a really good match this time around. 11 points on the board. Again, a normally pretty silent team, but they were going quite aggressive here versus Yangon Galacticos, trying to push uphill, Potato Hill, claim all of the northeastern edge, and also keeping teams down low, such as Weibo, away from the fight. So actually, Team Secret, they showed me a little bit more than what we saw back in the group stage, which sets up a very good precedent here for the finals.
Yeah, for Team Secret, I would have actually loved them to commit to that fight against Yangon Galacticos, even though they were being able to control in Potato Hill. I don't know if you agree or disagree with me on this one, but ultimately, they were going to have to take that fight at one point or another.
I'm scared that if they take the fight onto Yangon Galacticos a little bit earlier, teams such as maybe Weibo can just full send it and third party that fight and just wrap up the chicken dinner. I do get why they were delaying it, but the more you delay it, the bigger advantage you're giving to Yangon, and then you just cannot win that fight anymore.
That says, whilst we took a look at the points, Alpha Gaming once again being able to get into some of the later stages of this match here, 7.
It came down to what they were able to do with the 4 vehicles. They had 4 vehicles being able to just create a big barrier, and on top of that, for this team, they kept getting blessed by the circle. They really didn't have to do much. They were able to just hold off a lot of people, and that's the scariest thing with this team. We know they have the fragging power. We know if they set themselves in a position where they actually have the full squad, they're going to be super scary, and they were able to showcase it perfectly in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive a little bit more like that every single match, that one big chicken dinner could set them apart from the rest of the lobby.
That's Yangon wall-to-wall for our match report here. Not too much surprise considering the space that they were able to control. Say Cloud, as you were mentioning before, Max, looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1.4k damage right there. He is very high in that one Erangel.
I didn't make a noise.
Yeah, do the noise.
Wow! There you go.
I missed that.
I mean,
actually,
it's been actually
worth it.
Over a year since I've been able to make a noise. So there you go.
It's been so long.
I know.
Next is going to be a jingle. We got to figure out a jingle.
I'll figure out a jingle. Don't you worry. I don't know who for.
I thought it was going to be on the spot. Man,
that would have been insane.
Look, we're seeing some replays actually of the Car 4 here from Alpha Gaming, and we don't have hovercraft. We've got hovercraft at home. It's just a 4-car fortress created on the edge of Potato Hill, and it was really good to get them in that podium finish at the end. So Nongshim Red Force, I think that was a team that you and me both wanted to talk about here, actually, 7. Their breach onto Ida's Harry Potter Tower, I like the idea going for the breach, but it took so long to wrap up that fight. Big third parties from Weibo in particular did come through at the end.
That's the thing right there. I was talking about this too, the Fireflux and Nongshim Red Force, especially with Nongshim Red Force. I was talking about how this team just tends to play so slow that they might not be used to just making those quick pushes, and I felt like it showcased perfectly in that scenario right there. And then on top of that, for Fireflux, they were also trying to do a crash on WBG. They seemed like they got ahead too. They ended up getting a knock, but they were just too slow to react and ends up backing away. For this teams, they got to be able to adjust on how aggressive the lobby is.
I think Nongshim was happy to gamble on that compound, right? Because if it does go to that compound, the circle, then it's so hard for these teams to push into that. So they were also thinking about where they were going to transition and how they were going to transition, Max. It's just, it gets dicey trying to go up to the Wizard Tower, trying to do something there and keep yourself going in the late stages.
You cannot say the Nongshim don't know the terrain. They know in that specific circle, that compound with the 3 buildings is just exceptionally strong and able to defend it quite well until the very end of the game. Then they do have to go onto the Harry Potter Tower. Though if we go on teams that try and crash on those positions, I kind of want to pivot the conversation over to Power.
Sure.
And I think we're very indecisive. They had 2 options. Maybe you fight Regnum Karya, maybe you fight the side of Nongshim Red Force. They decide to send it in the center opener between those two teams, and unfortunately because of that, they just don't survive at all in the later stage. I think at that point, you pick a compound, you breach it, and you just hope for the best.
There's, of course, Al-Hajj's dad as Power, as you mentioned in. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, Seven, right? Like, even if they choose another option that isn't that kind of road through the middle of those compounds, it's still going to be very difficult to make those crashes happen, but maybe it could have yielded more points.
It is. I feel like they would have just gone for the crash. At least you're not going to have so many teams looking at you. You're not going to be letting yourself open for so many third parties for this team. And the only thing is, like, we're able to kind of say this in hindsight, right? We're seeing everything that's going on. But for them, if they would have been able to make that crash with the firepower that they've been able to showcase in the previous stage, in survival stage, I feel like they might have been able to etch them out.
Look, it's all you go for a compound crash, or you're in between Regnum Karya, Nongshim Redfalls, and Sook, where the explosive bow is going to keep you at bay. I would take my chances on a compound crash.
I have a bone to pick with Sook and the explosive bow, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time. I really enjoy it. But one thing that Sook needs to be able to do is make sure that he doesn't get tunnel vision. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening there in that scenario. He was just super tunnel vision, and then whenever he actually decided to go away from the explosive bow, he lost the focus, and the Nongshim Red Force guy was able to knock him.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do with that explosive bow, right? Like, he was just saying, okay, I don't know exactly where you are at that wizard tower, so I'm just going to spam into it. And as you said, that really has your full focus, your full attention, and then you just get knocked from the other side. It's problematic for sure.
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I just wish that he wouldn't be so just over-focused on it. And it was good suppression, but the team wasn't able to get angles on the guy because they just had so much smokes.
Oh, wait. Is that for today only?
3,000 damage from Al-Hajj. There's no way.
No.
They have this many eliminations?
I mean, they fought 4 thrives on the first game, right, going into Sanhok, and that survival time is very low. What is that?
We'll have to.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could have tried to do something down towards the bottom. A little bit different. Not going to be the way for Power here, though. Beyond all of that, though, Max,
I have a team.
Please.
We want to talk about here.
Yes.
We're going to talk about 4 thrives, okay?
Yes.
4 thrives. Right. We had the hot drop in the first game. This time around, we talked about how indecisive they were. For me, this game, they weren't indecisive. They actually made a really good call trying to surround Falcons on the western side. They just got a little bit too excited about that fight, a little bit too involved, and they just wanted to rush it, and that caused their demise at the end versus Falcons.
And I feel like from that indecisiveness that we've been talking about during group stages, maybe that's why they became so impatient, because they're trying to change that, and I'm hoping that they don't end up overdoing it.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Let's see if all of these teams can put those learnings into practice for our second Erangel of the day.
Halfway point of the day, game 3 already. Some trials and tribulations for teams that were looking very dominant back in the group stage. Some good head-to-heads and some interesting PUBG Mobile up to this point blank. We've seen the crowd getting excited, rooting for their hometown heroes, seeing who's going to be able to walk away at the top of the standings today. Intense action, and you'd imagine a lot more of that to continue right here, right now.
A lot very amazing usage of the map and the terrain in general. Overall, I think it's a great point to pick up on there as well, where it is just a case of, even in those tough scenarios, a lot of teams know the best areas to play, how they want to move out. I think the big mistake from that last game was definitely Regnum Karya's push over towards that north side. I think that realistically they had to remove Alpha Gaming. And it was also quite frustrating to me because you know that when they made that pass in the vehicle and sent that nade through, they would have seen 70, 80 damage numbers coming up on their screen, but over 3 players. And at that point, I think I would have liked for them to go for a bit more of a Hail Mary on it, really. Something very aggressive. If they'd removed Alpha Gaming, I think that their late game would have been very, very different.
Yeah, I felt like they were setting themselves up for a ton of success there. It was good timing on the call to actually commit to it as well, but that 5 versus Alpha completely turned the script. The difference, if you even cast your mind further back, the drive-by nade on the scout, all of them left on what, sub sort of 12 HP, really. You could have converted on that. 1 knock probably would have been the go pistol for them, but ifs and or buts won't win you championships.
It's like I'm saying, they saw 370 hit markers. It's like, yeah, you should have probably went on that one. And I think you're right in the sense of maybe they would have done if they'd seen a knock.
Yeah.
There were only 2, but I think that scenario is you just have to take a chance. And I think for Regnum Kaya, that's what is difficult for them, is that it is very obvious to me right now, it's very obvious to me right now that they're trying for a little bit more aggressive plays, more aggressive maneuvers, but there they were falling back into old habits.
No, they definitely were. They definitely were. Man, let's see. Maybe you can reset from it, Blank. They'll be able to get themselves into a better position to show us what they're made of and what they're capable of. For Yangon, they were certainly capable of greatness into that previous game, casting a shadow over the lobby. Out here up against Thunder Talks early on the drop. Bit of room to work with those. They could avoid the fight if they want to.
And we're going to head down towards Sosnovka as well to start things off. So a lot of teams will need to get a move on. Power already heading out over that bridge, crossing it over towards Yangon and Thunder Talks, who are currently in close contention at the moment. See how that fight does pan out between those two teams. Yangon Galacticos obviously coming off from a big high from that last game. We'll see if that momentum does bleed through. Power Esports going to send even higher to the heights from last game.
It's been some good signs from Power as well. You know, individually, I think the gun skill's certainly there today, playing to their strengths. Not in a bad spot whatsoever. Tied at the minute. Ooh. This is back over towards our drop fight that we were mentioning, of course. Thunder Talks out with the Tommy, teaching you lessons from distance. Where art thou, Romeo?
I think he should have just kept crawling. I get a moment of, if I stop crawling, maybe he'll miss the shots. Maybe I need to like fake him out a little bit. Instead, just made it extremely easy to line up that shot. Still impressive with the Tommy as well to hit at that distance. Origo aren't done yet either as they pick up an initial knock over towards Fireflux, which is one of their most difficult rotation contenders, right? Where Origo need to come out from the Povka. I like that they send a player out early in Rosemary, I believe it is, who is a player that you would desperately want in your front line. It's Krypton, in fact, that sent out first, who has been stepping up right to the plate. So it's nice to see him get an initial knock, and that's going to make that rotation down towards the south much easier playing against a 3-man squad. That changes their rotation. It changes their plan on this entire map.
Scary as well for Fireflux as a roster overall, because I think that squad, you know, we were sort of talking about this idea of being able to build your confidence, feed the hot hand, keep that momentum going. They've been hitting dead stops again and again, where it feels like, you know, the floor falls out from underneath them. They're not able to build themselves, not getting too late into these games, and that could come back to haunt them. Oh, you're just bullying on the exit as well. They're literally trying to retreat from this, and you still find a second knock into a full takedown on SayCloud. Wow, that's a bit of a rough start, considering you've just taken your opening chicken dinner.
Yeah, King living up to the name of the weapon used there. Doing a nasty mark over towards Yangon Galacticos with the scar. There's that shot from, it was Rosemary, it wasn't from seeing things. But yeah, so nice play from Rosemary there. Able to find the initial player coming through from Fireflux, and as Yangon Galacticos tried to escape, it's no secret that that kind of rotation is not going to go unpunished.
Felt rough to watch that one. Kind of uncomfortable, really.
In the tree line now, and Xeris is going to send forward. It's a straight shot over towards him. Murnat likely to go out, and Yangon Galacticos, after what was an incredible performance last Erangel, do end up going out in 16th here in our second Erangel of the day. That could have been a moment to put up more points and add a bit of a buffer up towards the top side of the tables. Instead, it's all for naught here.
If you're one of these squads as well that are only a few points behind, your eyes are now going to light up. That's a prime opportunity, right, where you're thinking, okay, tied with Alpha, both having 23 points. You get no elims from that, no placements. We can start to lap you. We can start to climb further up that ladder. And at the halfway point of day one, only 3 days of intense competition here for playoffs, you have to grab the ball by the horns. You can't afford to leave it up to another team to decide your fate for you. So this is what we're going to see some of these squads start to reinvigorate themselves. Potentially even the team that's on your screens now, right? 4 Thrives. A lot of debate, a lot of talk about this squad, how they're going to be looking. Amazing in the group stage. What plays can they make right here, right now?
Yeah, there has to be a big refresh coming through from 4 Thrives, because these last 2 games have felt hectic. And even now it feels like you could sense the pressure that is on 4 Thrives. They sent away from this position. They might have wanted to challenge for it. They realize players are there, so they're going to look for something a bit more open for them. There's no way. Okay, I thought he hit him on the barrel roll. I mean, that's still impressive to get it out there and still make that shot happen. But if he'd hit him on the barrel roll, that would have probably been the play of the year so far. But for Thrives, yeah, they're looking for a more open area on the map. They're going to head over towards Airstrip to make that one work. For Alter Ego, though, this is an important game for them, in my opinion. Setting that marker really high early on in the tournament, super important, because with Smash ruling, day 1, day 2 become a bit of a sprint to get towards that top side and at least get as close as possible to first place or be in first place to open up match point on day 3.
It would be the dream scenario for them, and I think potentially even change the flow of the lobby with the paranoia that will set in when Smash comes to play. But right now it's Koa that's on screen. Barrage of bullets goes out on the drive-by. DRX trapped in position here, bit of chip damage onto 2 players, trying to take some shots back, make it uneasy for them to just hold, locked in position on these angles.
I'm surprised QZZ actually got through there.
Yeah.
He was snaking it a little bit, but the shot didn't seem too hard to hit, and I think that he was playing so wobbly that it caught even Falcons off balance there. Now they have to send back over towards a more secure location. Can't afford to hold out DRX for much longer. They're going to all jump in the water and rotate across to their buddy, who is on the north coast, playing around the beachhead. Only a couple of teams still yet to make their way in. It's Ida as well as Regnum Kaya. The upstarts from Turkey versus the Titans. Going head-to-head here in Rozhok, both teams will need to leave soon, as there's a lot of squads already confirming over towards Sosnovka.
Late aquatic rotate as well for Alter Ego there, keeping themselves distance on the wrap round the back. And like you say, Regenkarin and Ida potentially thrown into a bit of a fist fight where maybe only one of them limps away. Ooh, limited space inside of the zone as well. Large body of water removing play space between these teams.
Horror can just move across, should be able to move across pretty comfortably as well. I don't think this is too treacherous of a path for them. No Indiana Jones style type of traps on that bridge right now as Scarface starts to move over towards the west. So this is a real easy rotate for them. For Regnum Kai Ida though, yet less of a ease of access, but they could head over towards the coastal side on Erangel main island, swim across or just send the vehicles in and try and play on that beachhead, which is definitely a possibility, especially as we start to move further north on this circle. Teams could try for that one. DRX had, it's just a surprisingly easy hardly any clapback coming through from the Falcons.
And for Hedon from a distance, able to keep them pinned at bay on their rotate over. Meanwhile, you've seen in the Elim feed that 4 Thrives took the fight straight to Team Secret, forced them out of position, but made it really uncomfortable here. Down to just the solo player, handling them with ease, confirming onto those knocks as well, 1 by 1. So stealing away a couple of elimination points, which for them could be a good start to get them dialed into the actual action. Over from the sideline, that's the final steal onto Team Secret coming out from Thunder Talks.
Yeah, Secret was struggling. Yeah, they really couldn't figure out anywhere to go there. Constantly bumping into teams left, right, and center, and it turns out their over-aggressive push down over towards Yangon Galacticos is the thing to force that final nail in their coffin. Power still hitting some nasty shots over towards Weibo, playing on that coastal side. I mean, that drops Weibo now down to just the 2 players. Don't think they're getting Suk back up again. Al-Haji is going to wait for this fish to resurface.
He knows he's got to come up for air at some point. He can sit pretty and wait to finish that man off. So Power looking to just take away points where possible. He'll just commit to it. Left in the blue, gone for good, down in the deep depths.
Regnum Kai's still in Rozhok. Lost school now, actually. It's crazy on the indecision where they're happy to send straight out when it's around Rozhok area. But when we get Sosnovka finished, they decide that they're going to stick on the northern side of the map for a long time. We'll see how they play this one, because the play area is getting very limited now. Especially even over towards this north side of the map. Grandma's pretty much taken for Fireflux. The small compounds that are available on that side. Pretty much going to be playing around the tree line, but potentially over towards the western side, or using that ridge as cover, as we do confirm even further over towards the north here. I think we're on zone 3 now, so circle and the blue will start to tickle quite a bit before we head towards stage 4, where it's advisable not to still be in that blue for too long.
You do wonder if that'll be a bit of paralysis by analysis there for Regnum Caria, taking a very slow approach this one. A snail's pace that could come back to bite them in the bottom. We'll see. They're starting to get a bit of a move on now, though, and so are the remaining squads on the periphery of the zone here. Slowly advancing further forward. You were fragmented down towards the south side. It was a bit uncomfortable. A bit of a push up now. Alpha Gaming coming over, 4 Thrives in position there as well. Nongqing Red Force feels like they've been really willing to take a good majority of their fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sparks starting to fly, especially with this rotate coming in from Ida.
Oh, Nongqing Red Force has a real glint in their eye during these games. An aggressive team, a hunger for team fights. And you're right in the sense that they're a scary team to come up against, because you just never know when they're going to pull that trigger. It might just be you that faces the ire of Nongqing Red Force in the end. Falcons find themselves a nice central position on this circle, though. We'll see what they can get done with it. Usually Falcons can find themselves over towards the late game with 4 players. Tend to do quite well. It's that interim period of getting to around about zone 7, which is very shaky on the side of Falcons. There's some big nerves before they lock in.
Ragnar here, priming the nade. Alley-oop, over the top. Oh, the bounce on it. Oh, he's been eating nitro for breakfast, blows them away.
That is crazy. Crazy of a nade. The arc on that one as well. Dear me.
You love to see it. The Power fans are going to have their eyes light up at that one. Already 4 eliminations for the squad, topping the charts at the minute in the lobby. In a good position to keep building, especially with Yangon going out early as well. There's room for Power to ebb and flow their way through the standings. Hora turning their attention back round. That's Moana from Alter Ego that takes a knock.
Alter Ego was always going to struggle. They had to play all the way to the eastern side. A lot of other areas were taken. They dropped the smoke over towards Moana. Rosemary's worried whether this is even worth going for. The res on this starts to back out and allow Rosemary time to crawl back through that smoke. But I think it does feel like a little bit of an abandoned ship here for him. And Sleepy will draw him low and put him back to sleep. Sure what E-Arena's game plan's been here, but they have taken a nasty punishment on that south side. One player even going down towards the blue there. Get a replay on this one, because this was disgusting. They lined up at the right time, start to turn it, and pretty much as they turn, the nade fumbles through the window.
Very Maxim-esque on the nade. Maxman's going to be loving that one. Falak getting thrown into the action here as well. It's Alpha Gaming, but they're taking some serious damage. So 4 Thrives continuing to attempt to build here. Get themselves into a position where they feel handy with their steal. This was always going to be an issue for Alter Ego as well on the rotate. You had Power ahead of you. They go for the wide berth round, back through the blue, kick off the engagement. It's the third party as well, with Fireflux being able to find damage from the backline. So easy suffering there.
That was unreal. Steps out onto the side C. Will find one. Rosemary gives his life for the rest of the team to get further into the circle. And Fireflux will take the reins off the back of that fight versus Power. Now down to 3 players, but 5 elims. Not a bad start for them this game. Heading up towards 15 minutes into this one. Soulless attempts to hit the shots, but he's off target.
Yeah, bullets just whizzing by. None of them connecting, and the problem is that opens an opportunity for the counterplay from Power. So instantly on target, they respond back over and stop what could have been a hell of a scorer there from Fireflux. Instead, in reality, it's just Ketch. At least he's got some heavy armor to work with, diving inside the hovercraft, but he's got to peace out, got to give up the goose.
Let's leave it alone. That could have been a great third party. It could have been an amazing third party. You're right in terms of the roaming wall in the hovercraft being the biggest boon here for him. Has to wander back, let it explode. This is not the most ideal location for him to end up. There's these shots coming through from earlier. Falak with some fantastic maneuvers. Again, such a precise player. Never over-egging the pudding as well when it comes to those peaks. Really, really nice to watch when he's on form.
Yeah, playing the angle perfectly, but like you say, it's the peaks. Really nicely played for him, keeping himself in cover, taking some clean firefights. Ooh, this might be anything but clean. Close quarters engagement. The shot from the side, good for one, but the backstab from Silas at least stops it before it got out of hand. If he was able to find even more damage there, suddenly you're thinking, ooh, this is again another game where Regnum Kari feel like they should be able to build. And again, actually, it's interesting to see how Regnum Kari are going to play this one out. Obviously, it's a far slower game from them. They're in the forefront of it now. That chase has not stopped at all as well. Power going from target to target, everyone running them down. It's Thunder Talks again now, pushing up. They've got angles, but smoke's down to provide some cover for the quick heals.
Good elim count though so far, 7, highest in the lobby. 4 Thrives just 1 elim behind that. Singh's going to move forward over towards Al-Haji, confirmed towards him. Gets caught underneath the wheel, wrapped up in burnt rubber. As Thunder Talks sent back over towards the rest of the team. Another shift on the circle here. Regnum Kari do need to move out, and you're right, they were laying the brickwork on the south side for a better match here, but it is Nongshim Red Force, Alter Ego, Weibo, all controlling this high ground. It is a very fun circle to end up on. A lot of cheeky maneuvers that are available here.
Vader with the nades. Just slightly off target. The problem is you've got a few establishing shots that have been fired in from the back as well, with Falcons taking a bit of a scout onto it, trying to spread themselves thinner to keep the pressure on. Ragnar with the spot in the vehicle, quick scout, makes his move back so they can play as a duo still and work off one another. Actually gets the drive-by. The bonnet is enough. That's Thunder Talks losing so much from this.
Goodness me, I mean, Power doing that on their own as well versus Thunder Talks is very, very impressive. They had that number for such a long time, but we switched mobiles there and left in the dust. Regnum Kari look to send up. They're heading over towards Ida once again. It feels like these two Turkish teams consistently take tumbles against one another. They're going to send far over towards Alter Ego. Alva as well as Krypton.
Ooh, just nipping the back of the heel for Krypton is enough to shut him down. An instant connection from Silas onto Alva as well. It's a good heads-up play. You're saying, look, they're going to cast round towards Ida. Instead, they avoid that, cut center circle, straight path, shut down a big squad there as well, stop them from stealing away points.
And get a fairly decent position. We know how much Regnum Kari do like their ditches. So, like you say, they do avoid the Turkish tussle over towards the western side and instead confirm on a very, very central position. Regnum Kari down in 12th place right now, 4 points total with just the 3 elims on this game. They desperately need a big one here if they want to stay in the conversation over towards the top side of the lobby.
This is for Hedown, finally going for Hedown as he gets finished off by Falak there, shots to the side.
5 elims for Falak as well. I mean, he is going off this game. It makes sense as well. I mean, he's always been such a strong player on the squad. Ragnar steps up. Falak won't quite find it, but 8 nades to work with. Yeah, he's probably going down.
Such an easy lineup as well. Only took 1, still 7 in the back pocket for play later. The crowd enjoying that one. So Power go down. Vahidan and his brother in arms finished off. Falak certainly showing us what he's made of, and the Falcons still attempting to find opportunities to scramble some points away on this one.
Top 4 are all out, so this is a great opportunity for the teams underneath to equalize now. We're looking at Ida, Weibo, 4 Thrives as well. 8 elims this match, which is phenomenal, by the way. 6 of them on Falak so far, and he looks to push that number up slightly, just a little bit to the left. He might have just found that knock. Looking to explode the vehicle instead. It's Noki who moves forward, will knock a grenade of his own, sends it through, might just be far enough, but they turn tail and run, and sprint they'll have to.
You are so low though. Bounce around the tree. Redox on the drop, belly on the ground, but it's not enough for the follow-up. T24 with that one, and Narvalo is so far away. Couldn't assist with the rest of the squad. He's tucked in for cover, but it's just him now.
This feels like classic for Thrives as well. The nade play has been wonderful to watch. 4 players sweeping in from that eastern side, and from fight to fight, they've looked strong. Not really been much response their way either. Very much a one-sided argument for Thrives so far. Nade's been sent over now to DRX. This is from Horror attempting to cut their way in on the northeast side. Regnum Kaya much more concerned right now with the beast lying in wait on the east side and for Thrives.
It's what we wanted to see. 4 Thrives, not just surviving, but like we've said time and time again, absolutely thriving in the lobby, living up to their old tricks, showing us the powerhouse that they could really be. Aura here, trapped in commotion versus DRX as well. No fear. He bails out. Quick move. Silas still finding impact in the Elim feed as another squad feels the wrath of Regnum Karia.
With 33Z going down, now we're in a full-on brawl, likely to spark soon between 4 Thrives as well as Regnum Kaya, but it's Horror coming in from that northern edge. T24 immediately passes that information back, and Noki will stand at the forefront as the vanguard versus Horror. IQ playing far back down towards the southeast, trying to gather some information over towards Regnum Kaya. And all the while, Nongshan Red Force has been living it large inside their mansion, almost.
Yeah, living their movie, sitting pretty. No one's contested them. They really haven't had to do too much whatsoever to get closer and closer towards some sweet, sweet high-end placement points on this one. Falak, though, finally comes unstuck. He's been ripping and tearing his way through everyone in this lobby, but now you've got to play medic if you want to save him. IQ from the side, hits back onto the sky. Sleepy, closing the gap with the scout in play, bails out the vehicle. Oh, the shots connect as well. 4 Thrives losing a lot of their stock on this one now.
But Regnum Kaya trying to steal away some of these elims. They will find a couple, and Wild will find another knock. Falcons go down to DRX as they try to get involved in this one. But it's Regnum Kaya taking that opportunity. It's a perfect opportunity for them to swing round on that southeast edge. They want to clear as many teams as possible. 4 Thrives move back over towards Horror here. And for Regnum Kaya, that was a lovely trade for them.
Aura going to be dropping the hoorah as the energy's there. You've still got to contain yourself, reset from the angles that are in play. Sleepy and No Fear, they're split up. Hyunbin finding impact back over onto Ida as well, and this story continues. DRX decimating onto Ida, and Nongshan Red Force finally, they get thrown a bit of a deathly blow as there'll be a connection back over from Regnum Karia.
Handle them, keep them at bay here, and it has to be done as we get through in towards our next circles. Most teams desperate for this one to move away from Nongshan Red Force, but will it ever? Directly on top of them, and realistically for a lot of our other teams, they're playing for second now. Nongshan Red Force, as aggressive team as they are, will just have to bide their time. They're going to have to sit still and just make sure that blood doesn't thump too hard and they get the signal to send out of the building with the rage that is building.
Getting ants in your pants at a time like this could be the worst outcome for them. You've got to say, I mean, props to Regnum Karia, very proactive heads-up gameplay right now with the fights that they've been willing to take. They started slow, but they have not stopped since they found momentum. Nades being thrown back out as well, trying to get that one on target down towards Aura. And then DRX ushered further forward, slowly advancing, looking to play off one another with cover. Sleepy in the vehicle makes a move. Ida still getting hit by the play zone as well.
Really could not move at all here. Regnum Kaya is trying to slow things down, thinking they're looking for that second place here. They know they need to get the placements as well as the elims. It's tough for them, it's difficult. Aaron, star player coming through from Ida, wanders through onto that western side, will make a quick sweep before making the pit stop on the northwest side of Nongshan Red Force. Nade just stopped short there of Horror. Regnum Kaya has got a different prey on their mind, looking over towards Nongshim Red Force, trying to see if they can find a singular knock before trying to take that task to them.
Aaron can just keep his nose clean as well. He's got some hardcover to work with the airdrops that are close by, so just tucks himself in position. Straight down the middle. Here's the push up though from Regnum Karya. Instant engagement from Bloxy, who locks on, and Sleepy is down and out. No fear, barely standing tall as well. So much damage done from the engagement.
It's going to be a long nade, by the way, he's sending here. I don't think it's going to go far enough. I think you're best off holding these nades for the initial push that's going to happen over towards Nongshim Red Force, and that is good resource control there from Regnum Karya. You can see Wild's got 3 nades, I think Silas had 6, but they don't want to expend too many here versus No Fear. They definitely have some that are expendable, but they need them if they want to push over. But it's good to know that there is at least a plan in the mind of Regnum Karya of how they're going to assault this building.
Got Aaron as well, throwing out nades on the push-up from Hyunbin. That's what I was saying. He tucked himself into an angle to actually make it kind of uncomfortable. Ooh, Nongshim Red Force baited into this one potentially, though. Looking for a look over the top of the ridge. Aaron trying to keep himself down. Nades coming in. First's on target. Follow-up's good. Doxy dismantles Ida. They're out of the running now.
There is a slight distraction here. Going through over towards Nongshim Red Force. I think that Regnum Karya is going to try and play this one out for Zone 9, honestly, and hope that this is not central. I don't think it is, and it will force Nongshim Red Force out. But Toshpik sends in first and will manage to get towards the backside here. Nongshim Red Force weren't able to control it, and Nongshim Red Force, they see red. They move out of the building, and Regnum Karya's picked up position.
DRX are dealing damage and handling themselves up close and personal. For Sanhok, it's going wrong. Binny now with a thin veil of smoke to protect himself, but look at all of the nades. Everyone priming these from the top of the roof, dashing them down. They had such a power play position for so damn long, but the minute they advance, DRX makes it uncomfortable. And Binny, you're living on borrowed time. Regnum Karya, if they find this one, they're setting themselves up for a huge chicken dinner.
10 points on the game and plenty more eliminations to be found here for Regnum Karya. Like we said before, they've been holding on to these resources. They knew the angle they'd need to take. Silas goes down, but not before a nade sent through. Sizzy goes out, and it will be Regnum Karya looking for the big finish here versus DRX, Jackie.
They just need that final knock. Convert this one, close it down. The slow build-up. Oh, and that's enough. All it takes, the push-up from the zone, being the 5th man in the lobby for Regnum Karya as they're able to convert that one. A great game, good decision-making. The third parties were on point, and they walk away with a chicken dinner here in the playoffs.
It's a big game for them, a much-needed match. The top 4 went out early as well, as we talked about, so this will bump Regnum Karya back up towards that top side of the tables. But for Nongshim Red Force, like we said, that force from them builds quite a bit. The rage needs to be contained. They can't always be looking for these massively aggressive plays. They could have sit still for a little bit longer, but that leg was jiggling and they wanted to get it moving.
Yeah, baited out by the last man from Ida. Aaron just behind the box causes problems against DRX. They swoop in thinking we could just clean up on this one, take it all home, but it was not a spilled drink. They did not clean it easy, and it presented opportunities for this team on your screens to run away with it.
Regnum Karya make it messy towards the end zone. But we're going to clean up right now, and we'll take you to a break, in which case we'll come back with the desk.
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver Glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Regnum Carrier capitalizes on the entire nation of South Korea and is able to wrestle away, barely wrestle away, that compound there from Nongshim Red Force to get themselves the victory. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this one. Neptura, this raised some questions, but Regnum Carrier looking strong.
They are looking strong. After a confusing start, for me personally, they are looking very, very strong indeed. I'm not sure what was happening in the early game. They were still in Roshawk in phase 2, still in the blue, still out there in phase 3 even, but I actually really like their wide wraparound, and it really set them off for the rest of the game.
I mean, you got to give credit to Regnum Carrier. Even though they did end up rotating late, I really enjoyed the crashes that they were able to do. This team was just really confident. They were able to crash on 2 players from APG. After that, they made sure that they made Fourth Thrives actually back off, and that's what's ultimately a bit of Fourth Thrives' demise there, because they don't want to take over Regnum Carrier. But looking at the overall the match ranking here, the RX still being able to put up some points.
Yeah, very impressive by them on the north side. They were fighting, I think it's fair to say. Okay, let's just instantly address it.
Yes.
Nongshim Red Force.
Great team.
It's 7 points from that here, 7. It's a bit of a disaster considering what you should have been able to get from this game.
Yeah, you're an evil person.
I'm old now.
You would send it to me too, because man, I was fuming as soon as I saw this team leave the compound after not doing absolutely a damn thing throughout the whole match, saying this is why this team is so passive. You were saying it perfectly too, Cal. You thought that this team was going to end up maybe a little bit scared of getting sandwiched, but even then, just try to use that utility. There was already so many smokes there on that compound, and you decide to give the high ground to Regnum Carrier of all teams?
The green room was in shambles, weren't we? When they made that play, it was like, what are you doing? I mean, if you want to go for a harebrained push like that, at least just use 2. If you're going to go, oh, we've got some opening knocks onto DRX. No, I don't agree with it at all. But I would agree with it better than sending all 4 off of those houses. It shouldn't have been done in the first place, but it is what it is. And Regnum Carrier, I will say Regnum Carrier's timing on that, as soon as they saw, hang on a second, they've made a massive blunder. We can take advantage of this. They full sent to that. It was really, really nicely played from them. I do want to go very quickly back to Regnum, though, because that initial south rotation early on in the game, it actually was a really good play for them because they were able to come up behind Fourth Thrives, behind APG as well. And as those teams moved up and got fought on that hillside, they were actually able to come up and sandwich behind them. So it was actually really well set up from them as well. So coming in through that and then getting all that momentum, third-partying everything they could find up against a Nongshim who hasn't done anything all game except sit in a compound and then make a mistake. I mean, it was a very easy win for them.
Yeah, for Regnum Carrier, it just came down to that aggression that they were showing throughout the match. But let's go back to Nongshim Red Force. Yeah. You were talking about maybe sending 2. Don't send in anybody.
No.
What are you doing? What are you doing giving your high ground to another team? And if there were guys
going to be wanting to do anything, we're actually talking about this. Maybe try to set up a player on the roof of that compound because you already have utility. You didn't have to do anything throughout the match. You can use that utility to defend yourself from DRX and be ready for any type of push that Regnum Karya was going to have to do on you.
If anything, it would have yielded Morilim's. Never mind like a potential win or something like that. But anyway, that's by the by. Other teams that we want to focus on as well. Good old 4 Thrives. The team that Mr. 7 did pick to do well. Talk to me.
I mean, it was just an amazing play out of this team. Being able to rotate early on to the southwest of the military island. After that, they were able to spot that APG had moved on. And I think this is one thing that Max and I were talking about throughout the match. We were expecting APG to actually be in military apartments. They gave that up, and 4 Thrives was able to take full advantage of it. You can see exactly why, as Falak was able to get 6 eliminations, and I actually enjoyed what Falak was doing. He still overextended a little bit there towards the end. The team was a bit too split, and Hora ended up just capitalizing on that. But before that, they were just being proactive. They were showing the aggression that we have seen out of this team in group stage.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I really liked Falak's nade over onto Power, right? Was it Ragnar, the last player? He actually, with that nade, not only got rid of a team, but he opened up a position for his own team, right? So they were able to push on top of that. So he, even though he does overextend just a little bit, he's doing so much for his team as an entry point.
Well, if you want to extend on that too, this team kept on sweeping. That's what I enjoyed. Wanting to gain control. And if we talk about sweeping, one team that was able to do that great was Power.
Yeah, they were looking good. They were looking good for it. But I'm getting word that we are ready to head over to Barney, who is actually with Suk from Weibo after their couple of games here for the grand final.
Welcome back to the main stage where I've got Suk here from Weibo Gaming. We are 3 maps into day 1 of the grand finals and things are starting to heat up already. Suk, the first thing I want to ask you, it's the grand finals. You guys are performing pretty well straight off the bat. I want to ask you how you feel like your games are going so far, what can be improved on and what's going well.
首先就是你们现在已经到了总决赛嘛，然后在总决赛当中，你们今天一开始的时候感觉状态还是挺好的，就是打的成绩也不错。就想问你个人来讲的话，你觉得你今天发挥怎么样呢？哪里有什么要进步的以及要调整的吗？
还好，只不过我们在世界赛这个舞台好像有一些困难需要去克服，就比如说对手他的一些不按套路出牌，然后他们可能做出一些针对，比如说我们上一把的海岛在机场被 Power 所针对了一下，因为正常情况下他一个 M 层队伍可能会去正常运营，但是他选择来到海边堵我们一个 P 港进圈的路线，所以我们可能在接下来的比赛会去着重往这方面去优化。
Well, it's we have done pretty well so far, but we do feel like this is the grand finals, this is the main stage. We are noticing that some of the other teams are obviously doing or at least strategizing around us. Like for example, in the last map, Erangel, when we landed at the airport, I think P team they are a team that usually lands in like an M city or something, and then they actually came over to airport with us, and they kind of targeted us. So we kind of need to adapt around that. We need to make sure that we are more on our toes and be able to counter whatever strategies that our opponents have prepared for us.
You sound like you know what's going on. I think that something I need to mention as well, something that's been really amazing to see here in the Gidea Esports Arena, is how many Chinese fans that we have in the crowd cheering you on. It's been so amazing to see. How does it feel having this kind of national support here at the Esports World Cup? And is there anything you'd like to say to them?
就现在你到这个主舞台上面呢，也有来了很多中国的粉丝到现场来支持你们。你有什么话想跟就是你现在感觉怎么样？有这些粉丝在这边在现场能支持你，以及有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
无需多言 ，I love you。
I understood that one. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us in this interview, Suk. You're doing really well so far, but obviously we've got 3 more maps today and, of course, the rest of the weekend to see if you guys can prove yourself and lift that trophy. But for now, let's head back to you guys.
Well, there you have it. There is Suk giving us some info about what's going on in Weibo at the moment here. But let's talk about some of the other teams from these Erangels, of course. Hora. They were able to put themselves in a better position, I feel, compared to the previous games.
I have to agree. I think they actually did a really, really good job of not only positioning themselves correctly, but also being more aggressive with these things, you know. We saw some really great pushes, some really good timing, some really good third parties, and I want to predict that they will win a game today, because that's how they're looking.
Yeah, well, we'll go back on Hora in a bit. I'm actually impressed at just first place to 8th place, currently only being separated by 8 points.
Whoa.
This might be the closest first 3 games we have ever had at an international.
Before we even move on, I want you to take a look at Power. Power's all points are just coming in from eliminations. I've never seen that before, especially for a team that's in top 4.
Well, it's consistent with their brand, right? Because let's be real, in the, I think it was either group stages or survival, I think it was like 40 elims compared to about 10 or 15 placement points. So we know that they can frag out. And usually Neptura, as we take a look through at 9th and 16th, when a team is able to frag out like that, eventually placement points will come. So maybe this is a good omen for Power.
I should hope so. I've really enjoyed how they played so far today. I do agree that I think we are going to see probably a lot more placements coming their way because we've seen it from them before as well, haven't we? Certainly in the survival stage, they were doing a lot in terms of those placement points, really able to control those end zones and getting a win a lot of the time. So it's bound to happen.
The way that they've been aggressive, that's what was impressive to me in that last match. The way that they were able to spread out, they were showing us exactly how they were able to play in survival stage, making sure they had those big splits, get a big area on the zone, and going to Hora, they're pretty much doing the same thing too. They were having 1-2-1 splits that worked out wonders for them, and at the end, took them 5 to 4 drives and actually won it until they got their party.
I've been impressed by their glow up from group stage through into survival stage and now here in the final. Let's see if they can continue it as well. But also, we have another opportunity for you guys at home to be involved, because starting from August the 1st, that's today, we have the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially kicking off. So the cool thing about this competition is it accepts both in-game outfit design submissions as well as people participating by showcasing their real-life outfits for you guys to wear at home in real life as well. So use your sense of fashion to influence the world, and the total prize pool can reach up to $120,000. To participate or view detailed rules, please visit the PDP section on the official PUBG Mobile website or follow the official social media accounts. Exciting stuff. I think, Seven, you've got a great fashion sense. You could win. I'm just lying, of course. All right, well, let's head on over to Barney now, as well as Veracity. They're ready to kick off the half-time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qiddiya Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day 1 of the grand finals, and things are really starting to heat up. The spectacle is growing. We've had some amazing performances so far, and it's starting to heat up. Veracity.
It certainly is, Barney. I'm super excited for the first day of our grand finals here in the Qiddiya Esports Arena. We've had some fantastic games so far.
We have, haven't we? I'm buzzing. So, map number 1, Power started extremely strong. 6 eliminations on the board, but only 1 player remained, and it was easy, securing a further 3 eliminations, bringing their total to 9. But the final face-off was between Alter Ego Esports and Alter Ego Ares, in fact, let's get it right, and Ida Esports. Alter Ego managing to secure the winner-winner chicken dinner and 23 points on the board.
You know what, though, Barney? In match 2, we saw an incredibly defensive team, Falcons, coming on through, which was a far cry from the performance of top 3 placements we saw coming out from them during the survival stage. However, our final fight saw Yangon Galacticos and Team Secret going head-to-head, with Yangon Galacticos walking away victorious in that one with 12 eliminations under their belt. You get up there, Barney?
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually starting to like it. Not bothered.
All right, in which case we'll go ahead and leave you up there. Match 3, however, with Yangon Galacticos having a giant target on their back, they were understandably the very first team to get eliminated during that one. It was grenades galore all throughout the match. However, for Four Thrives and Power Esports, each of those teams had 10 eliminations each. But unfortunately, neither of them were able to make it to the final stages of the match. Instead, however, we saw Regnum Caria walking away with a winner-winner chicken dinner. How about that one?
You know that this isn't over. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready for map number 4 of day 1 of the grand finals.
There it is, map number 4 coming your way, our final Erangel of the day before we head into back-to-back Miramars. It's been a lot of fun watching the front end of the matches, and now it's time to watch the back end and see if some of our teams towards the bottom, who might be on the struggle bus, very early going, however, start to rise up. I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by John. And John, I'm excited to get this one started, brother, because last game was nutty. We had, of course, that military end zone. Super sad I wasn't a part of it. I love military military zones. Hoping we get one here, but did see a bit of some fumbles. I don't know, maybe some grand final nerves starting to come out.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Nongshim Red Force's decisions were at best questionable in those final moments. They were having a bit of a nightmare in that final scenario. Very quiet all game. They were timid and hiding behind the curtains of their buildings, but in the end, they made that wrong call. They pushed out and Regnum able to sweep them under the rug. It has been quite a different story in each of our matches. That's what's led to the tables being as they are. It is very, very close towards the top side. There is no clear front runner right now, even if we've got a team at the top of the tables. As much as it's nice to be there, it is not a secure place. So, with another Erangel to play today, we are going to be kicking things off for one more grassy pastures. I can see they've gotten rid of Barney off that stage. His square has descended and he's allowed back to the green room. He can have a drink of water, get refreshed, because it is about to get messy.
Let's get it going. Game number 4, back to Erangel, and time to see who's ready to perform and who is ready, well, to drop the ball. It's going to be a fun one without question. 4th Rise, been looking for them to step it up. They're not doing too bad necessarily. 18 points, 9th place, but first place after all with Alter Ego is just at 28. Very doable. It's only day 1, 3 games in. No alarm bells ringing just yet. Maybe we'll start some tomorrow when we get into game 4, 5, and 6. I do want to see Horta, though, do a lot better than where they currently are at 13. I really think that's a roster that performed very, very well throughout the group stages, obviously throughout the survival stages. But today, been falling a bit flat. And the same could be said for Team Falcons, who obviously the home team going for that club championship race. That's a roster that needs a top 8 finish. Right now in 15th, just one spot away from the bottom.
It's not friendly to be down there. Of course, you've got 18 matches left to play. It's a longer set than the 12 we've been used to seeing for each of our teams over the survival stage, over those group stages as well. So a little bit more leeway on these slightly lower than expectations performances. But hopefully they can pick up the pace here in match number 4 on the day, as our top players do slide on past our eyeballs. You can see Al Haji, with the support from his father, of course, having a good time. Circle pops, and we're heading out to the east side of Erangel.
Love this zone. I think it's going to be a bit spicy for the military zone players. Well, they get a little bit of a profit, I think, at least for 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken, who consistently land down over at military. Maybe we throw in a third, but you do have to kind of start thinking ahead of the game, man. At that that eastern bridge might be a bit spicy, but here tonight, what do we see?
Fireflux and Horror both will come into contact with one another on their, maybe not a hot drop, but on those vehicles. They are going to get contested. At the moment, there is a knock sent over towards Horror, but Fireflux playing on as 3 as they have had a player confirmed down and out. That is not good news to kick things off, especially given where the circle has fallen on this east side.
Yeah, without a doubt. And for Fireflux especially, being all the way at the bottom, I feel they have had some shining moments throughout our tournament, but today they've fallen very flat, and already losing a player is going to put their backs even further against the wall. Horta looks to be getting their teammate back up into the fight, so that's going to be good news for them. A team, again, that performed very well throughout the previous days, looking to step it up here. Sleepy is going to be split off in the distance. Luckily for him, he's going to be just fine. Nobody looking to contest. We do have Power and Ragnum Karya relatively close. Now, we did notice one of the interesting things about Power is no placement points, but they're still up there in the top 4 because of the eliminations.
Ooh, maybe another elim for Ida, but no, not quite able to connect. Yeah, absolutely correct. The desk was highlighting it as well, of course, with Power not able to get into the placements on any of their 3 matches, but still being in the top 5 is insane, right? And they are right on the doorstep of potentially doing a little bit more. So if they're able to do this in these early game scraps, a much more heavy elimination focus, taking inspiration from the likes of IHC a couple of years back and making sure that they are primarily focused in these scenarios. If they can get into these late games, if they can get a chicken dinner or 2 on board, bolster up those placements, it is a fearsome roster to be worried about. As we hop on board with the Falcons, though, up towards Pachinki. They don't have any contest here, but it has not been a nice sight to see if you're a Falcons fan, and I know there's plenty out there in the arena.
That's right.
And they aren't going to be too happy with them for the time being. 2 points average on the games they've played, that's not good.
But we got to appreciate having Pachinki to yourselves for Falcons. That's plenty of loot they're going to have, especially going into the next zone, which is getting tightly contested. For Falcons, they should have an easy transition in, depending on where DRX chooses to land. And, well, for DRX, they're going to leave one player out and maybe be the scout for the roster. See how that ends up unfolding. For Power's sake, though, they continue to move central zone, where Regnum Karya are currently at. Fireflux and Nogsham Red Force not far behind. Could get a little bit spicy as a lot of vehicles are moving, teams are traveling, and they're starting to lock in those hardcover POIs.
Power Esports drawing up in the garage there. They will be playing all three of them stopping off on the building. They are sending another further on out. So we get a replay. This is that hot drop. Matcap, okay. It was 2 players with knives. And in the end, Sky was able to tag him for 1, and then Sleepy chefed him up something awful over in the garage there. Only the pistol to defend, and that's not good news.
Could have been scary. Rosemary opposite of AJ from Thunder Talk. I'll top out. That was a great placement, and in fact, it's going to end up in a drop. AJ putting in work early on. Full health, mind you. He can truly do a lot of damage to this Alter Egos roster up ahead.
Thunder Talk bolstering their position as well, with King sidling on forwards. Alter Ego trying to pull Rosemary back to his feet there. They are going to put a lot of investment into it, but Moana, goes for the nade and flushes his own teammate out. That is not a good start for Alter Ego to try and defend this top spot on the table. And now it's Thunder Talk looking to keep this pace going. All 4 of them now in situ, and they can play on a numbers advantage. A little bit split for Alter Ego. Alva under a lot of pressure there. The reload needs to come through. Can he connect with the auto shotty?
He stays in the corner. Dodging those jump shots, goes for the retreat, and is successful in getting some distance between them, which means he can reposition and fight the duo of Thunder Talk. That fight still going to be well underway, and he's going to continue to distance himself, maybe get an off angle onto AJ. It pays off. The down is in, but the 2 members from Thunder Talk are hot on his heels.
They're still on the outside of the wall, though, and with King falling, this means that nobody is forward for Thunder Talk. They're now trapped on the outside, out in the cold, and Thunder Talk are getting rinsed right now.
Rinsed indeed, but I love that angle from King. Alva play this very, very carefully. Even if Thunder Talk wins this fight, like you said, they are in dire straits, and I really do think that's a huge oversight. This duo should have pushed up on him and taken him down. Having Alva on that off angle was detrimental to Thunder Talk. Obviously, your duo ends up falling, and now you're leaving. You gain 0 value. The timid fights do not work out if you want to be a champion.
I mean, much like the Omnidroid from The Incredibles, right? The only thing tough enough to take down an Alter Ego player in this match is themselves. The only thing that has taken one of them down fully is that team nade. And that's not the sort of coordination that you want to see coming on through, especially in Mill to Power on a circle like this. You know, it's so important to have everybody alive in a central location in these early circles, right? You want to transition in towards the late game. They've pushed up towards 30 points, though. And they will be okay for the time being and playing on a 3. Not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, but see how that game ends up unfolding. Smile barely, just a nick of health, and manages to get away. Team Secret applying the pressure. Yangon Galacticus, Team Secret rotating maybe up north, then dropping down south through Naya. Team Secret could get a drop on them if they continue to progress forward, which could be great for playing a gatekeeper role. For now, just trying to heal up and just really recover. For Team Secret, though, unfortunately, I think they're going to lose at least 1 into blue, if I'm not mistaken. For Barnett, though, he's moving up.
So are the rest of the team. At least several of them are trying to go in pursuit here, hopping out, going for the spray. Zerus has to divert, send back behind the headland. Is there an off-angle hop out? No. But the blue zone will do a little bit more damage here. We're only at stage 1, so this is very, very survivable on these rotates. It's not really going to do much more to them, and those sims already on the bar there for Zerus mean that he's going to stay very, very healthy here unless a couple more shots connect, which it doesn't look like they're going to. Sending over the north side of the Yaz Lake. I imagine that Yangon Galacticos is going to divert. Not too keen to go in behind them, but we'll have to wait and see. The plane path, sorry, the next circle just about to come on through.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos, I thought we're going to take the roadway and then cut through, but SayCloud has stayed up top. He wants presence behind Team Secret. Meanwhile, the other 3 are in fact going to go in succession down low, and SayCloud does deviate away, maybe wanting to stay in Team Secret's mindsets, but getting tightly contested in the southern portion of the arena versus Falcons, a team that's been on the struggle bus, or E-Arena. I love the way that they've been playing. Granted, today they've been falling flat, so this fight critical for both rosters.
Irida disengaged from that one. They had the numbers advantage. Perhaps they were reading too much into the circle. They thought if we can't conclude this fight immediately, there's a third party potential. But they had a massive advantage in that fight. Only 2 of the Falcons were on the inside. I'm not too sure about the decision to disengage it, but we'll see how they can play on from here. Meantime, Power looking to rack up even more elims. They're now up to 1 on the tables, and that's going to put them up on 26 with no placement points.
Taking down Nox from Red Force would be huge for them, mind you. I really feel, based off of that last play in the last map where Nox from Red Force had center zone, had the hardcover POI and pushed out, I feel that was a massive oversight, potentially starting to get into their own heads. So for Power, pushing this fight could be big. For Weibo, well, we can't even stay upright. We got 4 wheels. Well, they decide to use 2.
They're going to maintain course, though, self-righting, going all the way out west for a wide wrap from Weibo to go out on that west side bridge. APG, they're ahead. Alpha Gaming will send over that east side bridge, fairly uncontested now, and they are sending up north. Yeah, this is just the continuing long rotate from Weibo to go out to all the way on that west side. They're getting across the bridge. They'll be pushing in from around Potato Hill, but don't expect to see them for another 2 minutes.
That's right. We won't see them for a long time. For APG, well, you saw what the game plan was. They were setting up to gatekeep Weibo. So this long rotate, in my opinion, was critical for Weibo. They only had one choice, and that was to take the western side bridge. For APG, they don't see any Weibo members. Okay, we move on out and start to progress towards Milta, maybe towards Power. Meanwhile, though, we do have Regnum Karya potentially setting up a trap on Hora, who's going to be up just ahead. A team that played so well through the early stages, now struggling today.
I mean, they're sequestered right up into the cliffs over Prison. It does severely limit their sightlines here for Regnum Karya. They're going to have to try just gather that info from the sound. They have got that outpost Silas a little bit disparate from them. We'll be rotating around, feeding back a little bit more info. But for the time being, they are a little bit crunched in here. Hora a little bit less so. They've got a little bit more leeway on the side of that Prison cliff face. Teams trying to get central. Nobody really getting too aggy with it just now. It's only Thunder Talk who have lost 2 players and a couple of those earlier elims coming on through as well.
See DRX off in the distance. They've got a couple of teams in their line of sights. Like you said, nobody getting aggro just yet. We see a zone shift up towards the north. For the majority of teams, they're already pretty much sequestered where they currently are. For the rosters like Power, APG, Thunder Talk, the duo, Alter Egos. Weibo finally starting to get their first member out of the blue zone as they head up towards north through school. Maybe even towards Yangon Galacticus. But everybody rotating in. I'm hearing a lot more shots this time around. No surprise for Falcons. Oh, I'm hoping Regnum Karya does not crash into him, and it looks like they're not going to. Even Silas taking too much damage for his own good.
Yeah, crashing in on that position with the number of third parties available. Maybe a death sentence, but instead they turn over towards the dip, and it's 4 Thrives who are eating lead left and right. That is nasty. The team from Pakistan is going to be eliminated very, very quickly.
4 Thrives get melted off the map. You know, a team that dominated throughout group stage, struggling today. We questioned those days off throughout survival stage. Would it be helpful? Would it not? Well, for 4 Thrives, they need to get their legs back underneath them. But Power's also rotating in. Ragnar taking a ton of damage. We got Wild also falling. Ragnar now down. Haji getting active. Ida's going to fall. It's just a mass amount of teams and bodies on the ground in this area. Haji getting the cleanup. Starkin up ahead. Cooking a nade, and this nade, if placed right, could be devastating to Power.
Darkin unleashes it over towards Fadan. The bounce is good, and it will connect for the knock. Haji now, the last player alive for Power. They have 4 elims. They'll want a little bit more, and he's now got a nade cooking. They know where Ida is playing, and nobody's getting out of this dip unscathed. The nade goes long, and Darkin pushes forwards. Haji around the smoke, goes for the spray, and of course he connects it, but there's the shutdown from the off angle. Fireflux shut everything down, and there is no one alive.
We just lost 3 teams just like that in one engagement. Fireflux playing spoiler, and we'll talk on that in just a second. Team Secret now against Alter Egos. You called it. Caster Curse, nobody getting aggro. Well, now we got everyone getting aggro all at the same time. Krypton going to pick up Ayala over in the corner, and another team has been lost. We just lost 4 teams in the span of about 45 seconds.
That was insane. 4 teams went into that dip, and none of them got out of it. It was insane.
Wow.
It was being held, I believe, originally by 4 Thrives.
Yes.
Then both Regnum Karya and Ida crashed in at the same time. And then Power lapped in over the top. Fireflux were just like, this is ridiculous, guys. You need to chill out. They put them in the cooler. And it's going to maintain Power's record of getting no placement points, but they still got 5 elims on this match.
It's such a bummer, though, for Power because Al-Haji is the last one standing. He's the champion of the team fights, 4 teams in one area, and then Fireflux says, hey, good job, buddy. I got you. Takes him right down. Either way, like you said, 5 elims. You got to be happy with that for Alter Egos at 5 themselves. And, of course, another zone shift going to be taking place. But, yeah, that was probably one of the craziest fights we've seen today.
Absolutely insane stuff. A hard south shift, and this is going to help out teams like DRX, like Falcons, if they can hold their nerve out in the open. A lot of open ground, right? We saw how difficult it is to approach this Falcons position. When it gets closer and closer on the circle, it gets slightly easier, right? Because there's fewer and fewer positions that sit around them that can take those third-party shots. There's fewer teams that are potentially going to third-party on towards you. So Falcons, their strength is really good right now in terms of position, but that will start to falter when the teams around them start to get involved, start to get dropped. But I'm expecting to see them into this one deep, potentially up to stage 6.
I was looking at this Thunder Talk. We see a replay coming in. This is a team secret fight versus Alter Egos, and Xerus is putting in work, but it was Krypton who was able to even up the odds, silence Team Secret, and send them packing to the next game. Weibo, Thunder Talk, finally back on your screen, and, well, not for long, as one is taken down immediately.
PEL derby right now between Weibo and Thunder Talk, but it seems pretty clean, done and dusted. 3 players alive for Weibo and 1 for Thunder Talk. Together they make a full team, but there's no cooperation here. It's Xing sending off into the horizon.
Xing is gone. Thunder Talk's been in survival mode since the early goings of this game. 2 eliminations. You're not too happy with that. Maybe some placement points will help you out. Doc with a great angle. Maybe surprise some members from DRX up ahead if you can get a line of sight on them. Nobody can be seen just yet, but Doc is a guy that's sneaky, and if he sees you, he's taking you down.
Nongshim Red Force, they've got 2 players alive, 1 further back. Let's hope that they could do a little bit better, although with only 2 players right on the edge here, it's going to be difficult. That shelter position can keep them alive for quite a while. Xing takes a couple of shots over towards Xiol, who's actually going to reposition away from this one, but Xing has to push a little bit further in. He's going to go into the wake of APG, so Alpha Gaming going to actually allow this rotate to happen.
He fired a couple of shots, nearly getting it down. The fact that he's still alive is incredible. This is where Doc was, I believe, and actually, excuse me, Doc's going to be on the opposite side. And so this Doc will stay where he's currently at to overlook everybody who's going to be up. You got DRX still up in the distance. So DRX in a pretty precarious spot, if I had to say so, because Nongshim Red Force is over there. They have a presence. And then you also have another one from a distance. Xing narrowly avoiding getting squashed. 33Z hops out. And finally, Thunder Talk will fall. Again, surviving for the longest time. But one by one, they were picked apart until they were finally eliminated.
And in their wake, this rotate will be pursued down by Hora, who are going to move out now to this southeast side. All 4 of their players are alive, and they're looking for a good game here. Having underperformed so far in the first 3 matches, they're going to try and take on some PEL representatives as they are going to try and find that wrap back around. The smoke's keeping them safe, but both of these 2 teams are actually right up and against the blue zone. Hora overextending now, and they are going to fold back in towards themselves, play that east side. They actually lose a player to Krypton over on that north edge, so they can't really afford to place too much pressure on this south side.
Question is, do they? Hora continues to get closer and closer. Krypton maybe tempting that he wants to get away. Alva's dipped himself. But Krypton will continue to fight, and you know, he's a scary player. 4 eliminations already, John, and a guy that can very well take down the entirety of the Horde roster if they're not careful. For Sky, he needs to keep his head on a swivel. He's going to be the one to truly shut down Krypton if he makes an attempt to maybe challenge No Fear and Sleepy up ahead.
Chance there with 4 elims. Krypton is pumping today. Doing a lot of work for the roster, but with only 2 players against the 3, they do have the disadvantage. They're on the outskirts as well. Their options fairly limited. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them try and sweep up north. With Hora pushing into the tower, they're going to be a little bit less mobile, not going to be as easily able to go in pursuit, but they could equally try and find Sky, and that looks like maybe what they're going to try and do here. Wrap back around, play on the backside here, and open up a window of opportunity for themselves. But Weibo Gaming are just over that ridgeline, and Krypton in danger now. Sky has to go for the reload, and it's actually barely low on ammo here.
Oh, but yeah, it was Alva. So the car was a distraction. Alva was pushing up, but now he's getting pressured by Hora as they push in. Alva, a sliver of hell, taken down by No Fear. Krypton now damage control. He's got Weibo to his flanks, and now you've got one alter ego member of Krypton right smack dab in between Weibo and the Hora roster. So Hora got to make a decision. Who do we challenge first? Krypton to solo, Weibo up ahead. Do we disengage and maybe go a little bit further into zone? I would not want to be them making that decision.
If I'm Weibo, I'm letting the blue zone handle Krypton, and I think it's a similar call for Hora right now. You just need to negotiate.
Do they know he's
wait
there?
for him to leave. They should know, right? He's taken shots back over towards Hora earlier on in that engagement. So they should know that there's a player down this hill. You don't need to put this much pressure on. This is overexposing potentially to the Hora position. And Order's getting a little bit froggy.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. No Fears right there. Ready to apex this hill. Krypton to the right. This is going to get spicy indeed. Nade cooking. Krypton going on the attack. Surely No Fear takes down Krypton in this moment, but no, Krypton's going to be free and clear to make this push up. He finally starts to take a little bit of damage, and rightly so. It was No Fear along with Order who takes him down. Order getting the elimination. Now, Weibo can put all their eggs in one basket and focus on Hora, who's up ahead.
They can try and now turn and get ahead of this one. They do still have a couple of players in tow. They've got that outpost down to the southwest side in 33Z, who's been scouting, who's been gathering that information. Hora, they've been locked into this fight for a while. Looking at the rest of the circle, meanwhile, Falcons, they've been chilling in their building for a long, long time now. They have managed to rack up 3 Elim points and actually make that maybe a couple more as the nades land over towards Fireflux. They're going to have to think about getting out of this business, though, for the time being. They are right on the edge of the circle. They'll be safe for now. DRX have been holding out on the southwest for a nice while as well, but Yangon Galacticos going to be putting pressure on. I feel like that's the next crash coming on through, and SayCloud's going to send it.
Yeah, absolutely going to be the next fight. Falcons, mind you, also focused on Fireflux over here in the shed. They took a little bit of damage from DRX. In fact, Redox is going to fall once again. Scarface getting some shots. SayCloud onto Quiz. You mentioned it, Yangon Galactica starting to push up, but they've also taken some damage, a downed player, so they're going to have to go at it 3 strong. So we have an immense amount of fights. Falcons versus Fireflux, Yangon Galacticus going against DRX, and the winners potentially controlling the entirety of the western portion of zone.
It's going to be really difficult to move as Falcons when Yangon Galacticos or DRX are able to claim this one, but so far nobody is dead on that southwest border. All the teams there have 4 players alive, both of them maintaining the entire roster. Alpha could potentially have an impact here with Top and Seoul on the south side, but I imagine they're going to be thinking more about going east. You can see Top trying to hold face, and around this shelter entrance, it's just nobody making that first move right now, and they can chill out for a little bit longer with the circle.
APG can be truly punishing to DRX. The only thing stopping them from shooting, I believe, are the smokes. They just can't get the line of sight. But Top should have infinite vision. In fact, he's going to get active. So there's going to be Top on one full finish on one DRX member who's now starts to push up. This gives an opportunity for Yangon Galacticus to start firing at DRX as well. Weibo says enough is enough. Takes down an APG member. 33Z also taking a tremendous amount of damage. It comes to show you literally nobody is safe. And Weibo on the outskirts of zone, fully eliminated.
It's in circles like this that you've got to think potentially Fireflux could have a chance if this fight on the southwest side doesn't conclude, but it looks like Yangon have isolated their entrance and will be playing on fairly convincingly. SayCloud very likely to get this knock on the Horman. That should be an easy pickup for them. Behind the rock, sure, but you have to dash out to try and find that res, and with only Joker left standing, they don't have a lot of time to get this one.
Currently, Yangon Galacticus have a beautiful spot where they are at. If the zone favors them on the next shift, they are going to be set up very nicely to control the end game. Of course, depending on what DRX and APG decide to do from their current position. For Falcons, they refuse to move, but now they have to start going a little bit more forward, which means E-Arena are very much ready for them. But the good news is Mormon was taken down just a little bit ago. He's down but not out, and E-Arena have to make a decision. Do we want the pickup? Well, now they don't have a choice. Sakura also gone. Romeo taking him out, so YG getting active, and now Ralph says, I'm pushing up. I'm taking the advantage in the mid zone. Here comes the Falcons.
The north side side now could conclude, and the Falcons may have all the leverage they need to try and leapfrog south. But you can see how flat and open it is, which gives Yangon Galacticos so much power, so many sightlines over towards E Arena especially. Romeo is laying down the law from the high ground there. DRX want the challenge. They've gone out of the other entrance, and now they're trying to try and maintain that high ground with their 3 players moving on in. But no, it's Hora doing a lot of work, but Hyunbin still has a little bit more gas left in the tank. Unfortunately, he will draw short, and QZ across the way gonna have to try and hide now behind the rocks, but will be pushed by that blue zone. DRX on the precipice.
And it looks like Falcons, the Arena are also popping up against each other. Joker is going to fall, so is Sakura. Fully eliminated. E Arena are out of there, and now Falcons have a good foothold on the northern part of the zone. So really, Falcons, Yangon Galacticos in an absolute power spot, you would have to assume, unless the solo from DRX can dismantle piece by piece the Yangon Galacticos roster just up ahead. And let's not forget Scarface, another solo for Fireflux, who's going to be dead center. Falcons get blessed by zone. Yangon Galacticos now have to push up, and so does Hora.
With this zone, it keeps this little hill that you can see in front of Koa inside this zone, and you're right, they are getting blessed. But if Redox keeps going down like this, it's going to get a little bit more tenuous here on the northern side. Redox not happy. Behind the wall for Falcons to flex back out. I don't know if they can commit to this. They'd have to expend a lot of smokes. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos, they are going to have to make a move.
Yes, they got to push forward, and there's a lot of open space. They've been hanging out next to this cave for the longest time. I don't blame them, but now the time to get active is in, and you got No Fear, who's been doing such a great job from a distance, being detrimental to each and every roster he's come across. So he's going to be the X factor for me for the Hora roster, at least when Yangon Galactica starts to rotate over. For the solo from DRX, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. I really don't. But for him, all eyes on YG, who now start to move forward. This is going to answer our question of who takes this game. If Yangon Galacticos get mowed down now by Falcons, it is going to be all Falcons for the victory.
With Ralph moving out to the west side to go for the res onto Redox, they're actually west side bolstered right now on the Falcons roster. So Yangon Galacticos potentially picking the wrong time to go for this one. And with Hora on that sideswipe, this road crossing is nigh on untraversable. As Hora actually going to try and backfill on this rotate and play on the south side. This could be a great play coming through from Hora. They'll finally get rid of Scarface, who was on a sliver of HP, and now it seems to be a 2-horse race.
If I'm Falcons, I'm paying close attention to Hora starting to move up. Fireflux are now gone. We're getting deep into it. Only 4 more teams remain, and really one of them is inconsequential. It's only a solo from DRX. A mini red zone starting to form. Say Cloud trying to get back onto his feet. Smile desperately needs this. Yangon Galacticos with the desperation push forward gets picked apart. Romeo down, and it's Falcons from Koa taking him out.
A little ridgeline to play around. A couple of vehicles keeping them safe from Hora for the time being. Yangon Galacticos may be able to stay up as 2, but Smile down behind that vehicle. And that crate has been beautiful for No Fear. He's going to try and get a little bit more, though. They're putting pressure onto the Falcons because of the rotate out to the west side to deal with that res, to get Yangon Galacticos out of the mix. Hora taking the timing of this very, very well, and they get that flex out to the side, but Falcons are piecing themselves back together and out over towards Narvalo. Koa finds that retreat, and things simmer down.
No Fear has been the guy, the linchpin for the Hora roster, and now he has totally caught Redox and Ralph off guard. They know where he's at, but he still has such a great advantage. Now this rotate's going to be big, and Koa is going to knock down one. A second is also going to fall. Hora starting to collapse. No Fear needs to get active. A Hail Mary attempt, but is this Falcons? It looks to be the case. No Fear, does he have it in him to clutch this up while he continues to push up? Falcons can hit the shots needed, but they finally do it, and Falcons will get their first win during this, the grand final stage.
A big finish for the Falcons. The north side control was great. That first rotation on in to the mansion to play on that location. They held ground, and on the north side, nobody challenged them. I felt like Hora maybe were able to slip the noose there, but in the end, they were hung out to dry, and that is a beautiful way to close it down. A nice chunk of elims as well added on to the Falcons count. But not only that, Yangon Galacticos, they're pulling down numbers in that final set.
Without a doubt, and you're going to also get their flowers over to Hora. Hora needed some points. They were down in 13th place at the start of the game. Getting that second is going to be massive. And while the same thing could be said for Fireflux, surviving as long as they did, yes, it's not going to be a tremendous amount, but it's at least a start. It's something. It gives you new life. It's only game number 4. 2 more to go today, and therefore a big chance to rise up the ranks. There it is. Our final Erangel has concluded. Team Falcons on top. 2 Miramars coming your way after the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Falcons flying high for the last Erangel of the day for day number 1 of the grand finals and looking to be one step closer towards that trophy. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this game. Neptura, Falcons had a good compound and they were able to play it out nicely in the end.
Finally, it's about time we see something from the Falcons. Dare I say I want to see a little bit more. I wasn't entirely pleased with how that game went, but they got the win. That's what they needed to do. Fair enough, right? I did like how they played some of those things. I want to start off by saying that initial push onto Fireflux, rather, was the wrong play, and I thought that. I was like, no, you need to be looking at E-Arena. They did in the end on the circle shift. They were able to take them out completely. That frees up the north side of the zone, really able to then do what they want. I will say, Seven, Hora really tried their best. Some really nice controlling angles that they got there, but I think Narvalo in particular, able to have that off angle, really helped. For me, the Falcons, I think that they should have done a little bit more. They still played a little bit too defensively, but in the end, they started to split off a little bit. It was much better.
Well, here's the head-to-head brought to you by the Saudi National Bank team. Falcons versus Hora from this previous game. Hora doing quite a bit of work, doing quite a lot of damage here, 7 overall, but not quite able to keep up with Team Falcons, mainly thanks to that circle shift towards the end.
Yeah, Team Falcons having that circle shift that definitely helped them big time. And I think one of the main worries that I had looking at Team Falcons was that they just weren't spreading enough. They weren't gaining enough control of that circle. And meanwhile, Hora was being able to do that. But due to the fact that Hora has just been fighting so many teams that whole match, and they had already lost a player, it became almost near impossible. As soon as Sky went down trying to get that off angle, it was set and done for Falcons to be able to get the win. But I got to give compliments to Hora. I have been enjoying those splits that this team has been doing. They have gone from 1-2-1 splits, 3-1, and then they end up mixing it up to everybody just going solo. They're making sure that they just get a lot of the zone, and they were able to do that perfectly at one point. They had full control of the southeast.
But Falcons will walk away with 22 points there with the 12 eliminations, thanks to Narvalo, the Frenchman. We love the French being able to hold on to that position towards the top there. Neptura is able to overlook exactly what was going on and hold their opponents at bay.
You know what's so interesting about the overalls being so close as well? Is Falcons were at the bottom of the leaderboard with 22 points. Yep. They are now looking at the top 8, which is a really nice setup for the last 2 games of the day, going into tomorrow as well. This is exactly, I think, the right timing for them to get a win, because now that mindset should be super refreshed.
Did Power get a lot of eliminations and no placement points against Evan?
Power's like placement points. What are those? We're just going to go with, you know what? Let's continue to be aggressive. Yeah, they ended up with 5 eliminations. No surprise there out of that team. DRX, I was actually really surprised at the push that DRX ended up doing on Young Galacticos. They thought that maybe they were going to be able to just win that engagement, but little did they know Hora was looking to third-party that fight, and it kind of opened later the area of just for Hora to try to gain more control of the circles.
Yeah, that's kind of the important thing when you get a shift like that, right? Neptura, the fact that those teams down in the south, they're very likely to not win out that game. So focus on those eliminations down to the south with the Yangon and the Hora situation going on. And Hora was able to do that brilliantly, I think, in those final moments.
They were. I mean, I think Yangon did the only thing they could do. It's so open. It's such a wide area to use. They did what they could. Hora were very proactive. I love this new Hora that we're seeing, that they're able to not only control and be passive, but also be super aggressive and take those fights.
Yeah, and for Yangon, I got to give them some props, because as you mentioned, they did exactly what they needed to do, which was making sure that they were proactive and backing people off. They made DRX back off early on. DRX ultimately wanted to take that fight. It didn't end up working out. And for Young Galacticos, they were looking at E-Arena. They were making sure that they made the rotations hard. They were just trying to get any point possible getting those eliminations. I wish they would have made a sooner decision on just making a full push towards where Team Falcons was. That would have been the winning play for that squad.
Potentially. And now, though, with Erangel done, we move on to Miramar and see how it's going to play out for the last 2 games here of the day. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the numbers, see who's able to perform. And you've got teams in there like Hora. I think Weibo as well still needs to do a little bit more here. Neptura overall. Alter Ego, strong in that first game of the day, but so far beyond that, been a bit more quiet, I think.
They have. It's almost like they're waiting for something. which makes me nervous because last time they just kind of held their peace and waited a little while. We saw a very strong day from them, so we'll see about that. I am interested as well, though. I'm kind of surprised that APG are not here. Alpha Gaming, not on this list. Historically, a team that's very, very good on Miramar, just not making those numbers.
Yeah, one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at that was there towards the top is going to be none other than Rangam Karya. This team has been so aggressive. I feel like going into Miramar, I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more tactical play out of this squad, being able to actually take their time, Scott, because right now it's just full go, go, go whenever they do end up pushing. And you can see Yangon Galacticos with that play doing just enough, being in first place.
Just 11 points between number 1 and 8th. But yes, as you say, Yangon Galacticos being able to wrestle away number 1 from Alter Ego is definitely a big move. What are you laughing at? What's wrong?
I just find it insane that we are in the grand finals of PMWC at EWC 25, and Power Esports somehow has managed to find themselves 4th place, 0 placement points, 30 eliminations.
It bears repeating. I'm worried in case they do start getting placement points here.
Right?
They could rocket up the leaderboards with also the elimination power that they're showing. And this isn't the power that I saw in the group stage. I was like, okay, they're sitting pretty, they're waiting, they're sitting in Milta, they're moving out and getting themselves a win, a slow win as it were. But they're just all guns blazing at the moment, I'm sure. It's crazy.
They really are. I think it goes to show again that sometimes going to survival stage is incredibly beneficial. They've had those 2 extra days to really get their stride, get that momentum going, and now look at them.
Definitely impressive stuff. We'll see if this can continue. Imagine if they finished it with just like no placement points, but like 90 elims.
Please do that. That's what I want. That'll be me unboxing a surprise.
You'd be very excited. And let's all unbox together because the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live. Don't miss out the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your supply airdrop and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participate is guaranteed rewards. So come and get those unboxings done. All these players, they can't unbox right now because they're ready to get into Miramar. So without further ado, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar. Let's get it for the penultimate game of the day.
Falcons are able to rise again with a chicken dinner in match number 4 on the day, but they need to keep pace now. Goodness me. Try not to swallow the water next time. But either way, they are going to have to try and keep pace with the top page because they have managed to breach there. But, you know, Power currently no placement points, still ahead of them, right? There's a little bit more to do. And if you want to keep track of exactly what every single one of our players is doing during the PMWC, you can on our official map feed on the PUBG Mobile eSports channel. You can see where everybody's rotating all the time, all day. It is useful if you want to break things down, if you want to get a little insight as to what teams are doing at every step of the match.
That's it, isn't it? Well, hey, we're getting into it, Miramar, and you mentioned Falcons, but I love what the desk said about Power. It's insane how high up the standings they are purely based off of eliminations, and you do raise the question, they start getting placement points, I think they're going to be the champions. I really do, at least based off of their performance over the 4 games that we have witnessed. It is spectacular, and I think a rarity, really, to see how well Power is doing, and, well, you got to appreciate it. You got to love it. Falcons jump up the standings. Power still doing very, very well. Yangon Galacticos taking over first place for the Alter Ego Eris team, who was there for the longest time. Things are shifting about, and the most important thing, right, is to make sure you are the team going into day 3 setting the threshold.
With 6 matches to play today, getting anything over 50 points will be great news. I mean, the biggest games that we've seen, or days rather, that we've seen for teams like Nongshim Red Force, I think, they were able to get over 60 points in a single day.
That's right.
So getting up there would be phenomenal. But the fact is, this table is looking really flat. You can guarantee that there's going to be a little bit more volatility towards the top side of these tables with how close things are. I mean, from first place down towards, getting on towards 8th, right? There's an 11-point difference. That's really closable, especially in these stages of the tournament where teams are able to take those risks. That's one big game, and all of a sudden, you're on the top of the pile.
Well, to put it in perspective, what Falcons, I believe, was in 14th or so place going into that last game. They end up getting the winner chicken dinner, 12 eliminations, putting them all the way up in top 6. And mind you, they are only just 3 points away from breaking into top 3. That's how close it is. So a lot of volatility. Things are going to continue to shift within our top 5. And, well, with Alpha 7 not being here, the championship is wide open. Anybody can take it. The question is, who wants it the most? The players themselves are the ones that control their destiny. Map number 5, we're heading into Miramar. Where are we going?
Ooh, playing path on the south side this time around, from Valle de Mar over towards Impala. So north entrance a little bit difficult, and what's so potentially tricky to get towards. Of course, now uncontested because Alpha 7 did so badly that they weren't able to make it into this stage of the tournament. Falcons would be alone on there, but they have to get there first, and the question is, do they want to get out there? It's about 3 kilometers away from this plane path, maybe a little bit more actually, so it could be difficult to get up towards. But that western path rotate can be nice and friendly. It's a question of getting those vehicles on side though, as we head on in. Our plane now just crossing Chumasera.
Don't think we're going to have any hot drops, at least based off of where I believe these teams are going to be landing for our first Miramar in grand finals of day 1, but there is always a chance, right? Things get spicy. Even though people put their landing zones out there, doesn't mean they're not willing to change it up and take a team by surprise. And, well, that could very well happen. I believe going even back to the survival stage, we had a bit of a hot drop over in El Pozo. That was an area that we were watching very, very closely. So maybe we see a repeat of that. Falcons over on the left-hand side by Hora. That's going to be an interesting one if they decide to land next to each other. Very curious where this next zone, or first zone I should say, is going to pop up, because that's going to tell the true story of what we can expect.
Ooh, I'm looking at Picardo right now. There's a lot of teams in the air over it right now. Could be difficult. Power definitely looking to try and drop there. I think Ida are going to go a little bit longer, as are Nongshim Red Force. Regnum Kaya disengaging from it as well. Down towards Puerto Paraíso. A little bit close by for DRX and Weibo, but they will chill out. So nobody getting too aggy right now. West Coast, though, could be Falcons getting spotted.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Falcons, Hora, well, they're relatively close to each other. Obviously trying to land on those vehicles so they can have them for rotates, maybe even we're taking high ground a little bit later on, but they do separate themselves. I always gets concerned when I start to see some split drops, and at least coming into this, I was expecting at least 3 split drops, which we do get a couple of them. The Falcons by far taking the cake, with Ralph all the way in the south, forced to go up north to join Narvalo and Koa, which he's going to be doing exactly that. Horner, though, not far behind necessarily. I'm curious if they decide to challenge the solo of Ralph, if they choose to get spicy.
I don't think this is a good idea. If Hora want to head up towards the north, I wouldn't be surprised to see them send all the way to a place like Cobraria, currently unoccupied. I think chasing down the solo, if they can get the shots, sure, but if Ralph can get over towards El Pozo as soon as he goes in, I don't think if you're Hora, you want to commit here, right? And the fact is that there's about 600, 700 meters between these two teams. I don't think that they're going to be able to catch this one. But I think heading up to La Cobraria on a circle like this is potentially a little bit better of a decision to make, right? In this scenario, you'll be up on that north side. You know not too many teams are going to be there. You'll be out early over towards that north side on a circle like this, and they're going to be able to find it. Okay, hang on a minute. Maybe they are going to try and clip the back of Falcons, but yeah, I don't rate the decision to chase this one down.
Right.
You don't want hot drops, right? Right. Sure, you might be able to pick up a point early.
Oh, they're close.
Narvalo, actually, who's already had some looting time, might actually take some shots out.
He should.
This is why you don't want to pursue too far.
Oh, gets a little bit of damage onto Jiggle, but not enough to drop him. If Hora was wanting to pursue Falcons, I believe those shots ringing out is going to change their minds, and they'll continue to go up north. And for Falcons, they'll continue to distance themselves, go towards El Pozo, and loot up. So this fight most likely not going to happen anymore. Maybe Hora was thinking about it, but the shots were enough to deter them. Now we start to look more into the stage, and Nongshim Red Force, great spot central. We also have Alter Egos, who are set up quite nicely. They've got the 2-2 split, plenty of loot between them. I think Alter Egos are due for a pretty decent game. I'm kind of feeling, I don't know, my sense are telling me Alter Egos, this is their game to take.
Now what's going to happen is Power are going to get a chicken dinner with 0 elims.
Oh, show 0 elims?
Yeah, then anyone looking at the table would be like, oh, that's a normal amount. But no, it'd be the weirdest 10 to 30 split you've ever seen in your life.
That's right.
Goodness me. No, I'm not entirely sure, of course. There's still 16 teams, 64 players who are in this one. However, Power are in a very central location on this, just down to the east of Hacienda del Patron, with Thunder Talk out to their further east as well. They're in a nice little compound and they can chill out for the time being. We're up to about 5 minutes now, which means looting phase should be over for a lot of the teams that hit ground early. So teams like Power, who dropped Ricardo, they should be done and dusted. However, teams like Aura and Falcons, they're going to be out and looting for a little bit longer, maybe up to minute 6, 7 potentially, if Aura actually don't settle down.
Yeah, they are moving and grooving. The good thing for them, the entire northern zone of this stage is wide open, including those hilltops that they can take over if they so decide. I do start to look towards Fireflux, however. Regnum Caria, E Arena, Team Secret, relatively close, and DRX is getting very close to E Arena, mind you. They are pushing straight in. You notice on your screen top left, there will be an E Arena member. If DRX keep their head on a swivel, they might start taking some shots, taking some damage.
Looks like they're going to keep things nice and linear. A nice spread out train. Good spacing for DRX on their rotate. Keep on the southeast flank. And of course, we always advise against all rotating in the same vehicle, especially early and especially on Miramar. Getting spotted out can be disastrous. So taking this 4-player convoy is exactly how you want to be operating. If you guys at home are trying to pick up some tips, that's a good one. Early on, playing split, you're very, very mobile. You're a little bit more flexible. That's what DRX are looking for as they head to the east of Minas Generalis, up towards potentially where Alter Ego and Team Secret are playing.
And also for Fourth Rives in the same path as Ida as they continue to move up north. So we take a look at Yangon Galacticus, a team that has been performing incredibly well, currently first place off the back of a third place game number 4. They've been highly consistent, been waiting for this roster to truly show what they're made of. I think today has been the shining example of what we can expect Yangon Galacticus to truly be. They'll be rotating up north kind of in the same fashion that Horda did a little bit earlier, opposite of Falcons, probably most likely going above where Falcons are at. But I do have some concern if that is going to be the case, because there's not going to be a lot of areas they can truly park the bus, because Falcons and Horda are controlling that area, and there is an opportunity for Yangon Galacticus if they go a little bit too far north to get pincered between both of those rosters, so they have to play this carefully.
Fourth Rives taking up position on the high ground. Fireflux, they've caught the arena, and that's 2 of them going down very, very quickly, and that's a 3rd as well. Oh no, this is nasty news for the team at the bottom of the tables as well. Oh dear, that's 2 players now remain for them. And this crash is going quite well for Fireflux to regroup on this spot. Tony K, Joker, that's another one sent on in, and Scarface handles business. This is what we've been waiting to see from Fireflux today. They were highly performant in the survival stages, and that is what we've been looking out for.
And Solus with M249 shooting the bodies. Fireflux has awoken from their slumber. 13th place no longer. They want to be up in the top 5 off the back of our last 2 games. Nice to see them finally getting active for E Arena. Well, a team that was truly the shining examples throughout the survival stage, struggling tremendously, and even surprising the fact that they get their compound taken over, because one of the shining examples about E Arena that I truly started becoming a much more fan of was their ability to hold down hardcover POIs. You could not break in. It didn't matter if there was 2 or 3 teams challenging their house. They were going to hold it down. In this case, though, they don't, and they fully get wiped, and Fireflux stays up nice and strong, and they've got a great spot in the current zone. Let's see what the next one holds.
Hey, you know what? E Arena still have the moves. Have you seen those walkouts at the start of the day? I saw the moonwalk today, hitting them with the MJ.
Was it good?
Yeah, the mic was well. It was acceptable. It was certainly identifiable. Circle over to the east side here for phase 2. A lot of open ground to the east side of San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. Currently, the center of the circle still occupied by Alter Ego and quite a big spread. I imagine they're going to want to look to get back together here with DRX on the south flank, with Thunder Talk as well on a bit of a split, but a lot closer together. About 600 meters sits between both of their outposts here for Thunder Talk.
Well, same narrative for me for Yangon Galacticos. I was concerned maybe they would pincer themselves in between Falcons and Hora, but they do decide to stay on the outskirts of the zone. But even so, they're still going to have to deal with Falcons or Hora most likely once they start to come in. And now you add in 4 Thrives. You got 4 teams who could be contesting each other on the northern zone of the current stage. That's going to be a fight to watch out for without question. But for Power, the high ground is in. Fireflux is very aware of this, but you got to appreciate the current power position from Power Esports.
Easy with the high ground over towards Ketch. I think they're both aware of each other's position here and just biding their time. Of course, these positions on these plateaus always look so powerful. The difficulty is as soon as you get knocked or as soon as you take a challenge and maybe you get a little bit too bold, you go down. It's a massive mission to try and get you back up, right? You have to either send another player up there or you have to drop down when you've already been knocked and someone has to rotate out towards you. It takes a lot of time, a lot of investment on that, so you do need to be very careful with those high ground positions.
Fireflux going to be opposite of them. Falcons continue to move up, managed to stay alive for quite some time. The only shots, the only activity we see from them so far was firing on Sleepy. It was on the back of a buggy. Sort of started to rotate up. Yangon Galacticos taking a huge rotate north. That most likely drops south. A lot more distance between them than I was expecting. I really thought they were going to be closely contested. You do have 4 Thrives with Naki and Co, who's going to be very close to the Falcons roster. They start to huddle up and potentially crash in on each other. For Weibo, they do have Team Secret in their line of sights, but this 4 Thrives Falcons fight, yeah, it's going down.
Koa diverts almost immediately, but will he be able to get away here? I'm not sure if the cover's going to be there. Just about escapes. Not unscathed, though, and that vehicle's going to be low, as is his health bar. Navallo just putting a little bit of suppression down. They will try and maintain the outskirts here on the northern end, and they'll be okay for the time being.
Okay, for the time being, as you said, staying alive just a little bit longer. They kind of tempted fate, push into 4 Thrives, take over the compound. Well, 4 Thrives said, nah, it's just simply not going to work. Another zone shift is going to take place. You notice YG, Yangon Galacticos, still up in the north. They've been in blue now for, I want to say, nearly half of the game at this point, and they'll have to continue to drop down south, which is going to be right next to Falcons. So that fight most likely going to ensue. And with Falcons getting their health all the way back up, I think this is about to go down.
I think they might actually, well, it depends, yeah. If they go for that rotate out to the east, it might be a little bit less sort of considered there for Yangon Galacticos as Silas goes down on a little bowl ramp jump there. Too overexposed as DRX able to sweep that one away. So Regnum Kaya down to 3 players. That's not too favorable, but they are nice and central on the circle.
Yes, they are. Nice shot from Weibo. Weibo takes down Jiggle from Hora, who unfortunately loses a player. That was one who took early damage, and Weibo, not too far behind, is going to keep Hora in their line of sights. And well, this is a team that performed exceptionally well in game number 4, performing in 2nd place, nearly taking over the Falcons' position. They couldn't hold it down. I was very impressed with No Fear, and I'm expecting him to be huge in this moment. Wild from Regnum Karya, trying to take down Alva from Alter Egos, who had plenty of great moments, but for Wild, well, he's going to fall a bit short.
Rosemary had the off angle, nothing really doing there. Regnum Kaya starting to falter. Meanwhile, over on that northern side, Falcons did find a player from Yangon Galacticos, and they will have Romeo almost on full surround now. They're putting this pressure on. Redox gets that flush. Hang on a minute, no, that's Koa taking the vehicle up in flames with it. The M249 for Koa. He's going to be able to lay down that damage. Nice and healthy output there for the Falcons, and they disengage. They don't need to overextend here, and it's nice to see.
But it's also for Yangon Galacticos. I mean, there's really nowhere they can go. Forward, you got 4 Thrives waiting on you, and then if you go backwards, you got Falcons who are going to be gatekeeping you. You go down a little bit further, you got Noxium Red Force. It's going to be a tough spot for Yangon Galacticos, a team that stayed so long in the blue zone. I mentioned No Fear. Well, he's currently pinned up. Sky is just a sliver of health. Rosemary desperately trying to hit the shots, and does as Sky gets a bit antsy, jumping up to get additional vision. Well, it ends up being his undoing.
With that mini 14 through the window just at the right time. Excellent pre-fire there from Rosemary. Alter Ego holding the high ground here. They have such powerful position over this next circle, and they want to try and maintain that space. They're doing well with 3 players on that north flank. They've got Krypton far out on the southeast side, and that's an off angle actually, with shots over towards, actually potentially over towards Sleepy if he gets a little bit too big for his boots.
Rosemary repositioned. No Fear will stay down low. No reason to get too crazy on him. The smokes are out. Rosemary will continue to keep his head down. APG Team Secret start to get active. Dog with the offing, unfortunately, is down. He's going to have no effect in his fight unless Zilok can get over and maybe get him back onto his feet. Reefus, nade in hand, throws it out. That looks like a nice cook and a great connection.
Doc is down, but the rest of APG can keep on going. Rotate around, try and slip this one. Around the edge there they go, and actually Doc could be resable here. Close to Fireflux though, and that will be a lot of danger for this res. Will be very, very difficult to make it work. In the meantime, Team Secret actually getting handled across the way from Fireflux themselves. Shots overhead.
Fireflux been performing well. They're trying to go up the standings. This is their game to take. They started off hot and heavy. They currently sit at 6 eliminations. All 4 members still alive. Now Catch, I hope he's not spreading himself a bit too thin, separating himself from the additional rosters, everybody else in a vehicle. So that'll be my concern. But for No Fear and Rosemary, well, No Fear tried to stay up as long as he could, but the shed, unfortunately, will be his demise.
Sook actually using the explosive arrows there, taking one of those knocks over towards Hodder. He's going to be happy with that one, but Weibo currently out on that east side, have a little bit further to go here. That east side approach is really, really weird and finicky. They've got that long channel of road for Weibo to roll along on that northern side of the current circle. It spits you out with very little info, which means that they kind of need to head down south and try and put pressure on that way to approach towards Alter Ego, but that's really, really difficult in its own right? You've got Alter Ego who've been holding. We've seen how effective they are in that location. I don't think that Weibo are going to be able to get too much further here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And mind you, Falcons has also kind of got into their vicinity. Falcons have been the outskirt team, consistently gunning down players, not overcommitting, but at least having a presence, keeping them in the back of their minds are their enemies. And well, we see Suke, as you said, from Sleepy from a distance. Wait, and I know Seven is loving that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it was that the straight shot or the explosion that got him though. I have to double check. We'll get the analysts on that one, breaking down the clip. That was kind of nuts, though. You'd love to see it. Sook seems to be, this proponent of
Legolas
of the bow and arrow. He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves it.
You know, it's funny, when I was doing my research coming into this, Seven specifically brought him up and said explosive arrows. Watch him with the bow. Let's watch Order now as they go for the challenge onto Falcons. Rosemary has him pinned in between, and Rosemary is a guy I do not want on my backside. He is truly devastating. We've witnessed it just a little bit earlier on Horda Esports. Now he can do it on Falcons, but Order cooking the nade, throws it out. Is it good? Well, a little bit of damage on Narvalo. Redux will answer back with his own, but it doesn't have an area effect, and Redux is very weak. Order is taking on 2 members from Falcons and doing it in sensational fashion.
They have that back flank as well from Rosemary. Anita is feet, and Ralph and Redux both fall, one after the other. The forward position and the middle spot for the Falcons both going down, and it looks like Weibo are actually going to be able to break through this one. With Narvalo falling, there's only one player now left standing, and Sook is on the hunt.
And I wonder if APG starts to get active in this fight too, because Doc is getting dangerously close. There's Order from a distance, trying to take down Avila, but can't do it. He backs away for the meantime. Still a chance Falcons can maybe recover with the duo in this moment, but the pressure from Weibo is unrelenting. Koa, the tip of the spear, to try and maybe get a couple of shots on the Order. Again, you can't really go back because you got Alter Egos, who's going to be just behind you with Alva. You also got Weibo starting to push in, and the attack is true, but Order will fall. Sook jumps out. Koa's going to be down. Can Sook pull off the hat trick?
It's Narvalo up against them. He can clutch these. We've seen it before. And Weibo are low. It's just Sook. And around the edge with a scar, goes for the spray down, but the heel is there. And Narvalo now at a disadvantage. Takes the corner, takes the fight. And once more, Narvalo survives out in the edge of the zone, eliminating Weibo.
All right, the question is, can he get his teammate back into the fight? Where is his downs mate? Is it just behind him? You'd have to think so. There it is. That's going to be Koa. Getting Koa back in this fight would be huge. Meanwhile, APG starts to move in. Koa's been finished, and Narvalo once again has to take on the entirety of another roster. This time, a 1v4. Reefus with that off angle. I think this is probably going to be the end. Plus, you got Alva, who's going to be looking dead at you. Narvalo in dire straits. If he can somehow, some way survive and get into zone, it would be miraculous.
Spray down, Navallo slams it into reverse, trying to pull a quick J-slide there, but actually it's APG who might have given him a lifeline. He's actually down and into the road gully.
And he's dipping, he's dodging, he's swerving and moving. He's going up top to get that member of Alvala. Oh, can't get the finish, and that's going to be okay. A valiant effort. I felt Falcons from the start to the finish never really truly had a home, never truly had a legitimate route to stay safe. They were putting a lot of pressure on teams, but they were never able to establish themselves in a specific area and play for late game. That's just the way it goes. Miraculously, though, Yangon Galacticus is doing quite well. I expected them to be eliminated a little bit earlier on, but for APG, Alter Egos, let's see how this fight ends up unfolding. Alter Egos got to do it as a duo.
Moana and Krypton will have to play off one another. The circle kind of shifted away from them right now. DRX are in the center. They're by that roadside. They've got a lot of pressure outwards. Not too many threats to be sent their way. Fireflux, they're kind of on a linear approach from the south side. Whilst they have all 4 players alive, they've managed to rack up 7 elims, sure, but they are right with their backs to the blue zone, and Power marauding around them as well.
Jeez. Yo, Top, go off, my boy. That's 2 down from Thunder Talk. Outputting the damage tremendously. I say 2 down, 1 manages to get out with his life, but just with a sliver of hell. Jing down low. I don't know if it's going to happen. Reefus, this might be a nice nade. It's cooked well. It's thrown out. Doc just below, and he'll take off a sliver of health. Not much, but keeps the pressure on Zing. You know he doesn't feel comfortable in this moment. And for APG, on a tear. They're only on 4 eliminations, but at this rate, I don't know where they're going to end up.
A little bit more damage sent over to him, but the first aid was already ticking up. He will be healed. This is the regroup coming on through. A nice drop on the smoke there. That should go for the weapon spot, but the ammo's already low, but they get it. Nonetheless, over the driver as well. Sitting will be taken down, and now Sing continues to be under pressure. However, they can't breach this high ground just yet. With Ida over the way, there's so much going on in this northeast quadrant.
APG holding on tight. Mind you, still 4 strong. You mentioned Ida, they're going to be just up ahead, and they look to be progressing forward just a bit more. So for APG, it's imperative that they focus the fights correctly. And Aaron, most likely going to be the first one targeted as EL starts to move up towards that rock. Reefus down low, still trying to keep Thunder Talk in check on the low ground. I love where APG is currently at, and I have to favor them in this fight. But again, if they don't do this properly, Ida is going to eat them alive.
Dark in with the nade pulled over towards APG. Thinks better of it. Waiting for someone to give some information away. There's all 4 players alive on the northeast side. They continue their march here for Alpha Gaming. We have been hoping for more from this roster. The names they've got have some prestige, and Reefus looks to start to pick up the pace here, but backed off the angle. They'll have to take another crack.
5 eliminations for APG. This could be a first-place game. They could take the first-place position. Alter Egos are already out. They're going to lose it. Yangon Galacticus most likely has already passed them up. Scarface on your screen. Now, Fireflux, again, a tremendous game. Nearly double digits already. 4 members still alive. They started early, and they have refused to slow down. They now start to challenge APG, but Reefus, he's deadly. That man has been hitting shot after shot, and 1 member from Fireflux is now down.
Zyol able to find Madcap. A nade over towards Zyol's position, and top is the trade-off here. Scarface forwards, does a lot of work against them, but will not win that trade. Gonna get flushed as well, almost certainly there. And have to fight on as 3 for Fireflux, but hang on a minute, no, because Madcap's down.
That's right.
He's all the way out on the flank. I think that res is coming through, though.
To see. Catch the distance, trying to keep APG at bay. Meanwhile, Ida has been there, but not really. You know, could they have taken advantage of this third party? Maybe, but they're well within zone. So the question is, really, can Thunder Talk even start to break in? APG, once this fight does end up concluding, if it does against Fireflux, who have managed to recover. You mentioned those revives. Well, now they're going to be a 4-man unit. And I like their chances a lot better in the moment. APG starts to regroup.
Like Fireflux might be able to keep all 4 of their players alive as well. So 2 full force squads on the eastern side. Something also monumental could be happening. It's brewing, it's bubbling under right now. But Power Esports could be on their way to their first placement point. We've got 10 teams remaining. 2 more need to drop.
That is true. But according to they are at 0 eliminations. Winner, chicken dinner with 0 elims to keep the narrative alive. Let's find out. Well, this is the first time we've seen them really get active this game as they tried to take over the high ground over Fireflux. We've watched Fireflux and APG go toe-to-toe with each other. Fireflux looked to be on their wits' end, but they managed to get their teammates back up. And in fact, this secondary fight looks great. Scarface, let's do it, boy. Continue to push up, get the downs while one comes in, but he's going to be traded out. Metcalf, though, he's truly devastating, but APG answers back, but only for a matter of time before Catch says enough is enough. We're done fighting you. We're the winners.
Everybody turned to pulp on this northeast side of Verdan. Wants more points here with 9 teams remaining. If Fireflux go down now, Power will have earned their first placement point. It's only a matter of time. And a big nade from Ida to close it out, and that is a guaranteed placement point for Power. They're off the mark.
Darkin throws a beautiful nade, gets 3 from Fireflux and takes them out instantaneously. And now you got Power, who have been setting up quite nicely to gatekeep the winner from that engagement. In this case, happens to be Ida Esports, who now is focused on Thunder Talk, who stayed alive miraculously as a duo on the low ground. They took heavy losses, but they're giving it right back.
They stayed out of the fight for the time being, but now they want to try and wade back on in. King steps a little bit too close to the fire and does get burned. Hits the deck just in time to avoid the spray down. And Thunder Talk keep the pressure on with Darkin falling. That's going to slow Ida down. Going to have to force that res out. Darkin not really in a safe spot with the blue zone pushing in 15 seconds. Not a lot of time to operate here.
Aaron thought about it. Do I go for the res? Do I go for the challenge? Well, Jing throws a nay. This could be 2, and it's close enough. Aaron takes some damage. Another one starts to go in, but it's going to be a little bit too far. And now for Aaron, really the last hope for Ida. Potentially another one to, I don't know, output some damage, but all eyes on Aaron in the moment. It is amazing. Thunder Talk has put up this much of a fight. They're towards the bottom. They desperately need points to elevate themselves towards the top 5 running, but 4 eliminations, their best game we have seen so far, and it could get even better.
Looks like Aaron will go down last. And Ida, very, very down on their luck. Now it's just Emre who was across the way, disengaged from that fight for the longest time. Finally, one of the Power players gets taken away from this, and Easy on the forefront will need a little bit of a rescue mission from the rest of the team. Not going to be easy, and actually it's Ragnar who gets caught on the sidelines. So Easy able to find that shot, and DRX now starting to come alive here. They've been in this compound for the longest time, and they want to try and inflict pain now onto the rest of the circle, but El Hadji is still on the hunt.
Yes, he is. For Ragnar's sake, though, I think he tried to get a little bit too fancy on the off angle, and it ended up being his undoing. And, well, he loses his life in the meantime. For Power, though, they look great. DRX is the only team, though, who is left alive with 4 members. But Power's positioning is great. They're hitting wonderful shots, but you gotta appreciate DRX. Able to utilize this low ground, this little divot. They're going to be devastating. Power, it's going to be hard to knock DRX off of this spot.
Yangon Galacticos as well on that northern side. Going to be difficult to navigate there. You've got solos on every single side of the circle, and right now the most dangerous one is probably Loxy on that southwest edge for Regnum Karya.
I would say so. Loxy could be devastating. Say Cloud, though, hits a nice shot, and that's going to be 2 from Power, dropping off, and the chances of making it to top 3 to the podium now ends. But as you said it best, they do get some placement points, so there is a positive for Emery. He tried his best to stay alive, but DRX takes them out without any drama whatsoever. We're now down to our top 3.
Okay, this should be a free win for DRX right now. They've been able to hold this compound for so long. It's 2 solos, and neither of the solos are in this next circle. They've got control of the hillside. They're in overexposed positions. So Easy goes down, and that is going to be a nice pickup, actually. Hang on a minute.
Very nice.
I said it should be a free win. Hang on a minute. We're just getting word that I lied. I lied to you.
Well, let's see what ends up happening. The pickup might be able to come through. We mentioned Loxy as well, right? From Regnum Karya. He's going to be potentially devastating. And both players, right, from Yangon Galacticus as well as Loxy from Regnum Karya, they're going to be pincering in this DRX roster. Looks to be a beautiful nade. I believe it does connect just a little bit. Here comes DRX. Now, I don't want them to get too aggressive here. They now have 2 players down low, and overexposing yourself to Say Cloud might be a reason why these solos could take a win.
SayCloud has a brilliant sideswipe here, right? You can see that ridge line that rolls down the hill away from Hyunbin. That is what SayCloud is playing on. So Hyunbin flexing down this way. I really like this idea. Loxy should be taken care of by the blue zone. That will just sort of conclude itself here.
Yep.
And SayCloud, sure, he might have the sideline swipe, but the center of the circle is still under control for DRX. And they do manage to keep things together, right? It's not going to get too spicy out here in the open, and he will fall down. DRX close it down. A little bit quiet on that one, but points are points are points, and they will take those 10 placements, add them to their tally, and they'll be up there with the best of them at the top of the table.
Without a doubt, DRX, just like Power's been eliminating, right, and getting all their elimination points, basically securing top 5 just off of that. DRX has done a phenomenal job in the placings. 4th place in game number 1, 10th place in 2nd. They fall down a little bit, but 2nd place in 3rd, or the 4th game, I should say, and then 3rd place in the 5th, and then, of course, 1st place coming out right before your eyes. Beautiful job from DRX, highly consistent in the podium category. That's going to be incredibly valuable when we get to Smash Point on day number 3. DRX, so strong, so powerful, and finally able to get a win.
That was 4th in the 1st, 3rd in the 3rd, and 2nd in the 4th, and a 1st in the 5th there for coming through from DRX. Hope you guys are following that. We certainly were here in the booth, but we are going to head to a quick break whilst we get ready for our final Miramar of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, eSports Passion set, eSports Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, eSports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, eSports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect eSports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the eSports shop. The more eSports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 eSports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 eSports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
دمجني ضربني. ها هدي هدي حاول ترجع. حاول اصل ينزل. ها عيال اصل يفنن. دمجت
Last guy. Come back. From the right, coming close. I have no bullets. Behind the buggy. I'm low. I have no bullets. He wants my feet. Put him behind. Nice!
Player 456 would be proud because our South Korean overlords are back for a win. Yes! DRX holding down a compound. It was quite easy for them, actually. Joining me, we have Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this one. Kind of came their way. They kind of did well. Hooray.
They had compound. It was in circle. They outlive every team. They get the win. What an impressive chicken dinner. Wow. No, it was a pretty streamlined win, okay, coming in from DRX. Unlike Nox from Red Force, though, they don't throw the match, which I can appreciate. No, there's actually a few things they did do really well this game. They were using the southern and eastern ridges very efficiently, and because off the back of that, they were able to actually hold teams away. Though, yes, Kalash, they didn't get a lot of limbs because they're just staying hidden in the middle, just like, don't fight us, please.
You know why they were able to keep teams away so long, though, Matt? How? I will tell you. Because of the quality of the angles that they took. And what I mean by that is that they took angles that had the most amount of information against other teams with the least amount of risk from those same teams. So they were able to hold on to their full squad very effectively while not necessarily getting the eliminations like we see here, only 5, right? But they were just able to hold those teams off onto the edge, let everybody else get eliminated and take the win.
But Fireflux taking a little bit of inspiration from Power. It seems 0 placement points and 11 eliminations. This match, that's going to be able to catch up a little bit in the leaderboards. Going on to the second page. So quite a few bubbles from horror. Okay, I shouldn't have looked down there.
You've caused problems, Max.
I turned off my phone.
It's weird. I wonder why. But yes, I mean, at the same time, when you look at the elims coming in from all of these teams, right, it's a very technically open area, especially if you account for the fact that there is that big cliffside north of that road as well. So kind of a lot of these positions, Neptura, are kind of covering each other on the middle side because you're expecting all of these teams to kind of fight over you. And that's what we saw a lot of in this game. And you can kind of exist within the middle.
Yeah, it's a big thing that happens in a lot of games. If you can find that dip, it's super risky because the minute a team actually comes up over that ridge, you are gone. But as long as there's a couple of teams all around you, you are able to survive a lot.
Hey, Alpha Gaming able to get himself over 2,000 damage this game, 6 eliminations going into Fireflux. We already looked at their 11 eliminations, so a very good presence from these teams. One team I'm not seeing here that could have been here is Alter Ego. We talked a little bit actually during this game here while it was happening in the green room, how they had a really good position early on and they tried to just overextend their control on the map. They had not just a 2-2 split, it was a 4-man split. Everyone was like around 100 to 150 meters away from each other, meaning that if the team gets remotely close to you, you're going to lose that player.
Very reminiscent of the split that they had on Sanhok, but hey, guess what? Sanhok and Miramar are very different maps, Neptura, right? So it's difficult to maintain this when everybody can kind of see you on the cliffsides elsewhere.
Yeah, a big split on Sanhok and a big split on Miramar are two very different things. Just because it's such a vast area that you have on Miramar, you did have that one player. Which one was it, Max? There was a really...
Alva at the north?
Alva, yeah, it was Alva up on that
cliffside. It was a valley between him and his team.
There was a whole valley, and you understand why. It's like, oh, that's an awesome awesome off angle onto all the chaos that was happening with Thunder Talk and everybody, but it didn't work.
They seem like they're having fun still, though, here for PMWC Grand Finals, which, okay, cool.
Sure.
But you've still got to be able to have your foot on the pedal here, Max, if you're them.
Yeah.
Getting together a little bit quicker, you feel like that's probably the play to deal with some of this?
I think so. It was so weird because you had two teams getting really close to their position. You had Ida and you had Fireflex, and it's not just they're walking around in dips being very silent. They have cars, and even then, Alter Ego made the active decision that no, we are going to remain split. We don't want to regroup. We just want to keep control. Unfortunately, to have control, you need to have the numbers, and in this case, Alter Ego did not have the numbers to take those fights.
Definitely so, definitely so. All right, well, before we get into our last game, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
You know it. You love it. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. Back at it once again. And this time around, we're going back on over to Erangel. It's Military Island with actually a very good grenade hit coming on through onto Thunder Talk, right onto the driving car. There are two passengers. He knew Observation Hacky unlocked just like in One Piece. And he knew where they were going to be and gets a nice double elimination. Really good play here from our esports.
What did you say?
Huh?
One Piece.
What? Yeah, but you said something about before that about One Piece.
Observation Hacky. It's like you can read into the future.
Right. Is that... Anyway.
I literally got your coffee because you said you liked the French earlier, Colin.
Oh, you did? Well, they've not shown you on screen.
Oh, that was unfortunate. It's on the desk, okay? I promise. It's there.
Thanks. I needed that. Also, you picked a serious nade. I'm impressed. Well done. Thanks for that. That was great.
Yeah, Maxman's nade of the day can be all good or bad. It can be the two extremes.
You never know.
Whoa.
It's a mystery. What will happen tomorrow? Find out tomorrow. But it is time to go to the casters for the final game of the day. It's Miramar.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. Of course, we're going to be shifting into, what is it, like Gear 5 or something? I don't know. That's
10,
a One Piece
baby.
reference.
We're going to 10.
That's a One Piece reference for Maxman specifically. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm sure he enjoyed it greatly. As we are going to be heading on into the last match today. It is match number 6. It is Miramar. It's the desert. It's getting hot. It's getting spicy. Hopefully our teams can keep up and keep the sweat off their brow, because they are going to need to remain cool, calm, and or
collected. Let's get it going. Game number 6, the final game of day number 1. The final chance to elevate yourself up into the top 5 to truly contest for the final championship run. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're gonna find out on day number 3. Now, last Miramar was exciting. A lot of great rotations, and honestly, even the solos playing towards the end, in my opinion, were putting up a wonderful fight that could have very well dismantled the team of DRX. Shingon Galacticus is a team that's been performing highly well today. The fact that they made it through into top 2 is great, because I believe they were a duo for the longest time. So good on them. Shingon Galacticus performing so well, but DRX taking the cake when it comes to, I believe, our most consistent team podium in I believe, what, 3 out of the 5 games we've had so far.
It's a pretty difficult record to beat. DRX, I mean, getting that chicken dinner in the 5th match, it's kind of nutty. That's why they're on the top of the pile right now, maintaining that consistency. Not as loud as other teams, looking at you, Power. But either way, they have managed to keep up that record. And 46 points on 5 matches is a very solid result, right? It's 4 points shy of that 10-point average that we always talk about when it comes to teams in that first place spot. If you're above 10 points, if you're around that 10-point average, you are in the contest for that first place spot on the lobby. The plane pass from Puerto Paraiso up towards El Pozo, a lot kinder than the first time around Miramar today. That was a heavy south plane cut, and this time around, it's going to be a little bit more relaxed for our teams to getting on their way. So potentially no hot drop, or at least no pursuit over towards the Falcons on this one for El Pozo.
Well, we'll find out, right? Falcons did have quite a few teams around them, and it was Hora and Falcons who ended up kind of, tussling with each other, but we'll see if that ends up happening this time around. And let's not forget Shingon Galacticus also coming up behind them. It was kind of contested towards El Pozo. Might see the same thing here as, well, Smile tends to drop out, and I think he's going to take over that southern portion. It took a little bit of time before they finally ended up in contention. with Hora as well as Falcons up there towards El Pozo. But it's the mad dash for the vehicles, and that's where you start seeing the heavy points of contention, especially between Hora and Falcons, who are very close to each other already as they glide through the air.
North side circle pops as the plane exits our screen, Tokyo Drift style, hitting the 45 degrees, as we are going to be heading up again to a more northern area. So this time it's going to be a little bit more west than we had last time around. La Cobreria, Crater Fields, that area around water treatment, all of those hills will be in play. Teams going to have to figure out how to make their way north, not least of which is DRX, who are the most south team right now, over towards Puerto Paraíso. Hopefully they can find another podium, because they've already got 4 of them. Why not get another?
Why not? Get another one. 4 out of the 6. That would be huge for them. And again, smash point. Day 3, we look at DRX to potentially be the ones to close it out if they could be number 1 setting the point threshold. For DRX, this is going to be a tough going for them. They've got to go all the way up north, as you said. That means passing Team Secret, potentially Alter Egos. You got E Arena, maybe running into Thunder Talk, Fireflux. They might take a long rotate towards the shoreline and go all the way up towards north. That might be their best line of attack. For Hora, well, they go a bit more north this time around than they did last time, because you remember they were south of Falcons, ended up pursuing them into El Pozo. This time, Hora change up their landing spot, and they're going to be just above them, which is going to be great for them. So much real estate that they can utilize, and Hora need a good game here. They're again towards the bottom, but setting themselves up nicely for day 2 would be a tremendous win on game 6, and the possibility is here.
Yangon Galacticos gathering vehicles, getting a little bit of loot on board. They've still yet to fully go for this loot phase. They're going to head south down towards Valle de Mar and play this one in a little bit later on. They love seeing the blue zone, right? They absolutely love it. The Yangon Galacticos. As soon as they see that blue zone coming, they're heading straight towards it. So they will be very chill about surviving out in this area. A likely west road rotate, so expect to see them heading up towards La Cobreria around minute 8. I think that's where we'll see them up towards that north side. So potential conflict with Hora and Falcons on the west edge.
That's right, and I think that's going to be a pretty big narrative throughout not only today in our game number 6, but going into day 2 and day 3 of our grand finals. I am excited to watch APG potentially clash with Regnum Caria. 2 aggressive rosters, and with the way APG was challenging fights in our previous game in Map 5 Miramar, got me excited for the prospect of what their aggression is going to hold in this final game, game number 6. They're going to have to go up north. Regnum Caria might choose to gatekeep them. Let's not forget 4 Thrives. I know I haven't seen too much from them today, but another roster that showed incredible aggression and good ability to hold and control fights during the group play stages. They're also going to be in that vicinity. So APG, Regnum Caria, 4 Thrives potentially clashing maybe a little bit later.
Have to wait and see what their path will hold for them. Looks like Regnum Caria on the road faster than APG, and it might be 4 Thrives that does in fact come into conflict with them. But as always, it's a question of which path they take towards this circle. Fighting this early, you don't really want to get stuck down in it, right? You don't want to get bogged down early. Going down within that first phase is really detrimental to your overall tournament performances, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them wait their turn, right, in this scenario. Wait for teams to push it behind them and get a little bit more drawn back, I think it's safe to say, from those engagements. I'm looking around the map right now. I'm seeing DRX leaving Puerto Paraíso. They've headed up past Impala on the east side right now, and they are trying to slot themselves in over towards El Azahar, potentially all the way up towards Cruz del Valle, and we'll see if they can make their way on up to the podium once more, as not too many teams are going to contest them on that.
Yeah, no surprise, DRX, that was their safest rotation. That's exactly what they ended up doing, going across that shoreline and going up most likely towards the north above. Maybe Alter Egos, maybe even a little bit further on towards maybe the northern portion of where Weibo is currently at. For 4 Thrives, full send it straight in. They're going to be very close to Noxian Red Force. In fact, Benny already throwing out some nades, and Naki's taking damage.
Naki does answer, though, with a nade of his own. Unfortunately, it's in through the window, and he's up on the high ground there. A nade up high, and they do think he's on the inside of this one. Benny could potentially catch them unawares. The Molotov, if they think they're burning him out of position, but he's got IQ on lockdown right now. Steps up but misses. Now they'll know he's up on high. Noki now with a chance to turn things around, but more nades are cooking. This is the last one in the pocket rocket from Beanie, and IQ has to dodge it. Will be able to survive. XNY on the off angle. Doesn't quite connect on it either. So Nongshim Red Force not really getting too much with the opening salvo. That one's good though, and a chance now for Nongshim to take this into control.
T24 on the ground alongside that of Phallic. You've got to appreciate the high ground from Benny. He's not going to relinquish that. He's going to be truly the linchpin into success, at least I assume, in this fight, in this engagement. IQ's down and out. No way he's going to get back up, and in fact, he's going to be fully finished off. 4 Thrives to one good thing they do have going for them is they have Wolfpack together. So any players from Nongshim Red Force, if they push it as a solo, you'd have to assume you're going to be shot by 3 people at the same exact time. T24 Phallic gotta hold the low ground though. XCY pushing in. Tizzy starting to also get active. T24 takes some damage. In fact, outputs some damage on Tizzy. Doc going in. T24 down. Benny drops out from his high ground. Takes a little bit of damage, but through the smoke, hits the shot needed to drop Naki. 4 Thrives are out.
Once more, 4 Thrives fall, and Nongshim Red Force keeping all 4 of their players alive there. It got a little bit hairy with T24 doing so much work on the low ground, but they do manage to survive as 4, which is huge news from them. In the meantime, Alter Ego losing a player. Team Secret able to take control of the compound here to the west of Cruz de Valle on the north side of that circle. Potential conflict for them with DRX in the next few minutes, but for now, Alter Ego busted down to 3.
Alter Egos, a good day today so far.
Ooh.
Love to finish off with the 3 stack. Performing well, Wild hitting great shots. Fireflux, who had a tremendous game number 5. Looking to do a little bit of a better job here. Regnum Karya also up ahead. You notice every single team minus APG has just directly sent it straight into the center of the zone. They want those buildings. They want the hard cover. And that's why 4 Thrives was so antsy to get in and challenge Nongshim Red Force. It doesn't pay off, but you get the idea. So Regnum Karya, Fireflux now, they want to take over this spot if they can get it, but it's not going to be easy.
Over in San Martin, they're going to have to fight for their way out here. Circle coming on in very, very soon. Alter Ego actually potentially under threat now for DRX. I said around minute 8 for Yangon Galacticos. That has now passed.
Look at that.
And a hard northeast shift. They're going to have to go a long, long way. I don't think they're going to see this circle until about minute 10. This could actually start to get a bit hairy on the west side for Yangon Galacticos. They might need to cut an earlier rotation, maybe potentially through Montenuevo, unless they want to get really, really down to the wire with this one. It's not looking super healthy. DRX, they suffer the most on the northeast side. They try pushing past Alter Ego. It's gone poorly.
I was hoping Fireflux would take advantage of this zone shift and get ahead of Regnum Karya, who managed to get a knock onto one of the Fireflux members. Naturally, they're going to be back up. But Regnum Karya, head on a swivel, decides to full send it in, staying ahead of Fireflux, making sure that if engagement does happen, they're going to be the tip of the spears in that fight. Thundertalk King's going to knock down one from Alter Egos. Moana is going to fall, leaving Alter Egos with just 1.
Both of those 2 teams on the northeast side have dropped players. 2 are remaining for DRX, so they do manage to get through, but they're only playing as a duo. Alter Ego try and move in as well, but all under the watchful eyes of Thundertalk, who have only been able to extract 2 points from it, but they've opened up the east side nicely for themselves to stay alive for a lot longer. E-Arena to their south shouldn't pose too much of a worry for them. The hillsides will keep them safe. Take a look at the replay. Okay, little spin out in the open, catches the rear tire, a nice little pickup for Alba.
And Alba will be the last one alive for Alter Egos. So if he can pull off shots like that, even as a solo, he could be truly devastating to the complete rosters who are 3 and 4 stacks outside of DRX, right? Everybody else has 3 or 4 members. Falcons does have a down player, and I don't know if it was due to, well, actually it might be because of Hora, who has started to move in. Hora and Falcons, even off the start of the last game, and then of course going into this game, you knew they were going to have a clash at some point. And at a certain moment, Falcons or Hora have to put their foot down and establish dominance over this engagement and rotation to force a change for the other roster. Team Secret also moving in.
Nade over the top, this could be good. Onto Ralph, does manage to blast him out of the buggy. Redox hopping in, repositioning it, getting a little bit more cover down the hill. They've dropped to smoke almost immediately, and the Falcons scrambling to pick this one back up. I don't think they're going to be able to commit to get Ralph back. There's too many off angles to contend with. Redox in the front of the buggy. His teammates keeping him safe though. An over-aggressive push from Team Secret drops them a player, but again, it's those off angles coming on in, and it's Sleepy to catch Redox sleeping.
Yeah, Sleepy has been a nuisance. A nuisance from a distance. Sierra's caught out in the open. Sky takes him out. Hora potentially profiting off of this third party in a big, big way. They're already at 2 eliminations. They continue to push up to pressure and potentially get the full finishes on Team Secret.
Where are Yangon Galacticos? They should be in this fight right now.
In the blue
We're
zone.
going up and towards the 12th minute, and they have yet to enter this circle. It's going to get a little bit too hard to overheal this one, and again, they're on the far side of things. You can see them all the way out onto the west, and they could really have an impact here if they crash into the back of Horror.
Team Falcons just trying to stay alive. Just a duo. They're out of there. Koa, Narvalo managed to find a little bit of respite in the hard cover. But meanwhile, for Horda and Team Secret, Horda has done so much damage on the Team Secret roster that you have to favor them in this moment. And, well, they continue to push up. They refuse to bow the knee. And for Trank, he's going to go ahead and join Frankie up ahead as Team Secret start to recover just a little bit, but only just.
Unwedging the vehicle there, it looks like. They will keep themselves nice and mobile. Team Secret on the northwest side. Horror going to try and push on through. Weibo, with all 4 players alive, playing on the southwest side right now. East edge of water treatment as well. A nice ridgeline under control. Power, they're a little bit more central. They are under the watchful eyes of Weibo, but they don't have to move. They will be able to chill out for the time being. We know how much they like to get stuck in, though, so maybe things can get a little bit hot.
Well, I just love the fact that they're as central as they are. So the next stage, most likely, still going to favor that of Power, which is going to be interesting because Yangon Galacticos finally get out of the blue zone after, what, the 14th minute, start to move in towards water treatment. You got Fireflux, Weibo, who's still in the area. You've got plenty of teams. Power might potentially be able to gatekeep. This might be a tremendous game for Power, depending on how they choose to play it.
My eyes are on E-Arena right now, and so is the camera, luckily, because they have severely underperformed expectations.
Without a doubt. Without
Coming
a doubt.
through from the survival stages, they were looking good. They were looking powerful. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of standout players. I think Mormon is probably a very notable player on the roster of E-Arena. They have been in disarray so far today. So to close out day 1 with a strong game, I think would be necessary for them to even be in the conversation for the front page, potentially.
I agree, yeah.
At this stage, though, they are going to have to hold their nerve against IDA, against APG, against Nongshim Red Force. I think they've got the chops, but the question is, can they deliver today when they've been so weak up until now?
APG's getting dangerously close to E-Arena. They're fully committing for this fight. They can back off if they want to, but you gotta fight this quickly. And E-Arena, as they reposition, go straight into a couple from IDA. Like you mentioned, Nongshim Red Force is going to be coming in from the south portion, still in blue, but eventually they will be up in this fight as well. So if you're APG, you don't want to get pincered between not only Nongshim Red Force, but also E-Arena. If you're E-Arena, you're still in a decent spot. Stay ahead of your competition so you can gatekeep them.
Take a look at the circle yet again. It's going to come through very, very quickly. Last player for Alter Ego, rotating out to the east, trying to move away as a solo. The circle comes on through, and it's very central. It's the teams on the outside that are going to get cut through here. Yangon Galacticos, I think, have one of the most difficult maneuvers to make. They are sitting currently around water treatment, trying to push past Weibo, who are giving ground. They're regrouping on the southwest, to be fair to them. So maybe a little opening for Yangon Galacticos to push on up. In the meantime, back over towards the arena, they are managing to do a little bit of damage.
APG starts to get active onto Nongshim Red Force, a team that was in blue for a long time. Not as long as Yangon Galacticos, but still a long time nonetheless. They finally get into the zone, straight into the damage of Reefus, who is mowing down players and can't get the full finishes, but at least taking those valuable hills away from the team of Nongshim Red Force. I did notice Power started to fire some shots, I believe, on Weibo, just up ahead as well. So a lot of fights going down. APG, in my opinion, has the advantage of Nongshim Red Force, who has to continually push up, and Reefus is unrelenting with the shots.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on them. It's going to be a question of getting picks, but they're just not being found. And Nongshim Red Force are starting to fall. They're starting to wane on the east side. Fireflux getting involved on this flank. It's mad dashes now. There's really nothing you can do. You just have to try and sneak your way through, find a little window of something, but it's so difficult to make it work. Doc's up into the building, but I don't think that's going to last too long. They have him on the ground floor. They've got him locked in. and APG can keep this one going. I think the biggest question mark in this spot is what are Fireflux going to do?
Yes, absolutely. Fireflux has already managed to get a couple of downs on Noxium Red Force, but E-Arena has also backed up. On board with Doc. Doc holds his ground from Noxium Red Force. They're not done just yet. You still have, I believe, one more player remaining, but very low health. And in fact, he's going to be finished off. Now, Terry, he's down. You mentioned what would Fireflux do? Well, they choose to challenge the forward members of the arena who pushed out of their hard cover, mind you, getting overly aggressive and now getting potentially punished.
Fireflux. Pretty nasty with the nades. The ordnance is on point, and on the south side, they are opening the door to push on in. Maybe even move through their reses as well. They've got Solus down. I think that's already getting picked back on up. And E-Arena, they're blasted down to 2. No elims on this fight. They had a hold onto a 3-way engagement, and they have not got any value for it. It's not looking good.
I just don't understand why they felt the need to send 2 players forward. Maybe they were expecting to have a bit more of an off angle with the third party, but Fireflux is ready for them and gunned them down. Good utility on the nades as well. E-Arena, in my opinion, waste a tremendous opportunity. They had the setup. They're well within the zone. Fireflux, APG, once these fights conclude, are pushing directly into you. There was no reason to send 2 players up ahead, but they did it anyways. And now Joker and Mormon have to go at it alone.
After a big elim game last time around, Fireflux looking to try and convert. They've already posted 6. Sure, they've lost a player, but they will be able to march on forwards. You'd imagine that they're going to try and crash onto the E-Arena position, or maybe not crash, but walk up to at least. However, as 3 players, that's going to be a lot harder than it would have been as 4. APG do have the numbers, but they are trapped on the far side of the road. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get across unscathed.
And I do wonder about Order, who's kind of being a little bit weird hanging out off in the distance. You know, a couple of shots could put a team in disarray. Sleepy challenging that at Team Secret. Hora and Team Secret have been opposite of each other for quite some time. They've managed to get a lot of damage and even at times a couple of knocks, but they both managed to get back up, and they're going to be both 4 stacks challenging each other straight ahead. For Yangon Galacticos, 2 members that might be able to fire onto Jaiki depending, but for Xeris, oh, he's going to be up ahead looking to take down Hora. Let's see who wins the engagement.
Team Secret committing up towards Hora as they rotate away from the outpost of Yangon Galacticos. 4 positions for Team Secret, not quite getting the angles just yet. Thunder Talker off in the distance as well. Could be a little bit of crunch on towards Hora. Romeo's been spotted, no fear, able to tap him away, back him off the angle. I think Thunder Talk want to get involved here. They are starting to flex their muscles, and they do need to leave.
Still have Alva as a solo. Not going to have an effect as of yet, but Alva, he's been devastating. We witnessed him take down 2 members, I believe, of another roster just a little bit earlier, but now he's going to be going dead center. So he won't have an impact here, but you're right, for Thunder Talk. Now Hora is pincered. Team Secret on one end, on the other is Thunder Talk. Hora in dire straits, and they have to make a choice. Who do they challenge? But whoever they end up going for, they've got to finish them quickly because they have to expect the team behind them to push up.
As the shots coming through from the off angle, over the way, Team Secret making things hard, but Jakey actually gets spotted and pinked out by No Fear. Has to take a little bit of cover. Yangon Galacticos still have their duo from the distance, but that's going to slow Team Secret down. That's right. It's actually going to push them away from this spot as well.
Well, in all honesty, it helps Team Secret because those shots that were coming out from Hora, I believe, was going to melt that buggy if it wasn't for Yangon Galacticos keeping that player down from Team Hora. So Team Secret forced to park the bus once again, and, well, they're in a little bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They've got No Fear gunning them down. Yangon Galacticos also looking down into the ravine. Team Secret, I don't think they make it out.
Back on the southeast side, it looks like E-Arena going to get pushed, going to get taken low, and they may have got some nades on in, and Scarface actually getting flushed. So another point added at least for E-Arena. Fireflux in pretty dire straits. E-Arena may be winning this hold on the southeast side as Fireflux are eliminated. But with only 1 more player left standing, it is Mormon, but E-Arena can hold their heads high for the time being.
Yeah, and it's Order who's still from Weibo Gaming who's going to be hanging out on the outskirts, and I do wonder if he's going to get the final finish onto the solo Mormon. Sook starts to move in, so Mormon, he's going to be at a 1v2. Meanwhile, once again, Team Secret surprisingly and miraculously able to recover. I surely thought they were going to be finished off, but they're not. They managed to stand up, but they're still in dire straits in a very, very difficult spot between Hora and Yangon Galacticos. Once again, for Team Secret, I just don't know how they're going to get out of this situation.
Thundertalk did not engage on Zahora in that scenario. On the north side, Thundertalk instead opting to push a little bit further south, potentially towards Alva, the solo for Alter Ego. But instead they've just allowed Aura to move on up towards Yangon Galacticos and take a free aggression push for them. This Team Secret try and play on the other side of it. Caught in the middle. Smile goes down first, though, on the far side of this engagement.
Yeah, well done from Jiggle. Catches the head and takes him out through the window. You mentioned Thundertalk not choosing to crash in. Well, they do so, and Hora reads it out, and you're going to have two players, Sky and No Fear, who's going to try and hold Thundertalk at bay. AJ down to a sliver of health, but managed to recover quite nicely. The only concern I have for Hora is they are split up 2-2. One focus on Team Secret as well as Yangon Galacticos. The other purely focused on Thundertalk, and Thundertalk is going to manage to take down No Fear. Sleepy is going to get taken out by Team Secret, and an aggressive push from Drang, who takes down the Shed players, and all of a sudden, the tides will turn, and Hora, in dire straits, is only one more player is alive.
Having a real tough time of it. They need to commit to this res. Thundertalk have put pressure onto the east side beautifully. Like you mentioned, they rolled up nice and quickly. They finally took that opportunity to go on in. Sky launching those nade forwards. Actually, a lot of Thundertalk are close by to one another. As APG finding Falcons as well in the middle, on the east side rather. The Falcons will fall. They will be eliminated down in 12th place there. 11 of our teams remain. Yangon Galacticos, they've just been holding on that western side. They've been very, very chill, very relaxed on these engagements. They haven't managed to chime in. They got one elim, and they are forcing other teams to fight off against one another, allowing them to do the dirty work for them. But now they're going to have to turn their attention to Regretaya, who are on a split.
No Fear, can he stand up? He's on fire, and he will eventually be dropped, and Hora is gone. I got a question, if they don't go for the 2-2 split, do they survive? If they're not focused on three teams simultaneously, would they have better luck? Well, we'll never know, unfortunately. For Yangon Galacticos finally pushing into the aggressive Ragnum Karia, who are getting taken down, running on fumes. Two players down and out. Ragnum Karia most likely going to be finished off in this moment. Only one player remains, and I don't see him currently. Actually, it's going to be Wild way off in the distance, so he's going to be a solo for the remainder of this game.
Yangon Galacticos can keep up pace now. They have 2 elims on scorecard, and they will be 4 players alive after this res. Bloxy will be flushed fairly soon, so a couple more points to be added to their tally in just a moment. Close by to DRX's duo. On the north side of this one, on the south edge, it's still Power with 4 players alive. They're going to try and navigate their way on in around Weibo, who also have 4 players alive, but sending the buggy to the air, don't need that anymore, throws it aside, and instead they're going to take to the rubber sole of the boot to see if they can take the shots over towards Weibo.
You go back to the last game, Ragnar was trying to get these crazy off angles. He ends up getting punished this time around, not making that same mistake. He sticks with the full force unit of Power. Great shots from Easy, but better shots from Order from a distance.
Able to shut down that hilltop, and this is go signal. They're going to crash straight on into this. Nice and aggressive, decisive play from Weibo. They're trying to encircle now the rest of Power. They know their backline's going to be fumbling, going to be faltering a little bit. We'll see if they can take control of it. 33Z, maybe a little bit overinvested here, as Weibo trying to connect onto Power. Will finally be able to find that second knock, and they can continue to run this one through. Sook is down, but this should be resable. Fadan doesn't have the pace on this.
Fadan, he throws bounces off the wall, manages to get away without burning himself. Fadine pushing up onto He. Now he needs to get here quickly. If he can get the finish before the res is in, it's going to be a 1v1, but the res will come through. You'd have to assume very quickly he refuses to commit, playing it safe, but maybe playing it a bit too safe, and now Weibo able to recover.
Teams are starting to drop like flies. We're down to 8 now, and I'm sure there's a couple more ready and waiting to go. A lot of solos still playing on into this one. Weibo playing 2v1 on the inside. Fadan is the last player to stand here for Power Esports. They've got 1 elim. And again, they are guaranteed a placement here with 8 teams remaining, but we'll see how much further they can go. The pump action, not going to be good enough. The DBS wins the day, and Weibo can stay up as 4 players.
There's value in playing passive, and what Fadine did wasn't necessarily wrong. However, you know you're last alive. fully commit. There's it down in front of you. It's a 1v1. Swinging that choke point, swinging that angle is tough. I understand, but you just got to go for it. And if he would have, of course, he doesn't have X-ray vision, but if he would have, he most likely would have got the cleanup and been successful in that fight. And I can even say the same thing going to Nalksham Red Force side of things with Benny a little bit earlier in the day. There was a moment where I felt he needed to get aggressive, but he was just too undecisive. And because of that undecisiveness, he gets taken down. So there is power in being aggressive and full sending it, but he made the play that he made. Again, it wasn't necessarily wrong, but if he would have been aggressive, he most likely would have been able to win that fight and potentially even get the last remaining member up.
Alva could really go some distance in this match. With APG putting pressure over towards DRX, the last remaining player for Alter Ego could sneak through the cracks potentially. Could be a bit of a wild card on that east side flank. Weibo playing as 4, they're all the way on the other side on the southwest. Yangon Galacticos, they're behind APG's engagement on the north side. So not really too many massive threats on the east edge. Alva actually gonna get a supply crate looted up as well as Orta. Ooh, no, spotted. Weibo losing an off angle there, and very, very isolated from the rest of the roster. Gets caught unawares.
Still not a bad spot, though, for Weibo. Keeping Yangon Galacticus in check. APG, great spot overlooking DRX and Team Secret, which, let's highlight them, right? Team Secret, even though they only have a solo last alive, they did such a great job dismantling Horda a little bit earlier. 4 eliminations going their way, and the solo of Trang staying up is just huge, in my opinion. They should not be alive in this moment. They should not be fighting for a potential top 3 finish. But APG forced to go forward, and now DRX, who were being hunted down from APG, now could potentially gatekeep them. If they play this right, they could win this fight, but it's not going to be easy because they don't have the man advantage.
Hyunbin take a very, very low with a nade, cooked nicely. Has to get the knock, but they'll know there's a player on the inside there now. An APG with 4 players are wary of their south edge, but I don't imagine they expect Alva to be on this loot crate right now. Just trying to stay alive for Alter Ego. APG very reluctant actually to push all the way through this one.
It's tough. It's tough for DRX. I mean, because you know DRX is right in front, and they've got a great spot. Alva, I wonder if he gets a bit mixy. He's stayed alive for the longest time, and he's going to be able to take a peek over in Doc if he chooses to fire. But I think for him, he just wants to keep his head low and just go for top 3 if he possibly can. Aaron from Ida is going to be fully finished off. That'll be Ida out in 6th place. We're now down to our top 5. Things are starting to get spicy. APG on the move. DRX need to be ready.
Hyunbin first to face. Finally, Alva is dispatched, and that's going to open up the flank there. With top going down, looks like they want to commit for this res. Potentially very, very dangerous out in the open. I don't think you want to make this one work. So easy now with the SKS on the red dot. Okay, a little bit lackluster on the weaponry there potentially, but so easy. Only has his teammate Hyunbin there. Crawling away. They could look for this res, but I think Yangon Galacticos aren't going to allow that one to happen.
Soez can truly help Yangon Galacticus in this moment, who are starting to come in. They're starting to close the vice grip, and if Soez can take any members from APG down, that's only going to help the win for the side of Yangon Galacticus. Soez will not be successful. Doc will win the fight, and it will be APG with a 4-man unit against the 4-man unit of Yangon Galacticus. Meanwhile, for Weibo, most likely getting finished off very, very shortly. You got one player who's going to be down. Yangon Galacticus going full send to victory.
They want this top spot to close out day 1. 2 players fall at their feet. A smile just about threading the bullets either side of him. Major to dodge them, and Seoul goes down next. A spray down over towards Doc, and that is going to be it. It's curtains for Alpha Gaming. 3rd place in a pretty brutal fashion on the northeast side now. 2 players, sorry, just 1 player from Weibo to stand in the way of Yangon Galacticos. They will be up and over 60 points on the match. A beautiful result for them. Their day has been stellar. DRX as well, up and towards that podium again. Some really consistent performances at the top. They are going blow for blow.
Without a doubt, 4 out of their 6 games, they get top 3. A huge performance from DRX, who managed to take over 1st place, but only for a sliver of time. Yangon Galacticos most likely taking it over with that tremendous win. And well, Yangon Galacticos Galacticos, mind you, managed to get first place 2 times throughout our 6 games. Of course, game number 6 as well as game 2. We've been waiting for Yangon Galacticos to step it up, to finally wake up. I think they finally have.
This is brilliant stuff from Yangon Galacticos. They looked cool, calm, collected. Drop at the shoulder, drop at the elbow, sinking the fist into the rib cage. It is nasty to come up against these guys in an all-out brawl, and they are happy to take those swings. A really solid flush over those hillsides. They come through late. They're waiting. They let everyone else sort out who will be the ones to take them on, and then they'll sweep them aside either way.
And you know what? They had a chance potentially to dismantle themselves if they do challenge into Team Secret, who ended up staying alive, and that could have got dicey because it was Team Secret as well as 2 other rosters who were fighting within that area. But Yangon Galacticos said, let's play this slow. Let's go for the placement points and get the eliminations when it makes sense. Well, there it is, man. Game number 6 is done. Time to break down today's studio. What ended up happening?
Well, Yangon, who came in as 8th seed from survival stage, have now been able to put themselves at number 1 in the grand finals for day number 1. They pulled the John Cena heel turn on everyone and taken that top spot. Unbelievable stuff coming in from them. Joining me, we have Maxman as well as Natura to talk about this one. It's Miramar Yangon domination here, Mr. Max.
There were so many weird fights happening up north. You had I think you had Team Secret fighting Thunder Talk, fighting Horror. Yangon just seen it from a distance. What the hell is that? We're just going to leapfrog it, hold them off, get a ton of eliminations, get an easy access into the last circle, and get the win. If I'm not mistaken, their 2nd win today, right? They got another win on Potato Hill. So Yangon on fire, and this is a team that qualified barely through their survival stage here, making it into the finals. So we said they were surprised initially, but even more so now going into the finals.
Good control of the west side here, Neptura.
Excellent control of the west side. They were able to, again, do what they need to do in terms of that control. They were able to fend off certain teams. They were able to eliminate others to get a really, really dominant win. I mean, 12 elimination points. That is a big game for them. So a really good way to end the day, especially.
Actually, Alpha Gaming too. I was quite critical of Alpha Gaming this match because they had a massive split to the east. Yeah. And we saw at one point Niptura, actually it was Nongshim Red Force kind of collapsed upon their position. But actually, for once, Alpha Gaming regrouping really quickly, able to re-solidify their position on the eastern side of the road and then get a full reset after that fight. And because of that, they were able to get into the late game, get into the podium finish there, and get 11 eliminations to top off that podium finish. Actually, Alpha Gaming showing a little bit more team play than what I initially expected going into this event.
Yeah, for sure. They're really coming into their own. I think I want to make a prediction very early and say that Alpha Gaming are going to win a game tomorrow, at least one, because the way they were playing that game, it's looking like they're actually ready to take those wins, right? They are controlling, they're moving together, they're not split too far. They are split a lot, but they're not split too far. They're moving in tandem with each other, and so they're actually able to make those right decisions, make those plays, and do it effectively.
We saw 4 thrives, 0 points here. I'm very confused what the game plan has been today because, of course, we saw the Sanhok, the hot drop, didn't make a lot of sense.
Sure.
Here they sent it into, I think it was Nongshim Red Force's compound. No scouting ahead of time, just sending it, looking for a fight. I don't want to say they've given up because it's day 1. There's no reason, but there was no real thought behind it. So 4 thrives compared to their group stage where they played so well. Here, they're committing to plays that don't make too much sense sometimes, so they might want to rethink how to enter it tomorrow because as of right now, if they don't change anything, they're just going to remain at the bottom of the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, in that fight in particular, even if they wanted to go ahead and do that fight that early on, which is not always the safest idea, but sure, go for it. They were just way too focused on that one solo player. They didn't use any off angles to try and counteract any response from Nongshim Red Force, and they went too far into the building and just ended up getting completely surrounded, which is not what you want to be seeing in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, they're ending up in a weird position when it comes to the overalls. Let's take a look at those and see how it shakes up at the very top, of course, because Yangon have been able to find themselves a position at the top. As 67 points for number 1. What a glow up from them, stage on stage on stage, as they have positioned themselves even nicely against second place here, Neptura. Never mind anything else.
And so consistent as well. 30 placement points to 37 elimination points. I mean, even down the board, you see some fairly sort of the same points as well, like DRX, for instance, but most of them are so completely elimination heavy. For Yangon to be so consistent there is really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, really, as you said, good surprise from Yangon, though I'm going to be critical, which is weird because we're looking at the top teams here. They all did well, like, good job. Our circles have been so favorable to central teams in a strong compound doing very little.
For today.
For today. For me, this day one has not highlighted a championship caliber team. Like, for me, it's just like still in the air as to who might be winning it, because I haven't seen like a big wow performance from anyone currently.
I get what you mean. Some compounds have been favored for sure. Some positions in center positions have been favored for sure, as these circles have bared down. Tomorrow, if we get some kind of real curveballs, that will definitely test some of these teams. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well and see what's up there. Team Falcons find themselves in 9th place right now. The good thing about this is, aside from where I would say E-Arena technically could make a huge leap, we saw them get a back-to-back chicken dinner in the survival stage, but aside from that, there's still a significant amount to play for here, considering day one's closer than I thought it was going to be here, Naptura.
It is very, very close. You're right. We've had some, I want to say some odd games, but the actual point difference is not that much at all. Everybody's been very, very even across the board. So it's going to be interesting to see, considering we have 2 more days of this, how much of that gap is going to be.
I mean, it's very important actually that we highlight how small that gap is, because let's not forget, Smash rules are in play here at PMWC, meaning if you are still close to that first place team, if you're maybe 20, 30 points away going into your last day, chances are you can catch up, you get into the Smash zone, you wrap it up, you get the win, you become PMWC champion. So actually maintaining a small gap against the top squads is going to be very important. So even if you have a bad game, if you can get a few limbs, a few placement points, that can still keep you relevant in the conversation.
Agreed. Here are the results coming in from today. And as you mentioned, with the Smash Zone being potentially in reach, right? Plus 10 points on what we have at the top. It's really not that much to actually reach for. So you want to keep up as much as possible.
Exactly. Yeah, you want to try and stay as close as possible to that top team, because if they start to create a 20, a 30-point lead entering tomorrow, that's going to be a lead that's going to be hard to just overtake, because if they 10 points, that's not even a win. You get in a Smash Zone and you are going to be the team that could just end the tournament at game 2 or maybe game 3. We saw it happen in PMSL SEA. Chances are it could happen here again at PMWC.
We have 4 or 5 teams each game, maybe getting some eliminations here and there, some placement points, and all of those then being double digits. And that's how you get those 10 points off of that game, and then who knows what could occur from there on. So our last day will be extremely, extremely exciting, to say the least, considering what could become that threshold. But one thing's for sure, what a fantastic performance from Yangon here so far for today. Can they continue it into tomorrow, or do you think that these teams are going to come back hungry for more, considering the quality of the lobby here, Neptura?
I kind of think we haven't seen even the beginning from a lot of these teams.
Maybe, yeah.
For Yangon, this was a phenomenal day. They did a really, really good job. But the gap is not as significant as I'd like to see it going into day 2, because you do still have some major teams. We haven't seen the best from Alter Ego. We haven't seen the best from Alpha Gaming, for instance. Falcons still have a lot to be desired. If they come into the fold now, they could pose a threat. I mean, there's a lot of teams we're talking about here that could do so much better tomorrow.
I want to have a question for you specifically, Neptura, right now. I know you're a big Korean teams fan. Okay, you love Korean teams, especially D+. They're not here, unfortunately. You're 2 major fans of
I like South Korea.
You love South Korea. But with the way Nongshim Red Force and DRX have played today, right, and again, very favored by the circles, do you think they can maintain that going into tomorrow? Because if they have a bad day and circles are just not coming their way, I think they can fall off. What do you think?
I think they have played a little too passively for me to be confident that if the circle does not go their way or something happens, then they can still overcome that. I do think that there's a little bit more I'd like to see before I can confidently go, yeah, sure, they can do it, absolutely.
Well, Max, desk host, as I am going to distinguish, but no, you don't want to do that? You hate being the desk host.
I don't like that.
I think DRX can deal with it a little better than Nongshim Red Force,
Agreed.
right? Like, if we look at Nongshim Red Force's positions in center spots, there were some flubs, right? Whereas DRX was able to hold down things a little better, and also I do favor them a little bit more, even if it is edge play. What do you think about that, Mr. Max fan?
I agree. No, especially because of one play in particular. I think Hyunbin is a really good enabler in these fights.
Yeah.
It's actually, little story point, I think some people might not know this. Hyunbin began his competitive career early last year. And he's played PMWC, PMGC, and now playing back here at PMWC. Like, he has had such a strong rise to fame in PUBG Mobile Esport as a whole, and he's been doing great stuff. I do want to see a little bit more. It's a very caster analyst thing.
I get it.
I want to see a bit more.
Because the circles have been weird today.
Exactly.
A little weird.
So I want to see tough circles for the Korean teams and seeing them just actually go for great rotates, taking control of circles and getting impressive, not even wins, just podium finishes. And then I'll be like, you know what? Korea's here to play. Maybe another team outside of D+ can actually do something globally.
Well, let's see if they pop up here in the Gadia top plays of the day and see what we have available to us. Because for the most part, yes, those central positions have been able to win outright. Doc starts things off, though, on Sanhok, shooting everything, Neptura.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that we have expected to see from them for a while. We haven't really gotten a chance to see that just yet, but today was the start of hopefully something more from APG. For Thrives, again, some individual really good plays that we saw here, especially in the first couple of games, but I really like how they controlled this. But after that, they just did seem to kind of fall off, Max.
I'm kind of disappointed in 4 Thrives. And I really like this team. They have so much potential, especially because Noki stepped up compared to PMSL CSA, but today the plays are just not up to par. Look what we saw. What was going on there? There was Frankie from Team Secret. We had some wild moments here today in these matches, but that was one of the games for Team Secret, where actually, just like Yangon, they were kind of a surprise team, but they've been eerily silent, if not mistaken, towards the very bottom of the leaderboards. Team Secret, one thing that was lacking in the group stage is the fragging potential. They qualified purely because they were just aiming center, trying to survive. Here, it's not going to be enough if you want to be called the absolute best team here at PMWC.
Yeah, it's something as well for Falcons, same sort of thing. It's kind of like those kinds of plays that we're seeing from them.
Yep.
Sometimes I see the vision, other times I really don't. In fact, most of the time I really don't. I'm so sorry, but that's just how it is. It is how it is, for day one at least.
Well, I mean, aside from the win that they got near Museum, there's not really been much. I think they were on like 32 points, including a win with some eliminations off the back of it as well. So, tough stuff. All right, we have got our Sony MVP of the day. Or hero of the day, and I guess I'll ask you your predictions. We'll start with Max Man, so he can curse whoever he picks.
I can't really predict. Say Cloud from Yangon Galacticos.
Oh,
okay.
Al-Haji.
Al-Haji,
What's a good one?
Power play.
Yes.
Survival time is going to be abysmal.
His mini plays? Yeah.
However, those eliminations.
Oh, yeah. Actually, very important now in the new formula, right? So maybe that could do a difference. We'll see.
I was going to just also do a power player and go Ragnar. I really don't know who was actually standing out for power, but maybe a Yangon. We will see. All right, who's it going to be? I asked the producer and he refused to tell me. It's
well done.
All right, recount. No.
It can't be right. Max predicted it.
This never happens.
Correct.
Oh my goodness.
He did something correct.
Actually, the thing is I do want to highlight for Yangon Galacticos, it's not just one player doing well. Smile is there. Oh, we just got told Al-Haji was second, by the way. He was just behind. Got you guys.
Ruined.
And Ragnar is third. No, he's not third.
No, we didn't get that in our ears.
No, say Cloud. One thing that I want to highlight about his plays today in particular, Neptura, his utility was actually comparable to Phallic, to Doc, which normally when it comes to nades, you're talking about those two players. His nades were pinpoint accurate. So really, that utility play from Say Cloud was a big standout moment for me today.
Yeah, and when you talk about utility, right, there's such a controlling aspect. So those initial nades, those initial knocks are doing everything to clear the space, make way for his team. So he is the hero of the day, not only in his own eliminations, but also in what he can do for the team.
And it's so impressive when you look at this entire squad because every team made it through PMSL, like very, very competitive lobbies.
Yeah.
This is the only team that made it through PMCL, the Challenger Cup, which technically, if you compare to other events, way easier lobby. And yet, coming here into PMWC and eclipsing the lobby in your day one, getting 2 chicken dinners in the finals of one of the biggest events of the year, the biggest event of the year so far, is a massive statement. Again, circles were kind of weird. We'll see if they can maintain it tomorrow. But regardless, that is a big statement that they are here for that trophy.
Yeah, it's a great statement for considering the quality of the lobby. We have ourselves the Honor Dominations as well coming in. Narvalo, I love the French.
He loves the French.
I love the French too.
This is a weird segment. But he does take number 1 alongside this here. Ketch will take number 2 as well. Say Cloud with only the 2. So actually, for Narvalo and Ketch to be able to get those triples here, not too bad overall.
Yeah, I will take it. Nice little win here from Turkey with Ketch. Al-Haji, of course, always going to be there for power. I'm still... Can I see another player of Alpha Gaming that's not Doc in these graphics? I'm sorry, but I want to see someone else. Top was MVP in CSA.
Yeah, I was going to say, where was Top today?
Yeah. He didn't do
He
anything.
kept getting eliminated, like, first. kind of crazy. Not even, I think we saw like maybe 2 mini plays from him. Al Hadji had more mini plays than Top, which is insane to say. But he did, that's the truth. I mean,
I just thought you were confused about me saying I love the French. Normally you're like, what's going on?
We're all confused by that.
Are you telling a joke? What's happening?
Yeah, this is a rare moment.
It's a revelation.
Somebody
I'm going to
quickly.
realize. I'm going to wake up at 2 a.m. and realize like, this happened. This has been an exceptional day. He said he loves the French.
Oh, has this been your dream for this long?
Yes.
All right. Well,
I've known you for like what? Since 2019.
the answer is too long.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's round things up here at the desk and get on with our airdrop carnival. You guys can log in now and check it out because it is live. Of course, don't miss out on the final 3 days for this weekend. Log in, summon your surprise airdrop summons, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Come and join the airdrop carnival. Stop looking at me like that. And unbox your surprise. And now, without further, actually, I'm going to get your final thoughts and see how everything's going here in Neptura because it's been a great day. We've got Yangon up at number 1, but it could all change tomorrow.
I think it will all change tomorrow, and the way that the teams have been playing in finals is completely different to how they've been playing in league stage. So for me, day 2 is going to be very, very interesting.
I'd have to agree. Day 2 is going to be very... I mean, you're going to be setting kind of the threshold for your smash zone going into day 3 at the end of tomorrow. So we're going to know what the point threshold is going to be, adding +10. So tomorrow, because of the smash zone, it's going to be very important to see who's going to be at the top of these rankings.
Definitely so, definitely. Tomorrow you'll see who's going to be able to prevail, who's going to be able to push themselves into the very top spot, and also if I can continue to survive Maxman and Neptura here on the desk tomorrow.
No.
7's all right. All right, let's head over to the stage here as Bardi is ready to go.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I am, of course, joined by Master Smile and Coach Marco from Yangon Galacticos. We're going to have a quick chat at the end of the day because you had a really impressive day. Let's first talk about, the survival stage. You only just made it through to the finals in 8th position, and now you're leading the charge going into day 2 of the grand finals. Tell us what you worked on between the survival stage and now, and how you implemented it for this stage now.
I'm gonna answer for it. I think the biggest mistake we found I think we are not capable of doing what we usually do, and then also we try to kind of get experience from a tournament, and then also the circle, of course, the gameplay, the mistakes, and then the communication is very much I think different in our team, and then play back in the home and then play here. Because this is a big stage, as you can see, that we have some pressure on it. So we try to fix our communication first, and then we look at it, where's the gap between the players, what we can be, improve. That's the biggest thing.
Now you've got to the top of the leaderboard, of course, like Master Smile, man. Do you feel like you've got a target on your back going into day 2? Because, people will start to think we need to start eliminating them from the competition so that you can't run away with it, Yeah.
我咩嚟
哇！佢နောက်埋ရောက်နေ啦，ဘလို့နေလဲပေါ့，ဘလို့ထင်လဲပေါ့。နောက်埋ရောက်နေ啫。
I just been normal. Just normal.
ဘလို့နေလဲ pressure ရှိလား
pressure ရှိလားတော့လည်းပြော pressure ရင်းနဲ့မရှိဘူးဒါပဲကျွန်တော်လုံးနေကြတိုင်းပဲကျွန်တော် consistent ဖြစ်အောင်သွားတယ်ဒီလောက်ပါပဲအဲ့တော့ဒီတော့မရှိပါဘူး
So I can translate for it. What we was saying is we have a little bit pressure before, but now we are on top of the league, and then we have more confidence on it, and then we can be able to try to be more consistent on it. And then we try to work hard, try to bring some team play, and then also of course, the mindset.
It's something to be aware of as well, going into the day 2 and being in the lead. You kind of got to think a little bit that people are going to be hunting you down, but you're only 8 maps away from potentially winning the PMWC. Are you feeling nervous? How are you and the team feeling?
ဘလို့ခံစားရလဲဆိုတော့စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားမှုတော့ဖြစ်တာပေါ့လို့ဆိုတော့ဒီ final မှာဆော့နေရတာလည်းပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့လောက်ထိကျွန်တော်စိတ်ထဲမှာဆိုကျွန်တော်လုံးဆက်ရှိရပဲလောက်ရမယ်လို့တွေးတာတယ်အဲ့လောက်ထိစိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာဘာညာမရှိဘူးဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ RG တယောက်တည်းလည်းစိတ်လှုပ်ရှားနေကိုတင်သားတွေလည်းသိရမလားလို့ဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ်အားကြောင့်မလို့ပါပဲ
Okay. So what we're saying is if of course we're nervous. We are because are on top of the league, but we try to do as much as possible, and then also we try to because as a leader, if he got nervous, the team will be shaken. So he try to be be strong. all the time.
Just be strong. Well, we really look forward to seeing you guys in day 2 tomorrow. Congratulations on a really impressive day 1, and we hope to see you still climb that leader or still stay at the top of the leaderboard, let's say. For now, day 1 is over for the grand finals. It's been an absolutely spectacular day. Tomorrow, the pressure gets dialed up that little bit more as people start to panic. People start to make plays that they may not normally would make. And things are going to start heating up here on the main stage. I bet you guys know it back at home. But thank you so much to everyone involved for putting this fantastic event on. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.